So, let's begin. Welcome, everyone. I promised Ms. Castillo that I would be very specific about who is speaking and motions as they're made so she can keep track of them. She's got everything set for our meeting, but we're excusing her today. But we welcome you to the Utah State Charter School Board meeting. Today is Thursday, August 10th. And we're beginning at about 9:08 because we have board members who work so hard. They were here hours before working on committee assignments and had a hard time to break away from that to come to this, and we'll catch up in time. So I said we excuse Ms. Castillo today, and we appreciate her work in making sure all these elements were put together. Today we excuse Member Bassett from our meeting, but we welcome our State Board of Education Liaison, Member Carey, so welcome. And from the AAG Olson from the Attorney General's Office, who is our advisor and gives us a lot of help and direction. We welcome him as well. This little bit of reminder, how about if we start with our pledge, and if we have any public comment, we'll do that. And then I'll step right into, we'll have a reminder about our new microphone system, and we'll go from there, okay? So will you all join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I hope you've been having a nice summer. We haven't seen each other for a couple of months all together, and so we hope you've all had a great summer and been able to have some time to yourselves, but I know this group probably not so much. You've been busy. I wonder, do we have any public comments today? Would someone take a peek at that list for me and see? There are none. Thank you so much. So I don't know of any that had requested to comment online, so I'm going to go past that. My whole report is really just talking about the mics. I don't have a lot more to say than just welcome, we're glad to be here, and the mics are this way. Jerry, correct me if I get it wrong. When it is green, Jerry's now changed it so green means go. So that means you may speak. And it's ready. And when you are finished speaking, you raise your mic. Doesn't mean that it won't still hear you. It may still glow green, but you don't have to push any buttons to turn it on and off. You just raise or lower your microphone. And the initial speaker apparently will then be picked up on camera, and we'll go from there. I think not too much more complicated than that. Anything else I should warn anyone? Jerry? Yeah, just a new system. We'll do this a step at a time. Jerry said there's also a voting opportunity in there in the system. I said, we'll just do the mics as a first step. We'll do that, and then we'll go from there. We'll take this first step and see how we launch, and then we'll go from there.
Scaffolding.
Yes, it is scaffolding. One rung at a time, right? It is one rung at a time. Okay, so, and let's move right to the consent agenda, if we may. Is there anything on that consent agenda or that anyone would like to pull, or do I have a motion relative to the consent agenda? No, you can make a motion. Pull your mic down and speak up.
I'd like to move that we adopt the consent agenda, adopt the agenda.
Yeah, so a motion to accept the consent agenda from Member Smith. I'm trying to make sure that so she can pick up all the names in the minutes. And do I have a second to that motion? Someone who will reach their mic. Gang.
I need additional supports. Okay.
There you go. All you have to do is talk.
I will
and
second
there
that
goes
motion.
the green. And there's a second from Member Cisneros. See, not hard, right? Easy to do. We can make this work. And a second from Member Cisneros. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay? So it passes unanimously. We have passed the consent agenda. Let's see how quickly we catch up. We're even a couple minutes ahead that fast. Not a lot to report. Let's move to the next action item, which board leadership elections, which I'll turn the time to Vice Chair Phillips to lead that.
So it is customary and in our bylaws that we hold yearly elections of officers of our board. And in preparing for that, our board leadership, as well as at times staff, reaches out to board members to ask if there are those who would be interested in serving in those positions. I did so in the absence of an interim executive director, and pled, texted, emailed, cajoled all of our board members to indicate their interest. And as of this moment, we have only Chair Bowles as chair and myself as vice chair who have stepped forward to hold those positions for the coming year. So it's important, though, that we nominate, well, those are the nominations, and that we actually, as a board, vote on those positions. And so I would ask that we first look at the chair position, and I would also ask any board members at this time if they are interested in putting up their name for chair. My knowledge that Chair Bowles is interested in serving for another term. Board members?
Can I make a motion at this time? I don't want to be mistaken for being interested in a leadership position. I'd like to move that we, how do we elect? What should the motion be here?
It's my understanding. Oops. Let me wait till it goes green. It's my understanding that you can make a motion to elect Chair Bowles for a term of 1 year as chair of the SCSB.
Okay. I would like to move that we elect Brian Bowles for the chair of the Utah State Charter School Board for a 1-year term.
Is there a second to that motion?
Awesome.
Yes, so the first, for Joanne's sake and others who are listening, the motion was made by Member Smith and seconded by Member Olson. Discussion to the motion. If not, then I'll call for a,
I
yes,
have
go
discussion.
ahead, please,
I just want to say
Member
how
Smith.
grateful I am for the outstanding leadership that you guys have provided, and I'm sure will continue to provide. It's countless hours, and I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and have a vote then on that. And I don't know, maybe it's appropriate to have a voice count on this just because it is our leadership. All those in favor, and I'll start with Member Olson.
Yes.
Member Spiker,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes?
Member Cisneros.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So the vote is unanimous. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm going to forge ahead in the hopes that it is. I am the one who has put my name forward for vice chair for another year term. And if there is anyone on the board who would like to put forward their name at this time, please do so. If not, then I'm ready for a motion if someone has a motion.
I'd like to move that we elect Cynthia Phillips for a 1-year term on the Utah State Charter School Board at the position of vice chair.
Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, I'll second that.
Is there discussion to the motion? And let me say that Member Smith made the motion and it was seconded by Member Olson. Then I'm going to call for a vote and let it be again by individual. Member Olson?
Yes.
Chair Bowles?
Yes.
Member
Yes.
Member Cisneros?
Yes.
That concludes then the voting for officers, and we thank you, members, for your confidence in us and pledge to do our very best and work our very hardest in these positions in which you've entrusted us. Thank you.
And I will echo that as well, at least as we are in an interesting transition time as we are working together and we'll transition through that together. And it only works because we have strong board members who are willing to work hard and to express their thinking, that we together come to better conclusions, and I so appreciate that with all of you. I failed to say, and I should have, I think I said it enough times because I was excited about it, that we took our daughter, we said, if you finish your university degree, we'll take you on a trip to Europe. She's now starting her third year teaching high school at Northridge High. So finally, we took her on to Europe and just came back from Paris on Sunday. But along that way, so we went and traveled through Europe. Along that way, so I was gone for 3 weeks. And I just want to say to Vice Chair Phillips, who just stepped in and Herculean effort to make sure that things were happening. But she said it's because we have a great staff. So I want to take the time to say that. She said they've all worked hard and they have just been diligent in making sure things were done. They knew what they needed to do and they just took care of it. So to our staff, we are very, very fortunate, and all of us believe that, and we just may not have opportunity to say it enough, but I think I represent everyone, I know I do, in saying thank you for your hard work and making sure that the work of charter schools in this state are having the support they need, and we're able to serve children and families all over the state. So thank you. But particularly today, I'm appreciative of Vice Chair Phillips, who just stepped in and took care of things. She was even yesterday called me in the morning and said, I'm on my way to the Capitol to represent us. And she just one after another is taking care of things. And so it is wonderful time. It is time, as Member Smith said, it does take time, but it's wonderful time. It's great time because it all for a good purpose. So thank you all for that support. Since we have a few more minutes before we do the next item, I'm just to say, because when we were in Paris, one of the things in the Louvre, I'd never been, you can't get to the Mona Lisa. It is such a press of people. I just said, I'm not doing it. So I stood back. I could see her better from a distance and trying to get in with the crowd and move forward. And there are other paintings I like as much. And but I went to a new section that they've opened, this medieval section, and it showed all of the underpinnings of the old castle that lie below the Louvre. And so they have excavated, and you can go now through that down underneath in a section of the Louvre to see all of this old, their buildings. Our old buildings are all babies compared, right? They're things that we see in Europe that are just spectacular, but underneath to see all of these underpinnings and the turrets and all of the foundation work that was underneath it. And it talked a little bit about the power of the people to do things and how they did it. And I thought that I always teach, the word power, I don't know if I've said this in this group before. It's like, did I already say this in this period? I said it in first period, but I don't know if I've said it in this period yet. So the word in English, the word power, actually borrowed from the French. It's not an English word. We've anglicized it, but it is from the French word pouvoir, which means to do. You have the capacity. In Spanish, the similar is poder, right? Je puedo or je peux. I'm able to. I have the capacity to do. And I like that because power doesn't mean Power Rangers, right? Or fighting having this power that you've seen represented visually with these electrical sparks and stuff around, that someone's wielding this power and commanding. It really should mean we have the capacity. Je peux. We can do something. We have the power, or we're in a position that we can help to do things, and we have that position. And that kind of is what it talked about, how they put people in place to make sure that it's happened. And on the stones of that old turrets and foundation under the Louvre in blocks were initials. And the masons were paid based on how many blocks they had laid in there and put in that foundation on those charts, and they would initial them. And then all of the initials were counted, and you're paid for the amount of work that you did from that. And you see all of those who contributed to the work, the many different kind of signs or symbols that they made to represent them. And so I thought of that with all of us, that it takes all of us together to build that foundation in the work that we do. And the power is not wielding some force, it is just the capacity. It is the capacity to do, and that's what we're trying to do, is have the capacity to do good things for families and for our children, and to give them opportunities to make choices for themselves. So that's what we're all about. So, all right, I stalled as long as I can, and now let's see if we move on. But I really do so believe that, and that notion of what power really means, how, and language. Our next agenda item is an update and action item, small expansion, new satellite school, large expansion process. This partly came from legislative action, change of rule. And do we have someone who's going to talk to us about that? All right, Ms. Stephenson, would you talk about it so we can discuss and take action?
Thank you, Chair Bowles. Yes, so we have some exciting updates, as well as talking about the new satellite school and the large expansion process as well. So first, we're going to start with our updates about the small expansion process. As you remember, we had a special meeting in July where we met and went over that. After that meeting, we were able to take it through law and licensing, as well as the USBE board meeting that happened last week. And we're happy to share that both law and licensing and the full USBE meeting passed our process through unanimously. So it was exciting and a wonderful effort between the SCSB and the USBE, and we are so appreciative of their efforts. So following that board meeting last week, we made sure that applications got sent out that very night, and we're excited to share that. We also put it on our social media, and we had schools reaching back out that were so happy to see that and thought that was wonderful news. We are planning moving forward that we will be hearing from the applicants at our September meeting, and all of that quick timeline that we had here was so that we could make the October 1st requirement from USBE that if the board chooses to approve any of those applications that come in, that they will receive that notice in September, and we can also notify the USBE so that we are in compliance with that October 1st requirement. So very exciting, lots of great collaboration. An interesting piece that did come up while we were in law and licensing was the discussion about if the board rule was getting to the heart of the autonomy that they wanted to offer to both the state charter school board as well as the charters that we authorize, and that perhaps some additional updates to the rule might be needed, and that with that we would then want to look at updating our process to allow some further individualization and customization to what schools are seeking when they request a small expansion. And so at this point, we've met with the charter associations and started that conversation as far as what would be beneficial to the field. And then we also have a conversation set up to follow up with board member Carey, and we'll be working closely with him and with the Law and Licensing Committee to collaborate on that, and then hopefully get some additional updates into that rule, and most likely we will bring a slightly updated process later this fall or early winter. And with that, it will not affect any of the timing for the schools if you currently choose to approve them in September. And moving forward to next year, of course, we wouldn't be reviewing these until our August or September board meetings. So we've got lots of time to collaborate in a really positive environment that we're coming into. I'll pause there and see, Chair Bowles, if there are any questions or things that I can answer about that.
Thank you so much. Anyone with questions or comments you'd like to make? Member Smith, I'm seeing.
Just once again, I'm so happy and grateful for all the work that you've put into this. I really think that what we've come up with is a good, sound process, and I'm happy with it.
And
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Phillips. Thank you.
I just wanted to, let me see, there it is. I just wanted to mention how grateful we were as a staff and board to the law and licensing members' openness to, as Ms. Stephenson said, kind of consider these greater options for small and large expansions and satellites in an effort to allow the state charter school board more flexibility in meeting the needs of its schools. And in the course of that discussion in law and licensing, Chair Hymas, the chair of that committee, and Vice Chair, and I'm having a Vice Chair Carrie. I could remember your first name, but I knew that would be inappropriate, so I was seeking for your last name. But Vice Chair Carey is the vice chair of that particular committee, along with other committee members. Kind of surprised me and Ms. Stephenson with their praise of our board and its competence, as well as our staff and its competence. And so I wanted to make sure that got on the record today, that that the members of law and licensing expressed a lot of confidence in the way that we and our staff conduct business in making decisions related to schools and all of their needs and what we grant as expansion and satellite and even authorization. And that, I think, is a real reflection of the collaboration that's been going on in a much more friendly and productive way in the last couple of years. And this was to a person in the law and licensing membership, even though many of those members lean different ways in their views, both about charters and other things. They were unanimous in their support of wanting to work with our board and look for places where there can be flexibility that still uphold best practice in the actions that we take. So a big shout out to the membership there and their willingness to work with us.
Thank you for that update, both of you, Member Smith, for recognizing the work, and Vice Chair Phillips, of the process that you went through as well. Anything else, Ms. Stephenson, you'd like to do?
Yes, I would like to continue on and share about our large satellite or large expansion and new satellite school process as well. So right now we have drafted policy, procedure, and an application, and that was in your board meeting folder, and so you could review that. I also have it ready to pull up if you would like to look at it here. Right now, our 277-5527 is where this comes from, and that section of the board rule is very prescriptive as far as what we need to have in our application and what is required for a school to receive a new satellite school or a large expansion. And so at this point, the only things that we have added in that are not specific to the rule are things like your name and how to contact you. We did add another line too about why do you want this large expansion or a new satellite school, but everything else that you see comes directly from that board rule. And so we have that if you would like to review that. And we have a few options as well as far as potential timelines. I did mention that with the small expansion process, the Law and Licensing Committee recognized that perhaps that rule needed some additional flexibility, and that was Section 6 of the rule. And it was also discussed that Section 7 here might need some revision and updates as well to allow that greater flexibility, especially where it is so prescriptive as far as what the schools need to be doing or need to have met to be eligible. And so I did want to share a few potential timelines. We originally we're hoping, we have under that current list there, that we were bringing this to the State Charter School Board in August for your review, which we certainly, can do today. And then if our board would like to take action on what is currently written that aligns to the board rule, then we would submit to Law and Licensing in September. Hopefully with a recommendation from them, we would then be at USBE's approval in October. At that point, we could have our applications due in November, and plan to have the schools present to you in January. And that would still give them that 18 to 20 month time frame to be able to open, which is ideal as far as the lead time, since a new satellite school or a large expansion often involves major renovations or perhaps a new building to be built. If we would like to wait instead on some possible updates, we came up with a few timelines there. I believe that what the Law and Licensing Committee is striving for at this point would be to have some possible updates in place around October. We did mention that we're having really great collaboration with them, so I think we could also be preparing our policies, procedures, and applications to align with whatever they are presenting as well. And so you can see there that timeline backs us out a few months, and ultimately the schools would be presenting to you likely in March, which would still give them 15 to 17 months to get those renovations and new buildings up and running. And then we did put 2 contingencies on there if we're delayed or if we're very delayed. Any of these timelines will essentially work with the board rule because we will still be able to meet that October 1 requirement. But depending on if the process is delayed, we could be looking at only giving the schools about a year to be able to get their buildings and their marketing up and running to be able to receive a large amount of students. So we wanted to present those timelines and then leave that to you and the board, Chair Bowles, as far as if you would like to move forward on what is currently in rule and what we currently have drafted, or if we'd like to wait. Of course, if we do approve it today and then those updates are made, then we would follow that same process that we are with the small expansion, where we would come back with those revisions once that has occurred.
Ms. Stephenson, would you mind, since we have the time, and we've had the opportunity, we can look at those in our board materials, but there may be some online or some here today who don't know just some of the pieces of this rule. Would you maybe just highlight portions of that rule, kind of what we're talking about? And
Yeah, I would be happy to. And it might be easiest to show that through the policy, the procedure, and the application that we've drafted. So starting with the policy here, as it shows, everything is directly coming from that board rule. And the large expansion request, currently, the definition is just opposite of what we saw in our small expansion. So that would be more than 50 students, would necessitate that significant renovation, or would be for more than one additional grade level. And so that's one of the things that I believe could have some changes to it, to what that definition looks like moving forward. Our policy says, we'll make sure that the school meets that definition, and that the school also needs to have their processes and their outcomes aligned with all the other requirements from that board rule. If we move then to our procedure document, this shows that the school, of course, would complete the application. They would submit that to the State Charter School Board. One thing that we did put into here that would give us some increased flexibility, if the board would like to keep that, would be that the board could decide to hear these in August or January, so we could open that up a little bit more if we would like, and that we will work with you and work with the schools to determine that due date annually. The application will include confirmation that they meet that definition, a certification that this is coming from the school board, as well as all other responses and certifications and attachments that are required by the board rule. And then once we receive that, we will just verify that we have that and prepare that to come to the State Charter School Board's meeting. You will know that that is slightly different than what we had in the small expansion, where we were going through and looking for any of those areas where they might be on a corrective action plan or a system of support or a warning. That was another piece that was discussed in committee. And so we made an adjustment here. So we're already trying to get ahead of some of that conversation, where that would still be noted and still be given to the State Charter School Board, but it would not necessarily preclude a school from applying and being able to have their case heard by the State Charter School Board. And so then moving over to our application, we were really excited. We cut it down to 2 pages. So another great reducing of paperwork for our schools. What we have here, again, those definitions are found here where the school indicates what their request is for. In our small expansion we had where the entire board would need to sign to submit. That was another recommendation from committee, the Law and Licensing Committee, that is, that instead we just have perhaps the board chair and the director sign. So again, taking that valuable advice, we wrote that into this draft of the new satellite and large expansion application, and that they are certifying that the whole board is on board with it and that it's been discussed in an open public meeting. We then took as many of the requirements as we felt was appropriate and just turned those into yes, no responses. Again, that will allow the board to be able to then ask those deeper questions of the school rather than precluding them from being able to come before you. There are a few items from that board rule that do require a description or a justification, and so we have asked those to be given as attachments, but we have asked that each one is about 1, maybe 2 pages. So again, it should be a fairly less burdensome while still rigorous process for the schools.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stephenson, for that review. You may all remember that part of this generated from our legislators who requested that we consider updating and thinking about our process, and so now through board rule and to us as well. So there's outside folks hoping that we will take the time to update this process. And maybe Vice Chair Phillips, do you have anything you wanted to add to that or no?
Thank you. I'm very supportive of the flexible, streamlined process that staff has proposed, and it's in alignment with board rule. Board rule promises in the future, I think, through recommendations from law and licensing, to become even more flexible, which would then allow us to bring back a more flexible process to this board to approve. But I would recommend that this board consider, based on the timeline given, that we approve the process as constituted and then move forward with the promise of some improved revisions.
Thank you. And there's a recommendation, and I suspect that Ms. Stephenson was also recommending from staff position that this is something we should approve at this point.
We think that would be the most generous offer, to be able to give the schools the ideal amount of time to be able to get a building up and running. But of course, we'll work with whatever our board would like to do.
Any questions for Ms. Stephenson relative to that? Member Olson.
Ms. Stephenson, nice work on each of these. I think the policy, procedure, and application are great. Before making a motion, can you just explain what it is that still remains to be decided with regard to timeline? I mean, I know you've built in the 2 potential dates for submitting the application. What else do we need to decide outside of approving these 3 documents that goes to timeline?
Great question. Thank you. Really with this, all that we're looking at is if we want to move forward with the board rule as it is currently written, or if we would like to wait until that board rule has received revision. And so as far as our part, at this point, everything that we need is done if the State Charter School Board approves of the policy, procedure, and application. If we feel like there are additional revisions that are needed or information you would like to request from the schools that is beyond what's already in the application and beyond that board rule, which is allowed in board rule. It says that an authorizer can request additional information. So if we would like to add anything, then we could take that back and adjust the application or adjust the policy or procedure. But if everyone feels good about it and the board would like to take that action and move it forward, then what we would be doing is just putting this process to USBE before the additional revisions to the board rule would go into place. The board rule, if you remember, this was updated this spring and went into effect in May. And so it is a fairly new updated board rule. But again, in that committee meeting, they felt like some additional revisions may be beneficial, namely to that definition and to giving additional flexibility to the state charter school board as well as to the schools. And so that would be the only other option here, if we don't want to approve today, would be to just wait until they have that in place. So optimistically October, but realizing, sometimes revising a board rule can take a while. And so that's where those timelines came from.
So if we approve these three items today, we're in conformity with the current state of the board rule, and we can wait for them if they want to change it later.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I want to add one little piece too, that though this is the information we'll gather that we're requiring, we can still ask questions and ask through the process for additional
Absolutely.
information that we have as potential concerns, even though it's not specifically outlined in the rule, right?
That's correct. And all of these will still then come to a board meeting, much like we're having today with our proposals, and still have a chance to be interviewed and have a question and answer time with the State Charter School Board. So if there are concerns or things that you would like to address, you will have both the opportunity with their application as well as when they are presenting at a board meeting.
Thank you. Any additional questions you would like to ask Ms. Stephenson? Vice Chair Phillips.
One of the things that sort of prompts me to encourage the board to approve this process as now presented to us and in alignment with board rule is that I want to make sure that we don't hinder our schools from potentially making application while we wait for a better rule and then a better process, which I have a lot of confidence that we will actually receive based on the comments that were made in law and licensing, and just kind of the intent of the board to allow for that overall. And so I think that will be great, and it is tempting to wait until we even have a better process, but I think that would put many of our schools at a disadvantage who are kind of waiting for our process coming from a very recently updated board rule in the spring. And remember that besides just the hearing of a board rule, it needs to be posted when it's new for a number of months for public comment, as it should be. And so we could actually miss at least part of a season of satellites and expansions if we don't push forward this very, very good and aligned process while we're waiting for something better. But I do anticipate we will, in fact, have something better in coming months. But this is a very good process, and it ought to be noted it's significantly better than the one that our schools have been operating under in the past, because the board rule is better. And then our staff has worked very hard to streamline the process outlined in board rule with much more intent and purpose on that flexibility with the process that's been put forward today.
Right. Thank you. Additional comment? Anyone? Are we ready for a motion? Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. I move that we approve and adopt the new satellite and large expansion application, policy, and procedure drafts that have been prepared by staff and are attached on the agenda and appear to be dated July 27, 2023.
Thank you. And we have a motion from Member Olson to approve as he's described. this process. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And a second from Member Spiker. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a vote then on that motion. All those in favor of the motion, which is to approve, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously then. Ms. Stephenson, let's move forward in letting folks who are anticipating new satellites or large expansions that the process has been approved that they can step into and begin the work. We are just slightly ahead, but I did see Paula Plant come into our meeting, and I wonder if she's ready, even though we're a little ahead on the agenda. Are you all right to continue? All right, so please, we'll invite you to come up to the table, and if all of you know Paula Plant, who's the fearless director of our school land trust program in the state of Utah, and we'd like to hear from her today. You just pull it down and start to talk. When it turns green, you're ready. Just start to talk, and
and then
you should
it'll-
see that little green light.
Screen. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I'm Paula Plant with the School Children's Trust Program, and I'm here to ask for your support on something, but I'd like to explain first sort of the background, right? So that it makes some sense to you. And Board Member Phillips, anywhere in here you want to fill in, I'm happy to have you help, because she served on kind of a loosely formed working group, right, to come up with recommendations. So over the past, you still can't hear me.
Just a little bit. There you go.
Thank you. Over the past year and a half or so, we have been trying to resolve how we can provide the support for charter schools that they need to meet deadlines, and we realize that we haven't been providing the support that they need, and recognizing that we're a 3-person office, and so, we have limited resources. We all live with limited resources, right? And we've tried a couple of things that have not been terribly successful, and so we decided that we wanted to assemble a group and have a conversation. Maybe the reason we weren't being successful is because we didn't understand, right? We didn't understand the processes. And so we did that. And I want you to know who has been on that loosely formed working group, so that you're aware that I think we have pretty good representation. First of all, Board Member Phillips has been on that working group, and Stacy Phillips, who serves on our Trust Advisory Committee. So there's an advisory committee that advises the State Board of Education on anything related to the trust or school community councils. So she represents you all there. Kim Frank with the Charter Network, and then Lisa and Marie have also attended the meetings with us. And Royce hasn't been able to attend all the meetings, but we've tried to keep him in the loop, right? And then that group also recommended that we have Brad Taylor, who is a business administrator, and Crystal Taylor joined for some of those meetings, and then my staff, so that you know who has been having the discussion. Okay, so our discussion centered around kind of process and procedures, and then we had a separate conversation that had to do with the distribution of the funds going out to the schools, not the process, but the formula. So I'll start with the formula first. We had that discussion. It might be important for you to know that the distribution to district schools is in code, but the distribution to charter schools is in rule, and that's on purpose, so that as charter schools grew, right, the number of charter schools grew, that we would be able to readdress it. We had the conversation. It was important, seemed important to the group, that if there was going to be a change made, because whenever you do a formula, there's winners and losers, right? We have to recognize that from the outset, that for those who might not be on the winning side, that it would not happen in a year when they would actually have a reduced amount of a distribution. So it needed to be in a year when there would be enough increased distribution that nobody is losing money. Is that making sense? And we know that there is a constitutional amendment that's going to be on the ballot a year from now. If it passes the voters, there would be about $15 million more distributed in the following school year. So that might be a good time to make a change. But since we don't know if the constitutional amendment will pass, the group felt like we wanted to wait and see if it passes, and then we'll assemble and have that conversation again. Okay, so that's the update on the distribution discussion. The rest of it has to do with process. And so first of all, we've had a number of conversations with people who know the best way to communicate with all your many directors across the state and their different needs and different sizes and all of that. And I think that we have some really good help going forward about how to do that. So we will be changing some of our internal processes to make sure that we're doing a better job of communicating, and also perhaps setting some, making sure that deadlines are met, or if they're not met immediately, that they're met very soon, so that we don't get into a situation where we have a charter school that has several requirements that need to be met when they're waiting to receive funding. We just need to improve that process. And I think we've got a process going forward, really good support and help there. Part of that process, and the main reason that I'm here today, is that as part of that process, there is an approval process. So when a school submits a plan, there's a process where approvals have to take place before the school can receive the funding. So years ago, someone who was writing the code evidently felt that an authorizer for a charter school was similar to a district or a local school board. And we've learned over the years that that really isn't the case, right? It's pretty different. It's not the same. But the code says that the authorizer needs to do an approval. You as a body have delegated that responsibility of approval to our section. The other handful of charter schools that have a different authorizer, when we communicate with them and try to help them do the approval process, they sometimes don't even know what we're talking about and feel that they're being asked to do something, I don't know if it's that they didn't sign up for or that they didn't expect, right? So we're pretty sure that, that's probably not the right process. So we've had, the other problem was our approval, that's approval of your authorization to us, is everybody else, but the law requires that our section also do a review of every single plan that gets submitted. So we were doing 2 approvals, which doesn't seem like why? It's not a very good check and balance, right? So we've had that conversation, and what the group is proposing is that instead of authorizer, so in the code it just crosses out authorizer, and instead puts the business administrator. So the thought process has been that business administrators are usually pretty involved in that decision about the funding of the plan, and that they would be a better approver than an authorizer. It kind of makes more sense. So that's the recommendation that's coming forward. So the process then would be for a charter school, they can either use their board, or the board can appoint a council. And we have about 50% of schools do one or do the other. But in either case, the board needs to do an approval, and then the business administrator would do the approval before it comes to our team. So that's how the process would change. So I don't know if you want to look at your backup or just have me explain to you. There's a rule in there and a code change. The code change just eliminates charter school authorizer and replaces it with LEA business administrator. So that's the code recommendation. We have a rule because when we go to the legislature and they say, okay, well, what does that look like in rule? We want to be able to say, we don't know exactly what the board would adopt, right, after the legislature makes their decision, but it would be consistent. So that's basically what the rule does as well. So if you have questions, what I'm really hoping for, what our team is hoping for, is to have a position of support of some kind, because my next step in this will be to create a policy recommendation to the State Board of Education. And their first question is going to be, does the state charter school board support this? And I want them to know that we've been to you and had the conversation. So I know that you're probably not going to do a rubber stamp, but if you could support it in concept so that they're aware that you're on board, that's really what I'm looking for. And Stacy, help me fill in anything that I missed.
Definitely, and Vice Chair Phillips will.
Thank you. So one of the reasons that this task group was very much in favor of this is it mimics the best practice and the check and balance that you would see in a district for land trusts. So for instance, a school within a district, for those who've worked in districts extensively, I know Chair Bowles has, will send their land trust plan to the district board. It will be approved, and it's already been approved at the school level, and then it is approved at the board level, then it is approved by the land trust department here at the Utah State Board of Education. It's difficult to mimic that process in the charter world. You have essentially in the past had board approval at the charter level and then 2 land trust department approvals essentially. And so in order to ensure that more eyes are on this, that are knowledgeable and that have a vested interest, a second approval is being put in, and we felt that rather than the authorizer, which doesn't make any sense, that you have someone internally who is involved in the finances and who is very often not only accountable to the school administration but also to the board of directors, taking another glance at that and saying, this looks good, this looks appropriate, and I'm giving, my name to it, and then it goes on to the land trust department. So in trying to mimic a best practice, we felt that this was not only that allowed for that double approval before it goes to the land trust department by people who understand the finances and can give feedback, but also removes an extra burden from charters from sort of seeking something outside of their institution, someone who might not know about it, as we're looking also to make reports and requirements doable, and also gives the land trust department confidence that this has been looked over twice by people who know, and also takes the burden off of our institution and other authorizers who are not in the weeds on schools' land trust plans. So that was the reasoning that our group came up with, guided by Paula and her vast experience in this area.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification for us too. Utah School Land Trust Program is unlike any other state in this nation. It is just really one of the great pieces of the Utah educational system that we have, this School Land Trust, and it came really from a grassroots effort of parents and families who really came together to say, hey, wait a minute, we can do a better job. And so we have this great School Land Trust program as a result. So I always want to make sure a couple things, and I think that's what you're proposing in this change. One, that parents and families of each individual LEA have an opportunity to say, we approve how this money will be spent, because that's the intent. That it is not something a school administrator decides unilaterally. It is parents and family who endorse that, who may even generate the plan and say this is the money that how we'd like to spend the money, which is really important, which I think is what you're saying, that within the board of directors of an LEA of one of our charter schools would do that. And then the second piece of it, it needs to also be money spent appropriately. So we don't buy a new marquee for the school, for example, with land trust monies. It is to be spent for academic purposes. We use that money to support learning for our children in the state of Utah. And so I think that's the step that you're including the business administrator to look through that, how this money, the plan for expenditures, that it is not only the plan is being proposed to be spent for academic purposes, and that then the money is spent for academic purposes. I think that's what you're trying to come to. Those two really key elements that make it consistent across the state, right? And that makes it unique. All right. So that's I feel very supportive of that, working that direction. Others have comment? You'd like to ask a question? Member Smith?
I just wanted to comment that the Ohio Township section system with Section 16 set aside for the support of public education is also conceptually very similar to our trust lands.
Others have? Yeah, there's a land, the money was put aside for every state, usually around their town square and the lands around that. It's just how we're using it in Utah and the process and directing it. And it's good to see that others may, and I'd love it if other states follow our model, because it really is a great model. Member Spiker.
I just wanted to use this opportunity. Paul, I had an opportunity to work with you several years ago, and I was a director of one of our charter schools for many years. And I'll just say that the program allowed me to dream big. It allowed me to think creatively and innovatively as a director. And to me, that is a gift, because I don't think we have many pools of money where that is the impetus, right? Where that is the goal for us, is to really be creative. And it's okay, you probably don't remember me, and that's great, actually, because that means I probably spent my funds correctly. But with that, I just so appreciated your support. Your office, your staff was always there as a director. I know that's not necessarily here, but I wanted to use this as a space to say thank you, because it's a lot of work, and really where schools are trying to, again, use this, and as the money continues to grow, the accountability does as well. So, and the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Cisneros.
Since we do have time, I will just say, as an operator, School Land Trust is one of our favorite funds. We bring in school community council, and it's a great time to be able to present our data to our parents, to be able to have their priorities met. And sometimes your school community council can just, check boxes and nod, but it's really nice when directors can say, let's look at the data. How do you really want to see this? And it was so invigorating when parents said, hey, we see this, but we found this hole in the way you guys as administration were looking at it. Can we broaden to spend this money a little more broadly in our math program? And what we've been able to do with that money in our math program in coordination with parents. And isn't that goal, right? To be in partnership with parents in the education of their children, and to none of us love restricted funds, but we love funds that give us kind of some parameters around how to be really wise with the public's money. And I love School Land Trust for that. I love that you're also looking to streamline and make it easier on us on operators. So we appreciate that balance.
Thank you so much for your comments, each of you. Anyone else? Additional comment? So I think what Ms. Plant is, I know it is, she just said it. She's hoping that we will make a motion that we are, at least in concept, supportive of this proposal, and that so she goes to other groups that can say, I've spoken to the State Charter School Board and they are in support. So I would be happy to entertain a motion in that vein, or however you would like to speak relative to this request.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move if I may.
Please.
And I echo all the comments about school land trust and how valuable it is in the state of Utah to educating our children. Subject to the rather obvious caveat that we lack authority to approve either of these proposed changes because we're not USB and we're not the Utah legislature, I move that we as the Utah State Charter School Board express by vote our support of these proposed changes to board rule and to code section 53G-7-1206 as have been proposed by Director Plant today.
Thank you so much. So we have a motion of an expression of support from the Utah State Charter School Board for this proposal. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'd be happy to second that.
Thank you. So a motion from Member Olson and a second from Member Smith. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, which is an expression of support for this proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. This body is in support. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Phillips.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Cooper for her participation on the this discussion, and she's kind of been our liaison from staff for this matter. And so, board members who have questions about it, maybe more specifically, Ms. Plant referred to a possible change in formula and how that might affect schools and our desire to hold them harmless in an increase year. Ms. Cooper would be the one to go to for those details. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And we know that we're still in process then. That will still come back around distribution and that work. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your comments, Vice Chair Phillips, too. Thank you. Thanks all for your work relative to that. All right, as we look at time, we are doing very well. We're going to take a break at 10:30. Would all of you like to get up and move around, use the restroom, do some, and come back, and we'll be ready to hear about our proposals. All right, take a 10-minute break, will you? Or 20 at this point. Okay. All right. So we're back together again. Thank you for that. Well, I say thanks for the break before we get up and move around a little bit, and we're ready to listen to some proposals. This is one of the exciting meetings each year as we have an opportunity to hear ideas from schools individuals who are proposing potential schools. And so we'll let Ms. Stevenson talk to us about that process, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. All right, we wanted to start with a quick introduction today, and then we will get into those wonderful proposals that we have to look over. So as far as what to expect in this little presentation, we will give a quick review of the overall process, also going over what to expect today, as well as an introduction from staff for each proposal presentation. So what brings us here today? If you remember, we made some updates to our process. And as we've been reviewing over the past few years, we saw that our process was maybe not as supportive as it could be, although it was quite rigorous. And so this past year, we made some adaptations to that. And the first one we wanted to report on was that our proposal groups no longer attended that 3-hour training. What they had instead was a short 8-minute video, and the assignment that came after that video was to send us their why, as well as a minimum of 10 questions that they had. And then each group was able to meet one-on-one with Lisa and myself. You have a few cute screenshots there of those meetings, and have a one-on-one discussion about their questions, about their why, and about anything they really wanted or needed to know about starting a charter school. And the question that we were seeking to address was, could an individualized and supportive approach to the proposal and the application process enhance the quality of charter school applications? And so by providing that individualized support, we are hopeful that the answer to that will be yes, though we will see today from our proposals and then in January from our applications. So what to expect today is that all of those individuals have gone through that individualized training, and they are now ready to meet with you. Each group will have a proposal introduction done by the State Charter School Board staff. Lisa and I have been able to work closely with each of the groups, and so we've got 3 slides prepared for each of them to provide a brief overview. I would also like to recognize that while that has been an effort of the support team to get these proposal groups ready, we also, once the proposals were submitted, were able to join forces with the performance team. And so we have Andrew and Brendan that were also able to work with Lisa and I and put together those slides, as well as pertinent information related to both school support as well as potential performance. After you see the introduction for an individual school, then the proposals have created an introduction video. And so each group was tasked to make that video to share their idea, to share who they are, and to make it as creative as they wanted to for you. With that, they all were limited to 10 minutes or less, and all of the videos came in at that point under 10 minutes, so we will be able to watch the full video for each proposal group. Right after those videos, then they will move into a group interview and question and answer session with you, the board. So this will be your opportunity to ask them questions from your own review of the proposals, as well as things that you saw in the video or things that staff brought up in the introduction, and making sure that you feel like you have your questions addressed. I did, before the meeting, pass out the little paper packet to you, and this just has the names of the full board for each school and their titles if they were listed. And so if you would like to be able to use that to note, who we're talking to, or if there's someone that you have a specific question for, that is just there as a tool for you. You will notice that we did not prepare a data sheet or a set of questions for you at this point. That was a discussion that we made working with our interim directors. And with that, we felt that some of the data is too in-depth at this point, where this is just a proposal and they're just sharing those high-level ideas. As well as with the questions, we found that every year our board asks really great questions and comes up with that, it seems, on your own. And so we're happy to listen to your great questions that you have for those proposal groups. After we have viewed all 5 proposals, that's when we have on our agenda the discussion and the voting. The question that we're seeking to address is, are you curious to learn more about this idea? So a reminder that at this point, we are not giving full approval to any school. They're not invited to charter at this point, but just, are you curious to learn more? As you know, in your review of the proposals, that proposal application itself is about 10 pages, and then with some various appendices. And so you've really seen a high level idea at this point. And so if you decide to move them forward, what you're doing is inviting them to complete a full application. So we put those 2 pieces down at the bottom. If you invite a group to apply, their next steps, they will be attending a post-proposal boot camp where they will get a thorough introduction to all of the wonderful departments here at USBE and start making some additional connections. They will continue their collaboration with staff, and the performance team and support team have feedback that we've prepared that we're ready to share with them, as well as any feedback from our board meeting today that we can also then dive deeper in with them. And then their full application will be due November 1st. If they are not invited to apply, then that is simply the end of the journey for this cycle of proposals. And so they could, of course, put in a proposal for next year if they would like to continue on that. But for this cycle, that would be the end of it. There were 2 important things that we wanted to bring up as our performance and support teams were able to meet together and just talk about any general overall ideas that we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of and context moving forward. Of the schools that you will be seeing today, and again, there are 5, 3 are online and 1 is a hybrid. And so we did just want to show that there is some concern, or at least worth noting, about online school saturation and some potential enrollment concerns. If you see here with the historical trend, during those COVID years, 2020, 21, we really hit a high peak there and hit that total of 7,199 online students. Since COVID has tapered off a bit, we've returned essentially to those pre-COVID levels. And so with 3.5 from our hybrid school, looking at that online school, that would just be something to note as we are working through that. With the support team, we are also ready to help the school and talk about marketing or other things they can do with those concerns if the board chooses to move them forward. A few other things that we saw throughout all of the proposals, and just as general guidance that you may want to also remind the proposal groups about, were these 4 concepts: equitable student support, outside companies and curriculum oversight, ethical governance and transparency, as well as our board's commitment. And so breaking those down, with the equitable student support, with a large number of the schools being online or hybrid, making sure that we address with the proposal groups about how do we support a kindergartner learning at home that doesn't have a stay-at-home parent, or how do we make sure that students in rural parts of our state are also able to have that same access and that same opportunity. With the outside company and curriculum oversight, we know this has been an important piece that our board has discussed with proposal groups and applicants in the past. We do have some of our groups that are coming from national providers or that are creating their own curriculum that then they are planning to sell to the school or use at the school. And so just making sure that the board is aware of that and is able to provide that guidance and feedback to the schools about using outside companies that become essentially who you are in your charter agreement, and some of those possible concerns with creating and then selling your own curriculum to a school. We then have that one about ethical governance and transparency, and that really goes along with some of those concerns with just companies that schools choose to work with, also making sure that they are following procurement laws, that they are giving fair chances to all the vendors and to their board. We do have some boards that have a lot of familial relations on them. And so, again, something to look at and note as you are meeting with them today. And then finally, our board's commitment. We know we've been working on our values as a board and really wanting to commit to that authenticity and that excellence. And so as we go through those conversations today, making sure that our proposal groups recognize that if they move forward, that proposal was a great starting place. But of course, there will be additional work that is needed and required to have an application that is robust enough to meet the excellent standard that our board has set. And with that, I'm ready to begin introducing our applicants, our proposal groups. But I can pause here as well, Chair Bowles, if there are any questions about the overall process and what to expect today.
We propose that to the board. Anyone have any additional questions relative to process that you'd like to ask Ms. Stephenson in moving forward? All right, looks like we're ready to move forward.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, board. So the first group that we're going to hear today is American Principals Academy, and you'll see some of those technical pieces listed up here. This is a classical education model in Cedar City, and you may be thinking, this sounds familiar, so we will remind you that this group did apply last year. Their proposal last year was invited to complete a full application, and they did bring that full application to you for review at that January meeting. But at that point, they were not selected to move forward in the process. From January. The school that they are proposing would be a K-12 school in Cedar City. You can see that max enrollment listed there, and there are 6 board members serving on this board. We will note that between the time that the school turned in their proposal until today, there has been a change of 2 board members, and you were made aware of that with the additional information sheets being sent in about that change to their board members. Another interesting thing to note on the American Principals Academy application, proposal application here, is that they are requesting a waiver. And this waiver request would have the school start in the 24-25 school year, rather than the 25-26, which would be the typical cohort from this group of schools. So as our teams met together and discussed potential strengths as well as potential support needs, we would like to discuss those at this point. Some of the potential strengths are that the American Principals Academy team truly seems to understand their model. As they wrote out their proposal, there was a very clear understanding of what classical education is, what classical education is not, and it seems that they are very well versed in really what classical education is. Another great strength that they have is that they have already identified land and a facility that they would like to acquire, which does make that waiver something that you may want to consider where they already have that land and facility in mind. And another strength that we also pulled out from this proposal was the population appeal. They were able to speak to the population in Cedar City and how there is currently not a classical education model school in the area. And so that would provide something new and innovative in the area in Cedar City. And as they have talked with neighbors and friends and their community, they've been able to really make a case that there is a population appeal and that there are a number of students that would like to go to this school. From our January meeting, there had been some discussion about possibly going and meeting in the area with the school and with the community. That was something that the proposal group was not open to at this time, and so we were not able to go down and meet with the community, but they have shared that there is a large appeal there. Some of those potential support needs were that we saw there is that accelerated timeline. And so from the support staff and from the performance team and the State Charter School Board here, if we decide to move this forward, they will likely need support to make sure that everything is up and running, where they are really working off of a year timeline rather than the 18 to 20 months. We did also see that there is a possibility of some compliance challenges within this proposal, where the school has already identified that they would like to work with APS and are planning to engage in their services for business management and charter management of the school. Another support need that we saw is that this model is not innovative within our portfolio of schools. However, as noted, it is innovative to the area of Cedar City. And so that's something that, as our board has discussed innovation and wanting to continue to grow the robust amount of schools and the kinds of schools that are in our portfolio, that's worth noting that it would be joining a large number of classical model schools. And so to summarize on this third slide, as we mentioned, there will be 3 for each school. We tried to just pull out 2 true statements to give you that essentially what you're getting if you choose to buy. So if you choose to invite this school forward, what we said is that American Principles Academy would be adding a K-12 classical education model to the Cedar City community with a focus on character education instruction. And then the other true statement that we have is that this applicant would need to present a full application in September and receive your approval prior to October 1 if they're going to meet their requested timeline and comply with USBE rule. So that would be something to note with that waiver request, that they are requesting some additional accommodations outside of our typical process there. That's it for American Principles Academy on our staff introduction. I do have their video queued up unless there are questions you'd like me to address. And the full board is joining us online today.
Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, based on the disclosure in the proposal for American Principles Academy of the anticipated or actual engagement of American Preparatory Schools as a management company, I will not participate in the discussion or consideration today based on a potential professional conflict.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. To the rest of you, any additional questions at this point? Let's have the video, and we know that I won't invite them to the table since they're online. Folks are there online ready to go, so let's start with the video and we'll go from there.
Hi, my name is Karen Thielen, and I am the chairwoman of the board of American Principles Academy. Our mission is to provide a classical education, ensuring that every student achieves academic success and develops virtuous character. We chose the name American Principles because we believe that the principles of America's founding are the foundation for virtuous moral character and personal success. Having been a part of American Preparatory Academy, first with my children attending the school and then as the district school nurse, I loved how my children grew and how the education was taught. My family moved to Cedar City recently, and in searching for educational options for my children, there aren't many in the area. Public school, Gateway Preparatory Academy, and homeschooling were what we had to choose from. I didn't like that these were the only options. So with a group of parents who were also looking for other options, we became a board and helped create another option for families and parents in this area. I have a lot of education myself and have a great understanding of the importance of an excellent education for children as they grow. I hope to be able to assist in providing another option for families in our community with American Principles Academy.
I'm Matt Howard, the treasurer for the governing board of the American Principles Academy. I first got involved with the planning of the APA through my association with a couple of local political groups and local families that recognize the need for a classical education in Cedar City. Our families deserve to have a school like the APA in their neighborhoods, and our students deserve an education that provides strong focus on rigorous academic learning and character development, and lays a moral foundation for them for the rest of their lives.
Our veterans have done so much for us, and it is time we return the favor. The veterans are the reason we live in a free country today.
And this is why I am committed to launching the American Principles Academy in Iron County.
My name is Casey Anderson. I currently work on the board of American Principles Academy, and I'm responsible for community outreach. And I first came to Cedar City to go to Southern Utah University 20 years ago, and I've lived in Cedar City ever since. Received a bachelor's degree from there, and then also a master's degree, and I currently work as a rehabilitation counselor for the state of Utah. I was first engaged regarding the possibility of bringing a charter school to Cedar City by a neighbor who had recently moved down here from up north, and he had just voiced such an appreciation for the schools that he had had experience with up north, and he wanted to see some of that same opportunity for his children down here.
Ask guess, where do I go to a verb, adjective, or another adverb? What do I ask? How, when, where? What do I get? An adverb. That's what we're doing.
So when he approached me, I listened and I was open-minded and I did some research, and I'm excited to be able to help in every way possible. What I personally am most excited about, and having some discussions with my wife as well, we most are passionate about a very rigorous academic standard that is pursued in schools. That's what we look for the most. We also appreciate a more traditional education. That's something that we look for. And here in Iron County, we have kind of an interesting situation because we're the fastest growing county in the state of Utah, 6.5% growth last year. But at the same time, the voters recently opposed a bond in order to build a new school. So our schools are over capacity, and the school board doesn't have an option available to build a new school. Now, they are going to be renovating some existing schools, but that simply just does not cover the need and the demand for our students that we have. I prefer an environment where students don't get kind of lost in the shuffle. My expectation as a parent is I want my children to not only pass a test, but to exceed expectations, to prepare them for college, to prepare them for the workforce, but more importantly, to prepare them to be a good member of society, a contributing member of society. And I think that American Principles Academy will help in that goal.
Hello, I'm Kelly Hoffling. I'm the parent advocate for the board for American Principles Academy. I want to bring another charter school to Cedar City because I'm unimpressed as a parent with the options for public school and for the local charter school. I think that if American Principles Academy were to come to Cedar City, as I currently homeschool my children, I would enroll them immediately. I want to bring a school that can closely align with parents' belief system and their values, And I think that American Principals Academy would be a great fit to Cedar City and to the local parents who are also unimpressed and looking for another option to teach their children.
Hi, I'm Scott Herrick, Vice Chair on the board for American Principals Academy. I've been an educator for 8 years. I've taught elementary and high school, both in Utah and in Texas. I want to start this school because I've seen what good comes from innovative thinking in an educational approach. I've seen students get left behind through different programs and things, and one of the things that I really love about the model we're trying to push forward here is ability level grouping with reading, math, and spelling.
Intensive skill level groups in reading, mathematics, and language arts, which supplements the instruction in the classroom. The intensive classes are made up of students who are at the same instructional level regardless of their grade or class. The classes are taught by teachers, special education teachers, or by trained special education paraprofessionals under the Certified Special Education Teacher's direction. The intensive class assignment for each student is determined through assessments.
With ability level grouping, we can give kids tests to kind of see where they're at and figure out, okay, where are the holes that need filled in their education in this particular subject. And I've seen kids who were behind in math or reading fill those holes quickly and be able to jump to the next level up or beyond. I've had parents express concerns that, oh, my second grader is in the same reading group as my fourth grader, and I don't want them to feel behind on anything. And they really don't. And I've seen siblings helping each other and pushing each other to do better. It's been a really, really good method. Average day in the life of a student at the school, it's actually really nice because it's pretty regular. They have a schedule, they know what to expect, and they get into the classroom. Everyone's dressed the way that they're dressed. There's no peer pressure or things to dress in different ways. Or to fit different social groups within the school. Being a teacher who's taught at schools with uniforms and taught at schools without uniforms, we want uniforms in our school. I can tell you there is a huge difference, not just in behavior, but also in confidence.
Hi, my name is Kathy Merrill, and I'm the Secretary of the Board of American Principals Academy. I'm very excited for American Principals Academy because it will provide a rigorous curriculum and a classical education that a lot of families are looking for, and an excellent character development program. I first got involved in American Principals Academy through my work in the community. I'm on the board of the Iron-Dixie Committee of Rights, and we try to stay really involved in what's going on. We watch over our schools. Needless to say, I have heard from many families about the need for another educational option in Cedar City. As a mother of 5 children, I've experienced curriculums and programs that have worked and inspire learning, and those that do not. I've worked in education a little bit. I've been a substitute teacher in the Washington County School District, and I taught physical education there for several years. I've seen there's just no one size fits all in education, which is why we need another option here in Cedar City.
All right. So I'm back on, right, Jerry? But just during the video, push it over to the side a little bit. That's great. So I'm trying to acknowledge those who are here from American Principals Academy so that all of you who have questions from the board can have them fill those. Do we have, I'm seeing 3 members. Do we have additional members I just can't see? Because we have.
Yes, the iPhone is one of our board members also, and our chair, Casey Anderson, had a work conflict come up this morning that he had to handle, and Blaine Hoffling, our last board member, should be on in a minute. He also had a last minute work meeting that gets over in a couple minutes, so he should be able to hop on soon.
Okay, and the iPhone belongs to?
Cami Merrill.
All
Yes,
right.
Cami Merrill.
There we are, Cami Merrill, secretary. Thank you. Okay, we're good. All right. I'll start then with any questions from our board, things that you'd like to know from this team? Member Cisneros.
And maybe this is a staff answer as well. Ms. Stephenson alluded to the fact that we had asked to have some community type meetings and engagement between staff and this board, and there seemed to be some resistance to that. So I would just hope that the board and maybe staff would elaborate on that a little.
Yes, I'm able to speak to that from the staff perspective. Following that board meeting, we reached out to the group and expressed that directive from the board. There was some question as to if that was actually a directive that was given. We went back and reviewed the State Charter School Board meeting and the minutes, and were able to share where those pieces were discussed within the board meeting. There were some questions from the group about, what exactly are we trying to accomplish and why are we coming down? And their feeling coming out of the board meeting was that the support for the school was not in question, but that it was rather the ability and the competency of the board. And so there was, that was the feeling from the school. And when we said, we've been tasked to come down and to meet with the community, they felt like that was something that they could not agree to.
Would anyone from the school like to comment about that question? Could you hear the question? Yeah. All right. If there's anyone who would like to comment?
Yeah, this is Matt. I can speak to that.
Thank you.
That's actually fairly accurate representation. We felt like walking away from the meeting last year that the primary issues that why the proposal was not approved were not because of community need, but because of the composition of our board. And so we've worked on the composition of our board since last year. We've made some changes there that we can talk about later if you're interested. And as far as the State Charter School Board employees coming down to meet with the community, we didn't really, I guess from our point of view, we have been talking about this school a lot. There is so much interest, and we almost felt like we didn't want to get people's hopes up too much, if that makes sense. Say, this is going to happen, and then have it, be turned down again. And, this process may take, we don't know how long. So that was kind of our hesitation. Of course, we would never, discourage anybody from coming down and meeting, but we didn't really feel like we were in a position to invite all of our family and friends and neighbors out to this meeting when we didn't really know what the path forward was going to be with the charter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to respond to that. Do we have additional questions? Vice Chair Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I appreciate American Principals Academy's board representing the school and the video and the proposal. If I were just going to answer the question for myself, and obviously this is a board decision, are you curious to learn more about this proposal? I would say yes at this stage. What gives me pause about, so I need to ask a few questions related to your proposal, would be just some clarification that I would want about the waiver and also about the building and what you're asking for. It's one thing for us to say to a proposal, we would love to hear more, give us a full, full application that we can look at in January and study over a number of months. And in a way, there's an extra weight on our consideration of your proposal, and if we choose to grant or send the waiver request through our board with a favorable recommendation to the Utah State Board of Education. And that is that, it would be so expedited September, and then you would be starting again already in the fall. So a couple questions I have related to that. In your proposal, you reference a building that's become available in land. It seemed to me, and I tried to read carefully, but it seemed to me that building that its capacity was limited in terms of the number of students you're asking for, and maybe you can help clarify. It seemed that it was a building that only had the capacity for one section per grade, or at this time even less, maybe a K through 8, one section, and that you're asking for 858 students. Would you just talk to me, and maybe our board is interested in this as well, other members may have my same questions, about what the need is to expedite and push this process against the timelines that we've established for really good reasons and in coordination with the USBE, as opposed to considering your proposal and a full application on our regular timeline, and whether or not the reasons not only are justified, but your building, as you describe it in your proposal, can even be ready for the numbers of students you're asking for. So anyway, I have another question as well, but that's really one that's on my mind, and I present that question to the board for a response.
So the building we have seen. Sorry, did I go on too soon?
No, you're fine. I was just going to say,
Okay,
any of you
awesome.
can respond, and you did.
Okay, so the building we have seen and are trying to fit into is, yes, about the third of the size we're hoping for. And the reason we would like to get in it sooner rather than later is so that we can start building a school, because the real estate in Cedar City is limited for what we need to start out with. And so we want to be able to get in there as quickly as possible. And because there is a bond coming up for the Iron County School District to expand into a bigger elementary school and to build a new elementary school. So we do have that need there for the students to come in. And yes, it would be a smaller school to start out with, but as the time goes on, we're hoping to be able to build a school and to get more capacity. But for that first year, while we're trying to still figure out where our permanent home, whether that's building or another building, crossing our fingers, we don't know for sure, because real estate, as everyone knows, is so volatile that we need to grab it as soon as we can.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up on that. It looks like you're having some sound issues there. Are you hearing me well? Yes. I think we might just
Yes, we
pause
do
for
hear
a
you.
minute there.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me? Great. Yeah, kind of like Kelly was talking about, we have an option on a building for 2024. That option goes away if we don't take advantage of that. And then as Kelly was talking about the commercial real estate, there's just not a lot of options in Cedar City. And it also, we kind of feel like it's an advantage to start smaller. We don't know that we necessarily want to have 900, 850 students on our first year. So a smaller building works in that regard too. We start smaller, get everything operating smoothly while we work on, building out the full school over the next couple of years. But primarily it's just that the limitations we have, the options we have, but we have an option on a building in 2024, and that option goes away if we don't take it. So we'd like to start. And as we're a parent board, we all have young children. And we'd like to get our children in this, in a classical education model before they grow up. That's really a big part of it too.
Chair Bowles has allowed me to ask some follow-up questions. So the first question I have as a follow-up is, your proposal does not show an expanding enrollment option. It just shows from year one, 858 students. So does yours show? Go back. I'm looking at the 10 in American Principles, and I'm seeing year one, 858, year two, 858, and year three, 858. Am I not seeing the right thing?
Yeah, and mine shows 1,089.
That is the correct one, the 1,089.
Okay, I'm probably in an old PDF of it then. I thought I'm in the same folder.
But either one is.
Okay, either one though. It's a large number that appears to be consistent over the 3 years, starting in year one. And my number is
for the sake of the budget, we modeled off of a full, the full capacity. However, if our building is smaller than that, which it will likely be, that obviously won't be what we use for those. Won't be the real numbers.
okay.
I don't know if that's an issue, or if you need us to create a model on that expanding enrollment option.
I mean, it's a little bit of an issue because I would say, obviously, your final your final submission would have maybe more detail. But one of the factors that we look at, of course, is how many students, where you would house them, whether or not the population that you're seeking to target could fulfill your hope for that over 1,000 students. And in this particular case, I mean, there's probably not a proposal coming before us that wouldn't want to start in fall of 24 and run through fiscal 25. So we have to have some really compelling reasons to consider that waiver, as opposed to just allowing you to submit a full application in that we would consider in January by our November deadline. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the proposal seemed to present the idea, and I think you have as well, that this building is kind of a one of a kind. We need to get into it fast. But, it sounds like it's inadequate to house the number of students you've asked for. I don't know if it's even zoned, because normally we wouldn't ask people at the proposal stage for this, but you're asking for a waiver to start in a year. Is that building in a zone that would allow for schools? Can it be sort of built out to house the number of students you're asking our board to consider, not granting you today, but asking, us to weigh that in our not only in our request to know more, but actually in the potential for a waiver. So I have a few concerns about that. I'm not as concerned about the fact that the school isn't particularly innovative for our portfolio when it's innovative for the area and parents seem to really want it. I think there's pretty ample evidence for that over the course of this school's requests of this board, or this group's request of this board. But I'm not sure I'm convinced yet that there's a compelling enough reason for this building that's not adequate and may not even be zoned properly for us to expedite the process, as opposed to just say, yes, we're interested and we'd love to hear more, and this seems like a really good idea for Cedar City.
Yeah, those are all really good points, and I understand where you're coming from. To answer your question, yes, the current facility we're looking at is zoned for a charter school, and the building is perfectly adequate for us to get started. Aside from the fact that there aren't buildings out here big enough to, have a school at full capacity like we're talking about, they just don't exist. That would have to be something that would be built. We don't really feel like we could find a builder to build us a big school at full capacity, a 900 student school in 2025 for a startup charter school, if that makes sense. We have a very hard time securing a loan and saying, hey, we're going to open this school. We know we're going to have 900 students. It's going to be amazing. Build a building for us. So we kind of have to work with what we have available. And as I mentioned, there's just not a lot of commercial real estate that works for what we have, but this building does. We have the option on it.
if we don't start in 2024, we lose that option. And then in 2025, we're scrambling. We're scrambling to find, we're scrambling. So that's why, this is a viable option. It's there. If we have to wait, then it'll be a much, much more difficult situation to find a building that can house even 300 students.
Okay, my follow-up comment would be, if this board were to invite you to make a full submission, and I haven't heard from anyone but myself, so I have no idea what the board is thinking. But if this board were to do that, I would suggest that you would need to consider, particularly if the board also gave a favorable recommendation to an expedited timeline, that your full submission include a reduced number of the first year and an expanding number each of second and third years, so that we could have confidence, if we were to consider approving this school to be authorized, that you are realistically dealing with the situation that you have and have a justification for our consideration of that expedited process. We do that kind of with firm conditions that we feel justify that change, and also with the idea and confidence that that school could open in the fall as a tinier school and could fit into a building that's pre-existing. Anyway, those are just my thoughts as a board member. That would be more compelling to me if that were the position you took in a full submission that was in an expedited process.
Yeah, thank you. I can also see how that would improve our application. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll add to that, of course, and along with that, and I think that's what Vice Chair Phillips is implying, that we see the budget that would go with that, obviously a more specific budget, so that we would know. We want any school that we authorize. Once we've done that, we are your partners. We want you to succeed. And we do want you to succeed. And so it helps us to be able to say this school has the potential of surviving. It will have enough money to survive. And if it's an unrealistic number or unrealistic budget, obviously, then we say, this is just not going to work for you. We can't help you to succeed with that. So we'd like to if you were to move forward, the budget would be very important. And Vice Chair Phillips also mentioned she feels confident with the numbers of times and proposals that you feel that you'll have the numbers to come to the school. And maybe that's partly why she's saying start with a smaller number and let's see it grow. It helps me to know, yes, you do have the market interest. You have individuals who want to come to the school. Here's how we know that. Here's how we know. Here's how we feel comfortable. We will have those numbers. Therefore, we'll have the dollars. Therefore, we'll have the budget. Therefore, we need this facility, and we need it on an expedited timeline so that we can get started. So we know you've been thinking about it. It's not like it's just your first month or two you've been considering. But those things help us to be able to say, okay, this is a school that they've done their homework. They want to be successful. We want them to be successful, and this is a way that they'll do that. Additional comments from members of the board? Member Cisneros, then Member Smith. Just follow.
I'm probably being slightly nostalgic. As they were talking, Carl G. Mazer is who came to my mind, that started in a renovated bowling alley. I don't know if any of you had the option to see their cute little school. And what they have been able to grow. So like I said, I'm probably being nostalgic for the grassroots movement of back in the day. Classical education almost looks innovative now because we've gone to such digital teaching and learning focus and everything. And that has its pros and cons. And although I appreciate Mr. Howard's statements, I feel like we did express, and maybe it has been met, I'm still on the fence, if I'm honest, about not whether or not a need for a charter school exists in Cedar City. That, I think, is clearly demonstrated by everybody. But what model are the parents in Cedar City looking for? And that's the question that I was hoping that staff and this board together could, that question is being asked and answered. And I'm on the fence as to whether or not that has been answered. but that's my only reservation. I even can get behind the waiver, because almost if you start ramping up and getting the energy, a faster and expedited keeps parent interested in a way that dragging it out doesn't. So that's where I'm at right now.
I echo everything that Member Cisneros said, and a lot of what Vice Chair Phillips has said. It's clear that there is strong parent demand there. I am not concerned about duplicating the model of a classical education school, and because of the location, whether we have very successful schools in our portfolio already. So I think that's replicating that in a new location is, a new area is probably highly desirable, because we like to repeat what succeeds. The only thing that gives me, and like Member Cisneros said, I can get behind the waiver concept if we have a plan that starts small and scales rather than one that assumes 1,000 students on day one. The only hesitation that I have is it concerns me that you would reject a request that we made directly to our staff to meet with you, simply because you felt it wasn't needed. I would feel much more comfortable if you had come back to us and discussed that, or if you had asked staff to discuss that with us, because I would like to see a cooperative relationship with staff rather than one that tries to push them away.
Thank you. Thank you both for those comments. Additional from any member of the board? Other questions you have? Yeah, Vice Chair Phillips, go ahead.
Relative to Member Cisneros' comments, with which I agree, that I think that this board of American Principals Academy needs to be very sensitive to the fact that I think we're asking you some questions that we might not always ask at a proposal stage, as opposed to a full submissions of stage, because we are anticipating that if we do vote to approve, that we may be hearing you in a month and need you to understand what our concerns are, and they would need to be addressed in a full application in a way that we wouldn't be as concerned with other proposals. And I think Member Cisneros' comments were very much of that level of a full application question. So my advice would be that you would need to answer that in your full submission, and you would, in my opinion, and you would need to be prepared to speak to us about that very specifically, so that we would be confident that you could move forward and begin and run a successful school. But I did want to point out that we are questioning and thinking about you in the way that we might not just be asking the question, are we curious to learn more, because of the ask that you've made.
Yeah, I understand the waiver is a big ask, and so I for one appreciate all the feedback. Anything we can do to make the proposal better and address your concerns at this point is better. Ideal.
Yes, I think we all are hearing and taking in the suggestions and the comments, and I think at the time when we were looking at having the staff come down, we were trying to navigate seeing who best to add to our board and trying to get our board to the place that the state charter board had suggested we get to before we bring everybody in, and that took some time as well. So I think we didn't want to put our fingers in too many pies and not be a set board on presenting to the city, hey, this is the board that's trying to run the school, and not, instead of having, this is half a board maybe, or part of a board. We were trying to get our ducks in a row before saying, everyone come and this is what we're doing. We wanted to make sure we had our leadership and our board in a set place in order to be able to show them this is who is trying to bring this school down to you in this model.
Thank you. I think members of the charter board have asked questions unless the questions they had, unless anyone else has one. American Principals Academy Board, anyone have any final comments you want to make? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm going to just remind you then, of course, we will vote on this a little later today. We appreciate your time and preparing again for us this proposal. The questions that we asked, know that it's like the teacher saying to a group of students, this is what's going to be on the test. So if you were to move forward, those things that we've asked about today are the things that we would be looking for in a complete proposal. So that just little clues to remember and stay up with. And we appreciate your time in being with us and preparing a proposal again for us today. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Let's move. I think that we on to our next proposal. We're just a little bit ahead, but we've got good time then. So, Ms. Stevenson, Co-Learn Academy, Utah.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. All right, for our next proposal, I'm going to introduce you to Co-Learn Academy. Their model is virtual homeschool support, and that is how they described themselves in their proposal. Their location is a statewide online school serving grades K through 12. Their max enrollment they're seeking is 375 students. There are no waivers requested, and there are 5 members of their board. This is one of the other boards that also had some board member changes between the submission of the proposal and then today's meeting. So again, as the support and the performance team met and we discussed the strengths and the support needs that this proposal might have, we found the potential strengths to be that since it is a homeschool support type model, they spoke to having professional development that is specific for parents and helping parents to be able to succeed in those endeavors in educating their students. Another strength was that they are seeking to benefit a number of different populations that could use a strong school. So they're targeting rural, underserved, and accelerated students. Another potential strength is that Co-Learn Academy will be part of a network of schools, and they have successful out-of-state models that are operating in other states. Some of the potential support needs that we saw, the first one being that we do have another school in our portfolio that follows a similar type model. And historically, there have been some concerns that the board has visited with that school about. And so that was a potential support need that we may need to address and work with them closely on as they continue to develop their idea. Another potential support need that we saw was that I'm sure, as everyone knows from our most recent legislative session, that the Utah Fits All voucher scholarship is going to be entering the education scene next year. And so there was a concern if vouchers would end up impacting enrollment if they are also seeking those homeschooled students and families. And so that's something that as staff we can be sure to provide support and ideas on if this moves forward. Similarly, this school did have some potential conflict of interest issues that you may want to address with them between their board members and the Co-Learn Academy, and being employees and board members and all working together in that same environment. And then that final one, as we did bring up earlier, as just a global concern, making sure that they have thought through the ideas about supervision issues for younger students, which, you know, again, if you've got a kinder or a first grader without a stay-at-home parent, making sure that this is something that would be still considered a safe school and a safe environment for them to participate. So, as far as our two true statements at the end here to kind of summarize what we've seen, Co-Learn Academy Utah would add an option for homeschool parents to access educational support and materials using public school funds. Another statement, though, is that this would be another K-12 online school connected to a private multi-state software and curriculum provider targeted towards homeschool families. And so Co-Learn Academy, I believe, is going to be joining us. Some of them are here in person and some will be online. And so then we will be able to hear from them. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair Bowles.
Thank you. Yes, and thanks for taking the cue to move right up into place. We appreciate that. And we can watch the video together, and then we'll be ready for questions.
Hi, this is Michael Staten, and I'm excited to talk to you about our proposal for Co-Learn Academy Utah. First, I want to tell you how the board came together to propose Co-Learn Academy Utah. Rebecca Raymond moved to Utah from Arizona, where she had her 4 kids enrolled in Co-Learn Academy, Arizona. We've been in Arizona for going on 3 years now. Amber Robinson has been the executive director of our academy in Arizona and is the chief academic officer of our ESP. I'm the founder and have worked with Amber for going on 3 years now, and have been involved with many education innovations over the past 15 years. So we've been working in Arizona with Becky Kruger, who is our head of compliance and our functional CFO. So Rebecca wanted us to bring Co-Learn Academy to Utah so that the friends that she's made and the network that she's built of families that could benefit from this kind of model can benefit from Co-Learn Academy as a public charter school. And she can send her kids there again. So that team is complemented by Terry Stagg, who has a background in workforce-based learning and manages an internship program for high school students. And the Co-Learn Academy model is particularly suited for this kind of opportunity at the high school level. And Rebecca and Terry are both residents of Utah. So why would parents like Rebecca want to bring Co-Learn Academy to Utah? In just our first year, our growth scores were better than the average school in the state, and our proficiency scores were better than the premier and largest virtual school in the state of Arizona. But it's not just about data. We actually need to look at how we meet parent needs, and Co-Learn Academy is the kind of school that they demand. Current parent options are between 2 extremes. They can delegate all aspects of their child's education to a full-time school, or they can take the leap and do something generally called home education or homeschool, where they have total ownership and complete independence from the school system. We think there are 2 aspects of parent agency that really matter to them. So one is being able to influence the academic plan and curriculum choices, and then the other is the day-to-day progress management and engagement in day-to-day learning. What a lot of parents want is something in the middle where they have some agency over the academic plan and curriculum choices, and they have plenty of involvement in the day-to-day progress management and learning activities. Not only that, but they'd like to be able to express their preferences in terms of how much they want to delegate each of these aspects to the school and how much they want to own and influence. We find that parents get really excited by that amount of agency and empowerment, and we're meeting a lot of parents who have that desire but haven't found the kind of school that will allow them to have that kind of choice architecture. So at Co-Learn Academy, parents find that we've really bridged the best of both worlds. We provide what quality schools have to offer, as well as give parents the kind of choice and agency that they look for in home education. And that's why parents feel like with Co-Learn Academy, they're able to remix the best of online education and education technology and high quality schools and provide the kind of education that they want for their family. And that's why we have rave reviews and are loved more than brands that parents usually love, like Costco and Disney and Target. In our model, we actually have one mentor per learner. That is typically the parent, though not always. Parents and guardians can delegate that responsibility of being the mentor to someone on our staff or a trusted family friend or family member. In this scenario, the mentor works with our teachers to assure student achievement and is there with the child day to day on a longitudinal basis. These mentors have contractual responsibilities if they want to be eligible for our very modest stipend as a paraprofessional. Think of it as an instructional assistant role. Because of this, we're able to elevate our own educators and allow them to focus on interventions and experience design and delivery that moves the needle and complements engaging online instruction and engaging high quality aligned curriculum. So all of our educators play two functional roles in addition to having content lead teachers responsible for subject matter curriculum and the progress, proficiency, and achievement of everyone studying that subject. We also have the concept of an education specialist or a co-pilot that helps parents choose from curriculum, set up a strong plan, and works with parents to make sure that they're making sufficient progress according to their own goals. Every co-pilot will serve up to 20 families, and the learners are actually grouped into something we call a homeroom. Grouping of the homeroom allows the co-pilot to see progress data and monitor whether or not families are logging the time and uploading the work samples and meeting the expectations of not only Co-Learn Academy, but the goals that the family had set out according to their plan. Instead of having a one-size-fits-all curriculum, the co-pilot works with parents to select right-fit curriculum based on learning preferences and level, and parents can choose to bring their own selected curriculum or work from a blended approach. It's as easy as selecting a full primary curriculum, selecting supplemental curricula, and selecting enrichment resources, many of which are provided by Co-Learn Academy, and others are available through a small enrichment fund that we provide for every learner to help pay for supplemental and enrichment resources and activities. This experience we call setting up a learning journey for each learner. And as a whole, we look at it as a family modular academic plan. So there's a map and there's a journey. This map and journey also provides foundational information that goes along with standard IEPs for students with special needs. Because this approach gets right to student learning and progress and uses well-designed education technology, families report that core foundational subject matter learning is taking them less time, which means they have more time available for experiential learning, enrichment activities, and play, of which many are offered through Co-Learn Academy as well. We offer a wide variety of clubs and activities, and we run very regular field trips. So although our default is online learning, there's lots of in-person community building, and students are able to build the kind of social experience that they would at a brick and mortar school.
Anything else, Ms. Stephenson, from that? I can go ahead. All right, great. We see that Mr. Setton's online with us. And how about if those who have taken seats here with you would introduce yourself so we know who you are?
I'm Amber Robinson, and I will go ahead and let you know that we do have one other board member, the parent. Rebecca could not be here because she just started a brand new job. So she was very sorry that she could not attend with us. She just started this week.
Ready for it to turn. Oh, I'm Becky Kruger, and as was in the slideshow there, that I'm the compliance and operations person that helps with Co-Learn Academy.
And I'm Terry Lisa Stagg, and I'm a board member.
All right, thank you. So, and Amber is the other one. Amber's here. Amber, good, thank you. 3, 4, there's one I'm missing. Who am I missing? Emma?
Rebecca Raymond.
Aha, thanks. All right. Members of the charter board, who would like? Anyone have questions, things you'd like to ask, get clarification? Go ahead. Thank you. Member Spiker.
I don't need to. Oh, I'm still going to push the button. I'll just start with the last clip in the video, sticking in my brain as I think about the importance of the social connections. And I'm assuming this would be so across the state. Could you speak a little bit about how you envision facilitating those social gatherings in a state so large?
Sure. So we are going into our 3rd year in Arizona, so I'll share how we started there and how well it's gone. So we do currently, and that we would do the same thing here, we do 2 field trips a month throughout the state. We try to look at our pocket of areas that are huge, maybe, in Arizona, it might be Phoenix or Tucson or Flagstaff. So we try to pocket our families. We provide those at no cost to the parents. So they just have to get there for those. So those are provided by the charter. Another thing we do is we do online. This year we have 42 online classes and clubs that we offer. And we like to call some of them clubs because think of like the other day we just had 35 kids get on a Zoom call to learn about geography, and we said, where are you in the United States? And we were trying to target the United States this year, so the school as a whole was learning about American history, so it was really neat. We had 17 kids get on a elementary Spanish club, so it's more of a relaxed environment. So think everybody knows of OutSchool, right? Where parents are getting and they're buying that course for 6 weeks at a time. We do it for the whole year. So these kids are developing friendships with they're meeting with online in a fun, engaging, and also learning environment. And the kids love them. Like last year, we only had 20. We had to double it because we had so much interest in what we did. And our teachers are loving it. We have writer workshops. We have math fluency games, things that are engaging them in their learning, but is really fun for the kids and they enjoy, but they also get that social aspect with their friends. And so that's been really good. This is going into our 3rd year in Arizona, and we would hope to be able to implement it here as well. We have a one day a week drop off that we do there now, that parents have the option to do. And we've rented like community buildings or somewhere that we're doing a fun learning thing where they can get art and science and social studies. So I would venture to say the majority of our families feel they have a lot more social aspect than they would in a traditional online environment.
Anything follow up, Member Spiker? No. Good. Others from the board? Others who would like to? I do. Yeah. Vice Chair Phillips, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. Is that all right, Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask as many as you'd like.
The first one's just a clerical. I just want to make sure that that I understand, and I also, as you know from the last presentation, I want to make sure I'm in the right document. I have a proposal from Co-Learn that suggests that SY 24-25 is their first year, and
we saw that, and then we also saw that they did not indicate that they were seeking a waiver, and so the assumption was that perhaps they did not understand the correct year. And so the timeline, yep. And so we did not put it forward as a waiver on this one. And Lisa and I were planning to do some follow-up and make sure that they were on the right timeline moving forward.
All right, then let me just make sure that you understand that if you were asked to submit a full application, and then if you were to be approved, you would not start until FY26, so the school year 25-26. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and I apologize for that. It's just, I think when we were doing the numbers, but we are well aware of the timeline, and we know that it would be starting 2 years from now. So yeah.
Perfect. I just wanted to clarify
Yes.
that because if we do approve and ask you to submit a full application, I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page of when that would, roll out. Okay, so I would like to know two things. And the second one is I'd like you to explain the conflict of interest so that I can feel good about asking for a full submission if that's what I decide to do, if I vote that way, that I will feel that these are conflicts that can be resolved and that don't present to me issues of ethics and concern about the purpose of this school and what might be behind it other than serving children. So that's kind of the second one. But just as a teacher of, 4 decades kind of a thing, I'd like to ask who's teaching the children in this model? Because there were, moving parts, a pilot, a co-pilot, the parents, the curriculum itself, which is a teacher in some ways. And I'm okay with innovative models, but I'd just like to know if this board ultimately wants to know more about this school and then would authorize it down the line with public monies, which are allowed in our state to go to parents so that they specifically do homeschool. But when given to a school, when those same monies are given to a school, it's anticipated that teachers will teach. I need to know, which wasn't clear to me from your presentation, who is teaching these children.
Great question. I'll answer that one first. So we have certified teachers, and they would be in the state of Utah. Our teachers in Arizona are state teachers there. They are doing 100% of the instruction. So we call them program mentors. That's generally a parent, but not always. They do get a very small stipend. It's like they're the academic coach or the paraprofessional, so to speak, because we know learning at home requires a parent to kind of stay on top of that child, maybe especially if they're younger, it's staying, near them and giving them support. So we provide that small stipend. It's $150 a month per student is what we give the parent to do that small stipend. And they are not the teacher of record. They are not expected to teach them how to do phonics or how to read or how to write. Our teachers are providing that instruction. It's more of that parent saying, hey, it's time to get on your Zoom class to do this. Or, hey, have you done your lesson today? Or, hey, let's submit your reading sample to your teacher today. So it's more of the parent coming alongside with the student and being that advocate for them and supporting them at home to give them a better learning environment at home. And they do like to feel like they're more of like that academic coach for the student. They're right there beside them. We really see them as the paraprofessional. They're working with our teachers. We even, in fact, sometimes have parents that'll meet with the teacher to say, can you show me how to add fractions again? Because I'm trying to help my student, and you showed them yesterday, but I'd like to be able to support them. So sometimes it's even that they're getting professional development in a way from our teachers. So our teachers are 100% going through the curriculum with the students. Our teachers are providing the feedback and the grading for the students. Our teachers are doing the one-on-one interventions or the small group interventions. The parents aren't doing any of those things. And it's not always a parent. Sometimes we have parents, especially of older students at the high school level, that they're like, I know I'm not going to do that. Like, that's my kid's independent. So one of our teachers steps into that role of being more of I even have some teachers that text their students, hey, I saw you didn't submit your work yesterday. So they're more of staying on top of them. And we do have some that grandma's doing it for them. Grandma's the one that's at the home, that kindergarten student that has, a single parent that's working or two parents that are working. They have an aunt that's at home with them, or maybe they have a neighbor that's watching them during the day. So they act as that program mentor for them. So it's more of, assisting them in their daily work to make sure they're staying on pace. And it's worked really well because it also allows our teachers to work closely with that program mentor. Like, hey, I haven't seen Johnny in class this week. Is everything okay? How can I help? What's been going on? Because sometimes Johnny may not be able to speak up for himself, And to answer your other question, I'm not sure the conflict of interest, so I guess I'll try to answer it. I am the only one that I am the executive director of the academy in Arizona, so I run the Arizona charter school. I would not be working in any capacity for the one here, and I don't know that it's two totally independent schools. They are not under a corporate entity of any way. So I don't know that there would be a conflict of interest in that way. Becky's independent. Terry, of course, is independent, and so is Rebecca. Michael is the founder of our technology company for CoLearn, but he would only be on the board. And again, the board is going to be hopefully comprised of more people than just the 5 of us, so that the board, they get to, it's not an ESP, it's not a CMO or anything like that. The schools will be 100% independent of each other.
Follow-up question to that, if I may. And I may have misunderstood the conflict because I did not think you were the conflict. But my understanding is that with the founder of a tech company that you are, whose curricula and perhaps even platforms and support you're using, I don't know to what extent, but I'm assuming that that's a package. To have a board member who is specifically benefiting from the decisions made. Michael seems like a really great guy, but is he a good member to have on this board?
Well, I will let you know he's also on my Arizona board. I have 7 members on my board. He is not allowed to vote on any matters that would relate to CoLearn corporate, and they do not provide any of the curriculum. They only provide the technology we use for our students, which is how we do our journeys for our students, how we do our attendance tracking, how we upload things. So it's just technology based. And Michael is required to recuse himself from any financial planning or any budgets to that nature when it comes to CoLearn Academy.
I may have a follow-up still, but go ahead. Sure.
So, and I wanted just to speak to the governance. So the board is an independent board, of course, and for procurement purposes, we would have to bid out any of these types of services, and any potential conflict of interest, of course, would be board trained. We would train the board on those policies and what that means. And then the board, if they don't like the technology, if the board were to engage with the technology that Michael's company has started, then if we don't like it, we can fire the company as an independent board. And that's the same way we run the board is run in Arizona, that it's totally independent, and it's a board-run school, and we would assume that the same would happen here. But as the governance and compliance person that helps in Arizona, I make sure that everybody understands the conflict of interest. We have yearly conflict of interest training. Everybody has to, say what any conflicts they may have, just so that the other members of the board are aware of, as well, of who needs to be recused in those types of situations.
Member Smith.
So my obvious concern is that you have pre-selected a provider since you have the same logo with the same name. So how could we be convinced that you were truly conducting an open kind of process for adopting your technology?
Well, CoLearn Academy is the name of the school, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we use their technology. I will let you know that currently I do not have an agreement with CoLearn either for their technology at Arizona. So that is still something that my board has to vote on, and they do. I mean, they're well aware that, I do think our model is extremely unique in the way that we allow parents to choose the curriculum. I think all of us here believe in school choice. That's why we're here. But at CoLearn, we take it a step further and we believe in curriculum choice because we don't think all students learn the same way. So we have several different curriculum providers that we use. And in fact, if a parent comes to us and says none of those are working, we're like, okay, let me figure out what I can go get for you. And we outsource it. So part of that is using a technology that allows us to track that well so that parents can share those concerns with us and that parents can put that in. And we are more than happy to bid that out all the time. Like we do not have that in our budget right now. That's not something we'd work on. It would be something the board would agree to. But I don't know of another company that would have that technology at the moment because of our model. But I mean, obviously our board is, we would go about it, like Becky said, in the right way. And so we do have the CoLearn Academy, and that's more because our model, not necessarily because the company itself beforehand, but we believe in co-learning. We believe in coming alongside our parents, coming alongside a family. So with that co-learn is the whole purpose of the model, is that we're learning with our families, that we're bringing families together to be part of that choice.
Member Cisneros. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Can I speak to that? Hi. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Well, in Arizona and in Utah in 2026, I would definitely be outnumbered on the board and can also be asked to step off it. I think that the norms around having impartial selection of software works when there are many providers of a known category of software. So, if you're choosing accounting software or something, like there are many providers of it. When it comes to this concept of co-learning, of which there are like several core principles. One is serving a family as a whole, having a relationship with a parent that is across subjects and grades, partnering with a program mentor that has a longitudinal and day-to-day relationship with the learner, and keeping the family informed of, not only informed, but engaged across like all academic and extracurricular progress. There just isn't, the reason I started the software and work to help set up CoLearn Academy in Arizona is because this kind of thing didn't really exist. And in order for it to exist and to have accountability metrics, to at any given time know where students are in their academic progress and where they are in different curriculums and which kinds of things they're responding to to, kind of requires a lot of innovation. And the relationship isn't about kind of installing a hard to remove vendor relationship or anything. It's about trying to help bring a new model of hybrid learning, meaning, online, offline, that should exist but doesn't quite yet. And really, forging that frontier and bringing something new into the world that a lot of families would benefit from.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I'll go back to Member Cisneros then with her question.
Two, if I may, Chair. They're totally unrelated, though. One, if we said yes because we're interested today, would the plan be to recruit more Utah-based board members before you submitted the full proposal? And kind of, because I was glad to hear that Utah and Arizona would be different schools, so wanting to disentangle yourself from Arizona. And then the second one is are you as the executive director, an employee of CoLearn Corporation or an employee of CoLearn Nonprofit Charter School Arizona, or whatever how you're organized?
I am the executive director of Co-Learn Academy Arizona. I am brought on by my school board, not brought on by the corporate entity. So I was brought on strictly, the board had to vote for my job and everything. So it's that way. As far as the Utah board, most definitely. In fact, once we, the goal would be that even some of us could potentially that are not, we'll help get the school started and get it running, and we want a board of, 10, 13 people. We want people active. My board in Arizona is 100% Arizona's families, Arizona people. And that would be the goal eventually too,
Amber, it didn't start that way, right? The independent and governance structures make a whole lot of sense, but there is kind of a little bit of a chicken and an egg issue with having a founding board versus an oversight and community-based board. And in Arizona, the founding board were a lot of, well-qualified, high pedigreed, influential people in Arizona. And within a year, we had community members and parents running an independent board with direct connection to the students that were the students and families that were in the school. So we definitely would expect to grow the board before being approved, before launching, and then we would expect some transition, within the first 2 years to help make sure it is community driven and has a life of its own.
Member Cisneros, those answered your questions. Others from the board have questions? I have a couple I'll ask too. Tell me all of the issues the people in Arizona have pushed back on you, particularly around special education.
That's actually a great question because I have probably the highest population of SPED of any online school in Arizona because our SPED families love us. So we don't have pushback with SPED. We actually service our special education students very well. We've actually brought in majority of my, last year, our school had 18% of our population was receiving special needs. And that the state average, I believe, was 10.8 of schools. So we have a high population, and most of those are parents who were traditional homeschoolers, who they liked our model, and they realized they still had a say in the education at home, but they had kids that needed support. And they fell in love with us and they've stayed and they recommend others. So I just enrolled 2 more SPED students this week. So we actually have a good population, and a lot of that is the way that we do service and work very closely with our parents. I think in a traditional school, when I've been in a brick and mortar, I feel like when you bring up the idea of special education, parents are like, no, I don't want to evaluate my kid. Nothing's wrong with my kid. Whereas we have parents coming to us, can you evaluate? Well, first, let's start with the process. Let's do our MTSS. Let's see what's going on. So we have parents that are begging for it, and we're having to remind them that there's a process. And I do feel like we service our students very well. In fact, 2 of my teachers on staff are in the middle of getting their endorsement for SPED because they realize our population's so strong. And so our biggest pushback from families is just the fact that they want more. And so it's been, and I know one of the things was one of your conflicts that you were, not conflicts, but one of your areas you were concerned with was vouchers. As you all know, Arizona is a very large voucher system. It previously, last June, we had only 10,000 in the ESA program, and then this year they have about 60,000. So it's skyrocketed. We did have a little dip in our enrollment mid-year last year when it went universal, but I would say about 20% of those parents came right back a few months later because they realized the support that we still gave them. And so we've kept strong enrollment since then. We continued to get more students. I think, again, it's that fact that yes, they are educating at home, and it is public school, and we let them know that when we do marketing enrollment meetings. This is public school. You have to take state testing. Like, this is a requirement. But a lot of our families are coming to us. So I know one of the things you showed was the decline in online enrollment, and I think that's part of the reason we started Co-Learn, was because people saw the beauty of learning at home, and parents were like, this is awesome, I want to do it. But then it was like, I can't do it. This is too hard. This is too much. I don't know how to support my student. And that's where Co-Learn came together. We want to help you. If you want to home educate, we're here to support you. How can we But a lot of times you have the different schools online that have the exact same curriculum for everybody. Here's your curriculum. This is what you got to do, but it doesn't work for everybody. And so that's the beauty of us providing so many different providers for our families is we get to say, okay, meet with your education specialist. How does your student learn? Are they more visual or are they more auditory? Do they learn by textbooks? Do you want us to send you the textbook and we actually go through it with you? Do you want to do it online? So our parents have so many options, and so we've had that many parents that love that support. So a lot of our families are not necessarily leaving a brick and mortar to go online. They're coming back into the public education system because they've been homeschooling or they want to homeschool, and they just don't feel like they can do it alone. And so we come alongside them, and that's part of the co-learn, and that's why we created that name. So,
Thank you. And I'm hearing that about parents, that parents would be appreciative. My question was, what does the state agency, if it pushes back? In other words, you're putting students in an online school, which is the most restrictive environment, which we should be working to put special ed students in the least restrictive environment. And this puts them in the most restrictive environment. So I just wondered if you'd had that kind of pushback at all from the state agency.
We haven't, but we do online grouping for our students. So if a student needs reading intervention, we break them into their ability groups and close to age groups as well. The only students that receive one-on-one intervention that are SPED are those that it's required in their IEP, like that's written. But all of our other students, they actually love it because they're meeting in like a group of 3 or 4, 2 to 4, and it's a small group intervention with the special education provider, and they actually feel like their kid's getting a lot more individualized. We have not had any SPED compliance issues when we've done our audit so far with SPED due to that.
Thank you. Let me ask now questions about students. A student wants to be a part of your school. They are enrolled. What happens next? Wonder if I don't have internet. Wonder if I don't have computers.
Great questions.
Yeah.
We provide whatever they need. So when they first enroll, or usually before they enroll, because we actually usually know before they even fill out the application online to enroll, we know what their limitations are. We provide computers to any students that need them. We send them directly to them. They come directly from our office, or we order them if they're, most of them get a new computer because we're still fairly new and they really like that. We try to make sure they're touch screens and they also have a webcam, so that we have a lot of students, especially those younger learners, we want them to be able to touch their screen and move. We have not had the issue except for one student in Arizona that did not have internet, and we did order them a MiFi, a little hotspot that they could use. And so it's not been an issue. We'll send them headphones if they say they need that in a quiet environment. So any technology they need, we make sure that that's part of our budget and it's provided to our students to make sure they can get online in that way.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. That's very helpful to know. You talked about making sure that they were logging enough time that they're on, logging the time that they should have for learning, and to acknowledge that they're there. I mean, in Utah, probably Arizona as well, you have to report student attendance. We have an average daily membership that we have to be compliant with. Wonder if they're not logging in.
So they log in, whether it's offline or online. That's part of the program mentor's job, is to make sure we're logging that and we're tracking it. If they haven't logged in that whole week, that's when the education specialists, they reach out, what's going on. Obviously, we have truancy as well. If they haven't logged in and we haven't had any communication, every state's different, but in Arizona, it's 10 days. We do have to officially withdraw them, like if we cannot get them and they're not logging in. Most of our parents, since we are online, and we're technically year-round in the state of Arizona when you're online, so parents can we have a traditional calendar for our parents that we provide instruction, but our parents, they'll let us know. They typically let us know, hey, we're going on vacation. We have had 2 or 3 students in the state of Arizona in the past year that we had to drop for truancy. We sent the notification. We do the same process that a brick and mortar school would do. So that's kind of part of the way for our technology.
But that's pretty low. That's pretty low compared to a general online school. Right.
Yeah. And like one of those students they moved out of state and they didn't tell us, so, and then we finally, we found out later. And another one, they decided to go to a brick and mortar school, and we found out through state because we were able to pull their records to see that they were enrolled in another school. So oftentimes a parent might not realize that I need to officially withdraw from my online school to actually move on. But yeah, it is very rare. We've just finished our second year. We've only had 3, to my understanding, that we withdrew for truancy, but we do follow the same policy and we keep up. So that education specialist is working closely with the program mentor. Maybe it's because they are having a hard time logging on, like they don't know how to do it. And so sometimes, especially the beginning of the year, it's working very closely to help them with that.
Thank you. Thank you
And
for
can you
responding.
explain the role of the technology with that? Amber?
I could, but I'm guessing you want that more in the application stage, but but
Okay.
yeah, the technology
Yeah.
does really help with that.
If you move forward too, I'm very interested in, you talked about, in having had to run schools. I had at one point 72,000 students. And so I have that question about all of the numbers of curricula. I understand why families, that would be very appealing to have that choice, and we do believe in choice and that they have that choice. But for your numbers, you don't really have economies of scale to log in to all of, a wide range of curriculum options. And plus your teachers are now having to learn all of those various curriculum options in order to support. How does that work?
It was complicated the first year. But I think we've gotten pretty good at it. I will let you know, and if we go forward, you'll see in the budget, we compensate our teachers very well because we understand our model is complicated and requires them a little bit more. My K through 5 teachers on average have 3 curriculums that they're overseeing, and then my secondary have on average 2. Usually the elementary has a little bit more flexibility. Now I say average, it could give or take, but we make sure that the content leads, like the 4th grade teacher, like she's focused, she has less students. So while they may have 3 curriculums they're overseeing, she may only have 40 students that she's monitoring that progress for, compared to, I've worked in the online charter schools before, and I've had 450 students and 22 preps, and there's no way I had the personal connection even using one curriculum provider. So my teachers have not found that. I will be honest, our first year, my teachers were like, this is a lot. But they understood the model, and I think that's the benefit of Utah, as Arizona's going to have finished probably 4 years if we are to go forward with you guys. And so it's better training so we can help them move along in that process.
Thank you so much. If we were to vote to move forward, I'd be very interested in the budget, how that works, how you're paying for curriculum and anticipating that
we
folks may ask
negotiate
you.
very well
All
with our
right.
providers for a small school.
I'm very interested in that. Thank you. I think I've asked all my questions.
One more.
Vice Chair Phillips, go ahead.
So I've been listening carefully because there have been times when we have authorized a school. I should say I'm listening very carefully to the way you talk about your school and the way you think about your school and the students and the parents and that relationship. And there have been times in the past where we've authorized schools where the relationship between student, teacher, student, parent, teacher, parent, and so on has been ambiguous. And sometimes it's caused us not to know exactly if the school is falling in line with statute and board rule, and sometimes cause the school to not understand fully that. There are some ambiguous areas, and I feel like my own opinion is, and I am curious about your school, and I do think it's a very innovative model, and I love innovation, but you're threading a needle here that is would potentially put your school in, if it were authorized, invited to the full application and then authorized, so a couple steps away, but in a similar category to sometimes schools that have struggled with us as their authorizer, and we've struggled with them a bit. And when you said we help our teachers, we're here to help them, or we're here to help our parents rather. Parents, of course, can be just as involved as they want to be in their children's education, even in a brick and mortar school. They can volunteer every single day, right? They can be involved in reading groups. They can be on the parent organization. They can do all kinds of things. It's been hard for me to tell in your description whether the default kind of position is that the parents are there as the primary educators, which of course in a familial sense they are naturally, but in a public school money sense they aren't. And as the primary educators, and then you're there to be a resource. And if that's the case, I'm not 100% sure I can get fully behind that. I like the parents being involved. I like the fact that you recognize their effort if you're relying on them to kind of be an organizer where they might not be in a brick and mortar school. I think that's all great. But I definitely want you to know, at least for this board member, if you're invited to the full application, I would want it very clearly spelled out what your default position is with public monies in terms of this relationship with the families, which is unique and innovative and clearly very successful where you've run it. But I want to make sure that we would not ever have a question that, ultimately, as you said, that the instruction was given by the teachers and that parents were partners in a unique way that maybe can't always be done with a brick and mortar school, but that they weren't expected, that you weren't helping them educate their children with public school money, but that they played a unique role in your education of the students with public money.
Yeah, and if we are invited to do the application, we would definitely outline the role of the program mentor, which is usually the parent, but they are not the primary teacher. The parent knows that. They are, I want to say, we coach them into being the support person for their students, and they do have a very strict criteria to even getting paid like a contractor. And part of that is, are they doing attendance? Are their children working? Are they submitting their work? At no point are we asking a parent, did you teach your child math today? Did you provide them reading instruction? Like, that's not it. It's more, did they do school today? Did they do their assignments today? Can you submit their assignments for us today? Did you do your benchmark? Did you make sure your student logged in to do their benchmark testing today? Things like that. So the support we provide for our families is more how to help your kid get good routines, how to set up a planner for a high school student, how to take notes. Like, we want to educate our parents to help them be, I don't want to say a better parent, but a better parent educator at home in that sense. You know what I mean? I'm a mother of 5 kids, and I'm still learning consistently better things to help each of my learners. So our teachers are always 100% the primary educator, and our parents know that too. And yes, we've had some that join us that do leave because they feel like, oh wait, there's too much expectations inside the actual instruction where I want to be the instructor. Well, if you want to be the 100% the instructor, you do want to homeschool, right? So there is a difference, and we really try to outline that very well in our onboarding meetings with parents before they fully enroll, because we don't want them to enroll and be like, wait a minute, I thought this was a homeschool charter where I get to, be the primary teacher and you're just the one telling me what to do. We are still the primary educators, and we will make sure in the application it's outlined very well what that program mentor role is and what the content lead teacher role is. Yep.
Thank you so much for answering all of our questions so patiently and traveling, joining us online, Michael, traveling to Salt Lake City today. Some of you to all of you, all 3 of you to talk with us, and we appreciate your time. And so thank you. We'll be voting a little later today and let you know how that process continues. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Phillips has made a request. So a point of order that we just take just 5 minutes to stand up and run to the restroom if you need to and come back. I've been following T-Mobile time, and I don't think we're that far behind. That clock's a little bit ahead. So if you'll do it quickly, there and back, be the dad to keep us online. There we go.
My knees need to bend. Thank you, Chair, for that accommodation.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you for allowing that short break. I think we'll still be able to stay on time without extending beyond that for everyone. We're ready to review Virtual Prep Academy of Utah.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. All right. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Virtual Prep Academy of Utah. Their model is that they are a college and career focused online school. So again, that location would be statewide online. They're seeking to serve grades K through 12 and a max enrollment of 1,600 students. There are no waivers requested for this school, and the number of board members is 5. As the performance and support teams were going through the proposal and trying to identify potential strengths as well as those potential support needs, these were the things that we found. The potential strength is that this is an accelerated online school. And so with wanting to provide that accelerated curriculum and those accelerated options, that may be something that is of great benefit to Utah students. We also found the potential strength that that college and career awareness, that focus that they're trying to have, begins all the way in kindergarten. So they're not waiting until middle school or high school to start talking about that, but that it begins all the way back with their youngest learners. And another strength is that they do have 2 Utah legislators on their board. So some great strength from the board composition and being aware of what's going on in the political landscape. As far as potential support needs that if our board chooses to invite them to complete a full application, that we are prepared to support them with, is that while this is an exciting accelerated online school, it is not necessarily innovative within our portfolio of large online schools that we have. Also, the Virtual Preparatory Academy is part of a large network, and while they have some data points online from their website that are promising as far as the actual academic outcomes, it did seem to be lower nationally than other schools. We did see that with that enrollment request of 1,600, that is a very large school, and that with the potential decline that is happening across with online schools as we return to some of those pre-COVID numbers, there is that potential for some enrollment struggle. And so making sure that we help them with marketing, ideas, and supports will be probably a need that this school would face. And then finally, that final one that we've brought up for our various online schools is just, again, that supervision issue for younger students, making sure that if they don't have a parent at home with them, that they are able to be safe and accessing their school materials. So as far as our 2 summary statements that we have to say here, Virtual Preparatory Academy adds an accelerated online K-12 option focused on college and career to the SCSB portfolio. This would also be the 7th large statewide online public provider school connected to a national education provider. And you might be thinking that number 7 seems large for our portfolio. So on that, we did want to call it that it is 7 schools between all of the authorizers. So we do not personally, this would not be our 7th, but the 7th across the state. We have their video as well.
And you're ready for the video? I'm actually, while we watch the video, how about if members of the board, if you'd like to come and join us at the table, then at the conclusion of those who are here, at the conclusion of the video, we'll be ready to talk. Thanks.
Of Virtual Preparatory Academy of Utah is to provide every student
an individualized college and career-focused education in an interactive learning environment
rooted in rigor and innovation to connect K-12 learning and growth
with future life success. VPA of Utah
is dedicated to academic excellence that empowers and prepares students for a world of hope and opportunity.
Utah has a long, diverse, and rich history. During the span of many years, it has seen transformation of various kinds. The transformation continues today and opens the doors of hope for many students across the state. That hope is a key to the mission of VPA of Utah. It builds upon the analysis and conclusion of Joel Barker, who concluded that the best predictor of a child's success was whether they had a positive image of the future. VPA of Utah lends its hand to elevate a new and innovative pathway, creating a higher level of equity and access, providing standards-based, personalized, and engaging learning, and helping students of all kinds and backgrounds to harness that hope, and by so doing, creating a positive image of their future. Consistent with the state's reputation for technological innovation, VPA of Utah brings a one-of-a-kind and custom-designed learning ecosystem that houses a single sign-on trove of the resources needed by teachers, students, and families to provide a personalized learning experience. The learning ecosystem has the fully integrated features specifically designed for this school. A customized and enhanced learning management system, live instruction interface technology designed specifically for instruction, curriculum and content curated from the best available, short cycle assessments customized for Utah standards, a data warehouse that organizes a wide variety of data, and a teacher resource portal that supports each teacher's effort to customize instruction based upon performance. In order to support the development of each student's positive image of the future, VPA of Utah has a career readiness emphasis. This readiness is designed for students who are seeking employment, additional training following graduation, technical school, and 2- and 4-year degree programs. A few key components include partnerships throughout the state that provide a diversity of learning opportunities to students and geographical regions, internships, certifications, real-world experience, a foundation of career exploration, career pathway courses, career development partnerships, and professional and essential life skills. The career readiness emphasis not only serves to help create a positive image of the future, it also makes a big difference in the successful completion of high school. Nationwide, 94% of students who have a career concentration graduate from high school. That is much higher than the national average. The greatest resource that VPA of Utah provides is its teachers. For this reason, VPA of Utah offers state-certified and highly trained online teachers who want to work with children and understand the needs of the whole child. Our teachers provide live instruction every day. Students have access to live instruction every day. Teachers can focus their time working in small groups to target instruction to meet the individual needs of students. We better pay attention to the future because that is where we're going to spend the rest of our lives. Parents across Utah are paying attention to their children's future. We conducted a very brief and minor outreach campaign across the state. Within a short period of time, 219 families from over 100 different zip codes expressed interest. When you go to buy clothes, one size does not fit all. Would you rather buy a generic size or have something specifically made for your body? That same question is one of the foundational drivers of VPA of Utah. It is not a one-size-fits-all program. It is a one-size-fits-one, personalized program geared to individual students and resulting in the development of a positive image of the future. This in turn creates the success our students, families, and our state need. We spoke earlier about Utah's rich history. As indicated by our early outreach results, VPA of Utah will be a key to the future of students across the entire state. The VPA of Utah Board is excited to enter into a partnership with the State Charter Board to help prepare students for whatever that positive image of the future holds.
Welcome. Glad to have you here today and to learn from you. Thank you so much. Would you, if you wouldn't mind, we know some of you, but will you still introduce yourselves just so that we have that for Ms. Castillo, who's doing the minutes, so she can identify each individual. So across, and then help us to identify those who are online with us too.
My name is Janet Eichley, and I'm chair of the board. My name is Crystal Jukes.
I'm Dwight Israelson, and I'm the vice chair of the board.
I'm Susan Pulsifer.
And I am Scott Anderson with Excel Schools, and I would like to introduce the other Excel folks who are here with us. We have Shannon McElwain, who is our Senior Vice President of Operations, Nicole Husa, who's our Senior Director for Curriculum and Assessment, Ryan Kilpatrick, who is our Curriculum Coordinator, and Taryn Jackson, who is our Senior Director of CTE.
Thank you so much.
We do have 2 additional board members. I think Senator Colomar will still be here. He was chairing a committee, and so he did say he would still be here. The other board member who is not able to attend either virtually or in person is Kennedy Nate. He tried to get out of a deposition, but the judge wouldn't change things, and so
Really?
he cannot attend today. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Janet. All right. I'll turn to the board, the Charter School Board initially, and see if you have questions, things you'd like to clarify as you're thinking of this application. Vice Chair Phillips, please.
I may have some others, but one that's been on my mind since I first read the proposal, and it's very intriguing, and I'm always excited about different ways to serve our kids so that they're career and post-graduation ready. In our state, we have different pathways for CTE, and some of them I would think, as a teacher of many years, are more readily accessible virtually, and others are not. I'm wondering if you feel like your school would be sort of limited in the pathways it could offer because of its delivery virtually of the education, and if not, how you might partner with on-site careers, mentorships and other sorts of things that would allow you, when this is your focus, not to have just a limited number, but to have the vast majority of the CTE pathways that Utah embraces.
Well, that's a really good question. And please chime in, board, if to fill in some of my gaps. But one of the things that has been covered, or not has been covered, but has been looked into, as far as, like you said, the online, that's the easy part. It's the connection, really. It's really about the student support and the teachers, and how we can really give them opportunity, give them tasks. I really think it would be about the stakeholders of the student and providing them. Now, as a mom, I'm here on this board because I have kids elementary through high school, and I'm also a teacher. And I've had some kids that have really struggled and really needed a different placement, or it just wasn't working, and that was all through COVID and all through that kind of stuff. And what I saw was some really cool situations given to my kids that they were told to do at home, which meant, Mom, I need your help, or Mom, can you go get this for me? And and some help. So it really has to do with balancing the stakeholders, I think. Scott, were you going to add?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, and I'll invite Taryn, who is our Senior Director of CTE, to jump in too. One of the key components, we didn't really get into budget detail and staffing detail in the proposal, but there will be a position assigned with the school, a Director of CTE, whose job is specifically around reaching out into the communities and creating those exact type of partnerships that you're talking about. So while obviously core content and instruction, et cetera, would be delivered virtually, some of the CTE components of the program, the idea is there will be those partnerships developed for in-person options as available. But to be totally fair and transparent, there may be some pathways that are very challenging to make that happen in. So, and I don't know, Taryn, if you have anything you'd like to add to that.
Sure, I would like to add that. First of all, that's a great question. Typically in the online setting, when we look at the CTE clusters, to deliver virtually, business, IT, marketing, probably tourism, hospitality, human services, things like that, not so hard to do. When you get into the skilled trades, health science, a lot of those hands-on components and technical requirements that need to be acquired really do involve, again, being in person and getting that hands-on experience. And so what we do, and we support schools to be able to go out and build those local and community partnerships we try to look at, where are the students in our community and in the Utah community? What are the students' interests? If there are pathways that we can't offer, it is going out to those businesses. For instance, health science, a lot of times it's looking at the health networks throughout the state so we can partner and give those students opportunities to go and experience work-based learning or get an internship in something like that, or the same thing with manufacturing, construction, things like that. So we recognize that that's not something we can offer and deliver completely by ourselves. It is absolutely a partnership with the industries that really kind of tell us, what are the industry standards, what do they need, and so partnering with them. The other thing I would add is the community colleges as well. That would be another avenue to partner with and offer dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment for students where they still can get that access to hands-on as well. So I guess to answer your question, no, we can't fully complete some of the pathways, but we can when we partner with the community and the industries within Utah, and that is our goal.
One more comment from me. When I worked in a traditional school district, we had school-to-work partnerships. We just had to have that. We can do so much, only so much, even in a brick-and-mortar setting, and then to get real-life experience, it's much the same as Taryn just described.
Thank you. Those are very helpful clarifications and descriptions. Because you have experience running a school like this elsewhere, which we don't always have when we're at this proposal phase or even in the full submission phase, I'm interested in whether you have data and of course this is a little bit anecdotal at this stage, and that's okay. This is the moment when we're asking ourselves the question, do we want to know more, right, about this idea? So I'm okay with anecdotal at this point, but how successful have you been with partnerships in those CTE pathway areas that are not as readily available virtually and require those sort of on-site apprenticeships? And is there someone that you contemplate being in your school or multiple people who are tasked with just the oversight of doing that sort of thing for your students?
Absolutely, yes. And so I will have to speak anecdotally because our CTE programming is really in its infancy stages. I would say we're a couple years in with our schools that are a little more mature with their programming, and we have had actually great success with partnerships. In Ohio, we have launched, a statewide career-focused school very similar to this. And we're starting out with construction. We've created a partnership with a manufacturing company that is statewide. We have had connections, again, like I mentioned, with the health system, CVS, things like that. And so far that has been very successful. To your point though, if you don't have a dedicated person that's out there pounding the pavement that understands the needs of the community, that becomes a challenge. And so we know that. And to Scott's point, that is why we have a dedicated CTE coordinator for this role. And really out the gate, doing that research, do we know what our students are interested in, but also what does their community need? And so working with them to develop that personalized plan. So you have your CTE coordinator, but we also have our success coach that really comes alongside that student and the school counselor to help with that career development. So what are their interests? What are their skills? What are their aptitudes? How does that align with different industries and opportunities for them to explore? So I would say between those three roles, they're really wrapping their hands around those students, identifying those partnership opportunities and making sure that those students have a plan that's setting them up for success post-secondary, whether they're going straight into career, to a 2-year college or 4-year institution.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Additional comments or questions from board members? Any others? I do. I don't. Yeah, let me ask one, and then I'll turn back to you too. I just want to make sure everyone here has an opportunity to ask questions before I do. Or at any rate, because we have online schools in the state of Utah, several. I'd like to hear from your perspective, why will individuals choose your school? You know your school. Why will individuals choose this school to gain the enrollment, which you project eventually as 1,600 students, when we're seeing some decline in the state of Utah relative to students joining online schools? We're seeing decline. We saw decline. Actually, they're back to kind of pre-COVID numbers, but we're not seeing increases. And so who are those students? Where will they come from? How will you be able to meet those numbers? Why are they going to choose this school? So I'm asking for your elevator speech, I guess. Why are they going to choose this school? So that you know you're going to attract them? Because if you don't have the numbers, you don't have the dollars, you can't succeed in the long run. So that's important that for us to authorize a school that you can be successful.
Yeah. You know, I have a thought, and my thought, actually, I was thinking in regard to the last question too. The career-focused piece of the school, I think, is important and really addresses where will people come and why. And thinking about students that live throughout the state of Utah. Utah's, as we know, our geography is interesting, and we have, the very urban Wasatch Front, and we have some very rural areas. And students that live in some of those more rural areas, central Utah and so on, may have a real desire. And yes, there could be some limitations on the career paths that they could engage in because of where they are, but there's still options and opportunities, and probably a lot the greater opportunities that what they would get without this option. And, we have, again, many of our public schools have some career options, in their CTE programs, and they're fantastic, but you have to live there. And this way, there are options that would be open to them, maybe living in different areas that they wouldn't have. And I think that's where we can gain and really add to our state's offerings.
Can I add, Susan, that was absolutely, I completely agree. And again, I'm going to come at this as a mom. I had a really struggling kid who could have really used something like this. And the reason why I really like this one, and admittedly, I'm not an expert in all the online schools. I know several, but I'm not an expert at them. But this one seems to have all the catch that you need in place as far as, this isn't really working for this student, or this really isn't working for this student. Putting my senior, I think I read all of the books. I know a lot of history and a lot of his English books that were assigned to him because I was helping him go through his homework because he really needed some extra help. And I just really love, and this is as a mom, I really love how you have your success coaches. You have, this isn't working. Let's cater over to this way. And what would have really helped my kid, and he was successful. He graduated. Whew. But the CTE part would have really, really helped him. Going into the community, really. Being a part, and he's doing that now, and that's why I know it would have really been helpful for him.
Well, and I do have some experience with online learning, I think, as you're aware, Chairman Bowles, and I've worked with some other online providers, and they do a great job. One in particular does a really good job, but the thing I like about what we're proposing is that this group offers a learning ecosystem, and I'm just captivated by it. I think it has what we need to truly make a difference. Could we ask someone, Shannon, could someone speak to the learning ecosystem? Because for me, that's the thing that captures my attention.
I have an anecdote.
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead, Shannon.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, please go ahead.
I was going to say I had an anecdote to add about how important it is for students to be exposed to opportunities that they may never have seen before and may go into. I had a PhD student, well, master's student from India who came to the United States and is very poor, took a job over in the theater department in the costuming. He got his master's degree in economics, but he is now a world-famous fashion designer, Bibhu Mohapatra. So had he not had that exposure, it wouldn't have happened.
Shannon, could we?
Shannon, you're welcome to
Yes.
add a comment. We'd love to hear it.
Thank you. Janet, I think you were wanting me just to speak briefly to our learning ecosystem that we call that AMP. And many of us have been involved with other online schools in the past, and we have really tried in putting together the AMP ecosystem to do something completely different from what is available from anyone else offering online education. And so there have been a few goals. First, many current online schools may work with providers who offer proprietary systems that they've built in-house, and those often cannot be agile enough to meet changing technology needs. They can also often not be state specific enough in the nature of meeting the state requirements of a program. And so we have really focused on, in our ecosystem, choosing best in class products that already exist for phases of the student life cycle. So enrollment, student information system, learning management system, and integrating them. And as we've done that, in the video you saw mention of a data warehouse. Part of what we've really focused on is integrations between systems so that users, teachers in particular, teachers and school administrators, are not having to go into various different systems to see kind of singular data points about one student and then try to connect the picture together. We've designed the integration so that data is coming from all of our systems on the same student and going into a very interactive dashboard where school leaders, teachers can look at that data, see students' assessment data, see some of their course progress, see how their attendance looks for online live sessions, see if they're submitting offline course time, see how much time they're spending in each course that they're interacting with, and really look at all of that together to understand the student. And much of that data that's served up to teachers is served up at the standards level so that teachers can really get a quick picture of how students are doing on individual standards and then adjust their instruction accordingly. So we really have tried to put all the tools together in a completely different way so that teachers and admin can take quick action. And the other big focus area has really been on the experience for students and families. There are a lot of online programs that kind of cobble together lots of different web-based resources or programs, and then families have 25 different URLs that they're going to and 25 different logins and passwords. And we've really focused on eliminating that experience by kind of making every single tool that we're using linked into a student's course and accessible with one click using single sign-on. So, we've really tried to make the student experience better in the ecosystem as well.
Can I add to that too? I was a superintendent of schools for 10 years, and I strove like crazy to maximize the amount of time teachers got to work with students. So you think about all the things that distract them away, hall duty, lunch duty, meetings, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things that I love about the ecosystem is that it puts the tools in the hands of the teachers to minimize the time that they're spending away from students and gives them more time to spend and work directly with students. That's where the magic happens, is teacher-student interaction, right? And so when we're able to maximize that, we're doing something very different and something special. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Vice Chair Phillips, I'm going to go back to you, and I may have one other little follow-up in a minute, too.
Okay, and I appreciate everything that's been said and agree with the very interesting idea of this virtual school. One of the things I would want to see if this were asked for a full submission, based on what we've sometimes seen with schools we've authorized, whether they're virtual or otherwise, that are affiliated with a larger group, is that that affiliation, which can bring kind of economies of scale, and that's wonderful, it can also put a pretty high minimum on fixed costs based on the relationship to the technology and the curriculum and other things. We've seen a declining demographic nationwide in students, not just in virtual schools, just in general. Utah's no exception. There are a few places of growth, but we have fewer kindergartners than we had graduating seniors, and this is true nationwide. So we have a shrinking demographic of kids, and what I would want to know is what, besides your desire to have 1,600 kids, what's the lowest number that you could run and still be successful? Because a lot of our big schools, well, I should say schools that we've authorized that wanted big numbers, are now in a position to consider how they reallocate resources, which many have done very successfully, and how they adjust to those reduced numbers to continue to offer their robust programs. That can be done very well, but 1,600 may not be a number you ever get. And if you're affiliated with this group, can you still run this really great program with 500 students or 600 students? So I realize that this initial phase did not ask anything close to that.
Right.
But I'm just saying, for me as a board member to vote for you in January, if you put that full submission in, I would want to see how that would work, because that certainly is something many of our authorized schools who are affiliated with outside groups have had to grapple with.
Yeah, and that's not a surprising question. It's a very great and realistic question, and fair. I will readily admit 1,600 is ambitious. So we'll say that, but I will say this: when we get into the next phase, you will clearly see, and I should have invited our finance person to answer this question for you, there are strategies around addressing that exact issue that we are very comfortable dealing with. So we have the ability to flex from schools that are 100 students up to schools that are 1,600 students. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Scott, I don't know if you want me to jump into that at all, but I can probably speak to what some of those strategies are on behalf of our finance team. Simply because, believe me, this is a conversation that we have in relation to many partnerships. First of all, many of the costs are based upon enrollment, and so they scale with enrollment. So, technology fees for student technology, curriculum fees for access to courses and curriculum, those are on a per student basis. And so if less students enroll, those costs are scalable. We generally also work with our partner boards just to put together really strategic hiring plans that are phased, to bring in staff to support students kind of in line with enrollment numbers. So we're not getting ahead from a hiring perspective in bringing on staff before we have the students to justify those hires. So, we don't have kind of a base facility cost in this model that we would be incurring, but we certainly do have strategies, and many of those costs are, they scale with the enrollment of the school.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Other questions, board members, that you have? You talked really extensively about your learning management system. I was going to say LMS, but your learning management system, and and about the ecosystem, which is impressive. But I didn't hear under that. What is the curriculum that connects with all of that? What curriculum do they use? That we talked about CTE, that there's a goal, but do you have you landed on a curriculum that you would use? Is it one you've developed? Is it, because you said it would meet Utah standards?
This one might be a great one for Nicole, our Senior Director of Curriculum and Assessment, to respond to.
I thought you'd never ask. And Ryan, if I miss anything, please jump in too. So yeah, with our curriculum, we have a very robust catalog of over 500 courses, believe it or not, which I think really distinguishes us. With those 500 courses that we have, we curate from some of the best in class vendors out there. Accelerate Education, Strong Mind Learning, eDynamic Learning, and Flex Point Education. So in terms of third-party curriculum providers, we have longstanding relationships with those groups. However, we also have proprietary curriculum, K through 5th grade, all 4 core subjects. We launched 10 courses this last year and the rest of our K-5 curriculum this year. So we do have proprietary for our youngest learners, which is really geared towards independence for those students. So even in the absence of a learning coach or perhaps a parent standing right over them, they can still be successful in those courses. You also asked about alignment to Utah standards. So for all of our core courses, whether that is those proprietary K-5 courses I mentioned, or all of the third-party courses that we're using for 6th through 12th grade, we do have Utah alignments for those. Whether it's from those third-party vendors or even ours, we have third-party alignment system services that actually align those courses for us, just so we have that really that third-party view, an unbiased view of those correlations. We get those alignments, whether that's from EdGate in many cases. We also have Certica as another alignment service. We take those and we build proprietary curriculum maps specific for your state, for Utah in this case. And as you know, there's going to be gaps, right? There's always going to be gaps in the course when we're looking at specific state standards. So our curriculum team identifies those gaps. We make them very, very transparent for all stakeholders, and then we fill those gaps. So teachers and administrators will know exactly the standards that are not in the actual course, and then we provide several different resources in order to fill those gaps, thus guaranteeing 100% alignment to Utah standards for all core courses.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. I think mine was the
Absolutely, my
last
pleasure.
question. If someone else has one that they've, Member Olson, please.
Yeah, thanks. This is probably more an observation than a question. We're in kind of an interesting situation that I haven't encountered before since I've been on this board, where we have a board that's presenting a proposal that happens to have a sitting senator and representative from the Utah legislature, one of whom has significant involvement in not only education, but education appropriations. I don't pretend to know whether that's some kind of conflict of interest, but I guess I'd say I'm concerned about it. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts as a board about that fact, what impact it may have on our decision.
I think I should be the one that answers this question. My background is in education, and I have a degree in elementary education, a master's degree in educational leadership. And for the first long part of my life, my involvement in education was a volunteer, the mom. And I was in the school district I lived, I thought they had my phone number on speed dial. Every time they needed help, call her. And so I've been very involved. Education is very important to me. I am so passionate about it. I was the school board member for Jordan School District for a number of years before I came to the legislature. So really, my issue and my involvement in this has to do with my passion in education. It has nothing to do. If you said, no, we're not going to authorize you, fine. And there would be absolutely no repercussions because there is no connection between my involvement in the legislature and as chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee. That has nothing to do. My involvement in this is simply my passion in education. And so don't even think about that as a problem.
Sure. So I'll echo what Representative Pulsifer said. But as a part-time legislature, this is inevitable that typically people that get involved in politics or elected positions or state charter school boards or whatever are involved in the community and involved in a number of affairs. I happen to be, as a nonprofit, this is a unpaid position. This is volunteer position. I'm on a number of other volunteer positions, some of which have touch points with the state. I'm on the Utah Valley University Alumni Association, and I would just say that whether in the legislature or not, similar to Representative Pulsifer, it was a passion for education and a passion for particularly for my kids that led me to serve on school community councils, parent oversight boards with Canyon School District, and get involved in that way. And so I think, as should be expected of all legislators in the state of Utah part-time, that they can separate their interests, their volunteer interests, their private interests, as I still have to work full-time as well, and our legislative duties. And so I wouldn't expect any crossover or repercussions or anything like that, as mentioned by Susan. So.
Thank you for the question and for your open responses to that. I just wanted to say one thing about Representative Pulsifer. You may say something about Representative Pulsifer, because I know that it will be a good thing.
It will be a good thing. I just wanted to say I'm personally aware of a number of schools, charter schools, that Representative Pulsifer has written letters of recommendation for, so that I know it's not even just one single school. And in fact, within her district, she's always looking for charter schools. That's been a theme. And so I think one of the things we can say is that she's definitely biased toward education and innovation and broadly speaking, and not just this one school. So,
and others of us could echo that as well. So,
could I make one clarification?
Janet,
for
you may.
Our missing board member is Kennedy Nate. I hope I didn't give you the impression he's being deposed. He's an attorney. He's representing someone who is. I wanted you all to know. I didn't. I thought about that later and had to be careful there.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you for traveling to Salt Lake, some of you closer, just traveling some distance to meet with us and spending time here in the State Board of Education offices with a charter board. We appreciate it, and for your interest and for submitting a proposal. We'll vote a little bit later this afternoon, and you'll know the result of that. So we appreciate you coming and answering our questions. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
To our board, we are going to lunch at this point. I'm going to make a little proposal and see if it will work or not. And if it doesn't, that's okay. We have scheduled on our schedule at 4:30 today to potentially go into a closed session. We feel like we do need to, not a long one, just a very brief one to talk about competency of individuals. And it'll just be a very short meeting. What I'm going to propose is let our staff go and start getting lunch together, start to get that done. If you're willing to do that during lunch, as opposed to 4:30, have a working lunch and eat, and we'll have our little bit of discussion, which won't take a long time. I don't think it won't fill the full hour, and have lunch, and we could do it in the lunch room area, so Jerry doesn't have to worry about all the mics and cameras in here. We could just go down and get our lunch and sit down around the table, but we'd have to vote here, I believe, to go into closed, or do we go downstairs? AAG Olson, I'm looking for your expert advice.
You need to vote while you're in open session of your meeting, but you also have to have the capability of recording it.
Which we've done sometimes with someone recording on their phone. Have we done it that way? Yeah, it has usually been Crystal, and she's not here. Does someone?
I can help anybody do it. Any of your phones can.
You're a star. Thanks, Andrew. As always, again, thank you. So we'll make that recording. Thank you for that reminder, because we may have missed that step and we need to make sure it's done. But if we could vote in here, go downstairs, we won't be discussing things, get our lunch, and then we'll sit down, and when everybody else has lunch, and I think you have a place to go to sit and eat, then we'll just close the door, have that short meeting. We'll open the door again, but we'll come back up here to go back into to open, right? Or do we do it down there?
Well, you can do what, to move to?
To go back into an open session at the end of our call?
Probably should come and then adjourn.
Okay, done. We'll do that. Is everyone amenable to that? You're fine? All right, so we need a motion to go into close, and then we'll do a roll call vote.
I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session to discuss the competency of an individuals.
Yeah, multiple. So that's the S on the end. So for a motion from member Spiker, and I need a second, I believe, to that motion too.
I'll second that.
Member Smith seconds. All right, the motion is to go into a closed session, and I'm going to do a roll call vote. So let me start with member Olson.
Yes.
Yes. Member Spiker.
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Yes.
Member Smith.
Yes.
And Member Cisneros.
Yes.
All right, we are going into closed session, and we will return and be ready to begin the next presentation at 2 o'clock. Thanks. And Jerry, thanks for sticking with us. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jerry.
Come down and have lunch, though, Jerry.
I just look at you and I feel confident. Everything's gonna.
Come down and get lunch first, and all of you. And Andrew will show us how to get recorded. Thank you, Andrew.
Let me just ask, can we go out of executive session down there, or do we need to come back up here and go out? We should probably come back up. As long as we're recording, can we go out?
You're okay? Okay. I'm just waiting for that clock to tick to 2, the clock on my computer. I always tell my students I go by T-Mobile time, so whatever my phone says. So, all right, T-Mobile time does say 2 o'clock, so we'll continue. But we have been in closed session. We need to come out of closed session, back into open. So I need a motion to that end, if someone would
I will
make that motion.
move to come out of closed session.
All right, motion from Member Smith to come out of closed session. A second to that motion.
I'll second that.
Member Olson seconds that motion. So we'll do a roll call vote. All those in favor of coming out of closed back into an open session, Member Olson.
Yes.
Member Spiker.
Yes.
Vice Chair Phillips.
Yes.
Member Smith.
Yes.
And Member Cisneros.
Yes.
All right, we are now back into open session, and we're really fortunate. We have folks here today now from Virtual Horizons Charter School, and Ms. Stephenson will begin that introduction.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. All right, for our fourth proposal that we're looking at today, as Chair said, this is Virtual Horizons Charter School. Their model is a virtual reality as well as a housing component to the model that they're proposing. This would also be a statewide online school. They are proposing to start out with just grades 4 through 12, but hoping to eventually move to being a full K-12. The max enrollment when they are fully built out would be 1,150 students. This group is not requesting any waivers, and they have 5 board members, and I believe they are all attending with us today. Again, as our support and performance teams got together to explore the strengths and potential support needs, we found the following. As far as the strengths, this is an extremely innovative model with the virtual reality. And so that was exciting to read about and to think about as we went through their proposal. Additionally, this is a very engagement-focused curriculum, and with the virtual reality and the ways that they have found to engage students and some of the preliminary work they've done in other classrooms, found that it was very focused on being highly engaging to students and that they could actually go places and experience things through the virtual reality technology. Another strength that we saw is that they are seeking to address the basic needs of students. And we were talking and saying it's kind of that Maslow before Bloom, right? Making sure that the students at their school have access to safe housing and the other basic necessities that they would need to be able to then thrive in the classroom. Some of those potential support needs, again, if this was to be moved forward to an application, things that staff is prepared to work on with the proposal applicant would be some curriculum clarification. And the concern or the support need that we saw there was that while they have done some testing with virtual reality, there's still a large portion of curriculum that it sounds like needs to be developed, especially for serving 4 through 12 or K through 12. And so just really clarifying, what's available and where that's going to be coming from. Along those same lines, there was a potential conflict of interest with the VR curriculum, where some of it is being designed by some of the board members at the school. And so that's something that we'll want to address and make sure that we're working through that if this moves forward. Another potential support need was making sure that we gain clarity on the housing component and if the model exists, outside of the housing component, or if that is, completely intertwined within the model that they are proposing, and how we can do that, and making sure that that aligns with public law and all of the components we would need there. Additionally, a potential support need that was brought up was perhaps some clarity in working with vulnerable populations. And that was a need that was echoed by a number of staff, not just the support and performance teams, but making sure that if we are attempting to work with students who are unhoused or who have struggles with some of those basic needs, are we meeting them in the way that they need and that most honors what the community would actually want there. And then that final potential support need, as we've seen on all of the online schools, is just, again, that supervision issue for young students, making sure that someone is home or able to help them if their headset has a challenge, and that they can get that support that they need. So, to summarize, in our 2 true statements, we found that Virtual Horizons Charter School would add a unique educational experience that utilizes virtual reality and seeks to address basic student needs. We also found that while this is an innovative model that does not exist in our portfolio, the curriculum and the logistics are still in development and may need more than an 18-month on-ramp. And so that is our presentation. We do have their video ready to go, and I believe the board is here.
Let's invite Virtual Horizons to come up and join us at the table. And as we are beginning the video, and we welcome you here, it's nice to see familiar faces too with us.
Today, we're going to explore how we can combine technology, education, and affordable housing to create a more accessible, vibrant, and effective learning community. This is Virtual Horizons, a virtual reality charter school combined with affordable housing. This endeavor is brought to you by an innovative board of educators and affordable housing experts. Kristen Elankowski, as board chair, comes with a rich background in charter schools, governing boards, positive psychology, and business. Angela Hansen, as vice chair, has more than 20 years in K-12 and higher ed. Her innovative thinking led to the idea of blending virtual reality and housing to level the playing field for at-risk youth and families. Connor O'Brien, as treasurer, is a military veteran and HUD expert that supports the development of affordable housing projects across the country. Robert O'Brien is a small business owner and lawyer. He has more than 30 years' experience in affordable housing and has worked with municipalities and local governments on their affordable housing projects. Louis Aloro works as a well-being expert to help communities incorporate well-being into their programming. His experience will assist Virtual Horizons in creating educational programs that support the overall welfare of the families and students that attend. This board comes together with a shared vision of helping every student succeed in school and enter the world prepared for their future, while also addressing the education and housing crises our community and families are faced with today. The central element in this new educational odyssey is the revolutionary technology of virtual reality. VR is proven to make learning faster and more effective because learning happens differently in the brain. In VR, brain activity is significantly increased, creating stronger neural connections to new concepts and skills. Researchers from Saga University in Japan conducted a study in which they used EEGs to measure brain activity in students using VR compared to students engaged in traditional learning. When engaged in traditional learning, students' brain activity showed a 3-point increase from the resting state. However, when engaged in VR, brain activity increased by a remarkable 15.5 points, a 32% increase over traditional learning. We know safety is at the forefront when it comes to student use of technology. We leverage VR utilities designed to keep students safe while using the program. Students are only able to enter the classes they have been assigned, and device management applications prevent students from accessing any other apps, app stores, or virtual worlds. Within the virtual classrooms, teachers have full control over the content and student activity within the learning space. VR education transports learners to new and never-seen places. Experiments and exploration that are difficult or unrealistic in a typical classroom become the norm. Consider the opportunity for students to study particles, assemble a human skeleton, dissect a frog, or explore the organs of the human anatomy. They can even swim with marine animals while comparing their unique adaptations. Our proficient VR educators have a galaxy of assets at their fingertips to teach any concept. In VR, anything is possible and limited only by the imagination. Through this initiative, affordable housing bridges the gap to equitable access to high-quality education for our low-income families. But just how do they work together? It's important to recognize the connection between housing stability and the educational success or failure of students. As housing prices soar, we now face an affordable housing crisis where there are simply not enough available homes for low-income families. Added to that are higher dropout rates among students from low-income families over those of middle and high-income households. In this scenario, housing stability becomes a key factor to creating an environment conducive to learning and academic success. Our vision goes beyond virtual classrooms. These units will be strategically located, equipped with high-speed internet, and include community spaces where students can interact, collaborate, and foster a sense of community. By combining a virtual school with affordable housing, we break down the barriers that often hinder students from accessing the education they deserve. And by eliminating the need for traditional school buildings, we significantly reduce educational expenses, making education more affordable for families from all walks of life. Now, join me on a virtual adventure through a typical school day. First, let's get ready for the day. Students create and customize their virtual avatars to look just like themselves or get creative and become anything they want, from dragons to superheroes. We start the day on a virtual field trip to space. Strap on your spacesuit and let's go. Here we are examining space rocks, witnessing the Big Bang, and exploring planets. The level of detail is mind-blowing. During lunchtime, students can choose to eat from the comfort of their own homes or join others in the common area for a lunch provided by the school. After lunch, it's time for science. Students have the ability to manipulate molecules and create chemical reactions and more. Next up, we have art class. In VR, we can use tools that go beyond real-world limits. Here, students are creating designs with particles, plus no need to worry about making a mess. To end the day on a high note, students will explore the human heart. We can see our students engaged with a heart that they can resize and walk into. Wow, what an amazing day it's been in virtual reality school. And these are just some of the lessons that will be taught. For students who need help, paraprofessionals are also on site to provide tutoring and guidance. All right, this is our affordable housing complex, and let me tell you, it's already impressive from the outside. The architecture looks modern and inviting, so I can't wait to see what's inside. Let's take a closer look. The first thing to notice is the spacious common area that is the center of activity. It's evident this space will be used for students during the school day, but can also bring the residents together to foster a sense of community. We know through recent discoveries that social connection is an essential element for overall physical and emotional well-being. When not used for school activities, we will offer career building workshops, resiliency training, financial literacy, and English classes. Our goal is to ensure that residents have access to resources that empower them to thrive in their personal, academic, and professional lives. Now let's take a look outside. This rooftop garden is a little oasis in the middle of the city. Residents can come up to relax, enjoy the greenery, and even grow their own garden. The next stop is the shared kitchen and dining area. This is a brilliant idea for fostering a strong community spirit. Residents can take turns cooking meals for each other, have potlucks, and enjoy shared meals. Now we'll visit one of the apartments. The aim of this project is to provide safe, comfortable, and well-designed living spaces without breaking the bank. All units are equipped with high-speed internet and the latest amenities. Residents will take pride in their community and school. This virtual charter school is a powerful example of what can happen when we invest in the future. The synergy of the most innovative learning, stable housing, and family well-being come together to create a vibrant community where students have the best opportunity to grow, learn, and lead fulfilling lives. This is Virtual Horizons.
So great, thank you. And only, I'm sad that they don't have to cut open a frog like I had to do. Yeah. It was one of the joys of school, right? So would you, though we know some of you, would you still introduce yourselves, each of you, and so we can make sure we have names in our minutes and we can go from there?
Yes, hi, thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm Kristen Olenkowski, and I am the board chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Connor O'Brien, the treasurer.
I am Angela Hansen, the vice chair.
And to conclude, I am Robert O'Brien, one of the board members.
And I'm thinking this is Lewis online. Is that right?
Hey, everyone. I'm Louis Alorio, a board member as well.
Welcome. Welcome to each of you. All right, we're going to just start. We'll ask questions, things that piqued our interest, some things we want to talk to you about for just a few minutes, and I'll turn that to the board members. Is there anyone who would like to begin? Things you'd like to ask? I have lots of questions. So.
Maybe. That's what I was going to say is I have lots of questions, but isn't that the point of the proposal? Because I have so many questions that I want to see how this rolls out in detail. It's not to say there's not things that I love that this proposal dreams big. I did see in the proposal that the housing funding seems to be separate from the education funding. So that's the only one that if they would speak to today. Otherwise, there's so many questions that it almost doesn't make sense to not do anything but say, come do a full application.
So are you interested? Maybe they would like to respond to that coordination of the housing and the school connection.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's true. The affordable housing piece, this is a really innovative idea. And we know it's a big, it's a big project. I'm excited about it because it is really innovative. And for those of you who know me, I've been looking for some innovative models in education, and this is very innovative. And the reason we added the housing was for a couple of reasons. The population that we wanted to target, we thought the affordable housing would draw them in. We also have the aspect of the community center. So while it's an online virtual school, there's still a community aspect for well-being and for getting, students together. What will probably happen, and this is what we'll explore in our full charter, is that affordable housing, and this to my third point, as I know, sometimes it's hard to fill a charter school, and virtual charter schools, and especially higher grade charter schools. And so while there may not be a lack of charter schools, there is a lack of affordable housing in the state. And so we do believe this will help fill our school and draw potential students. They will have, how it will most likely work is that the affordable housing will stand on its own. But if they are enrolled in our school, they will have priority in the affordable housing. We will, as the school, as part of the school funding, will lease part of the building for the community center. That will just be a lease that will be paid out of the education budget. And then also we'll pay for high-speed internet because that may be something that some kids may not be able to afford or not have access to. So we'll make sure they have really good high-speed internet, that they'll have a community center to meet. We will always have a paraprofessional or a teacher in the community center during school hours. So they can come and ask questions. They can come and meet with other students. They can come and have lunch there. So it'll be a gathering place, we hope, for students, even though they're in virtual reality. And we want to implement some well-being things there. That's why Lewis is on our board, and some of you know that's one of my passions. So we'll definitely make sure that we will integrate well-being for not only the students, but also their parents. So each project is standalone, the virtual reality school and the affordable housing, but by bringing them together, we think we create a community and we create an atmosphere for community and well-being for the students and their families. And we want to offer support to the families also, because what we're doing is going one step back. We know in education that sometimes kids don't learn because of what's happening at their house, what's happening in their home, what's happening in their life. So it's as far as we know, it's a very innovative. We don't know that it's been done anywhere else. That we're going to go one step back and say, why don't kids learn sometimes? Sometimes it's housing instability. And so if we can help provide affordable housing, and if you know anything about affordable housing, there's a minimum income requirement and then also a maximum income requirement. So we would follow the affordable housing rules of the state, obviously, and the federal government. And then, so by going one step back and providing affordable housing options and stability for the students, then also providing high-speed internet and some other things that may be a barrier to their learning, then we think we're going to, and then offer them the most innovative education, because virtual reality is really on the cutting edge of innovation in education. And there's new studies coming out every day that it's the amount of engagement and retention for students is so much higher than traditional learning. So we're really excited about what's happening there. So to answer your question, and Rebecca, to your point, member Cisneros, sorry. I can see it's a model that is innovative, and it's going to take. We would love to get an opportunity to write a full charter and work closely with your staff, and cross all the T's and dot all the I's and make sure that we have it how we need it. But we know that there's a lot of opportunities in affordable housing in the state, and then combining that with innovation in education. I didn't expect to ever be back here sitting on this side of the table, but I'm so excited about this model, and I'm so excited about what it can do for education and how it can innovate in ways that it hasn't been done before. So I am here and I'm excited, and I really think we can answer all of your questions in a full charter.
Additional questions folks have? Go ahead, Member Spiker.
Agreed. In terms of the level of innovation, this is probably, the most innovative proposal I've seen in a long time. I've been using VR in my classrooms at Weber State for the last year and a half or so. And just in the last 18 months, the technology and the headsets has changed so much. I will share, I too am eager to hear about how we're able to meet all students' needs in this model. Just from my own personal experience, I had a student who was hard of hearing, and she was very uncomfortable with the VR headset on because she lost the ability to read lips. And so needing to adapt, right, just in a 60-minute class period, I'm curious and excited to see how can this work? The thought of being in a VR headset for hours at a time, and how can we really meet the needs of all students? And then just a side piece too. I very much like the housing complement to the model, because, and I might have brought this up in our previous meeting, but just this summer, I think our Surgeon General released that we are in an epidemic of loneliness here in the United States. So I've been thinking about that so much as we're heading back into a new school year, and the importance of how we have to be deliberate in helping people connect, engage with each other. And VR, if done well, can really amplify that. And then also getting them so they can see each other outside of the headsets in the space. That's just as important. So I don't really have any comments or questions, just those comments.
Can I respond to that? I really appreciate your your comment. Just responding to the hard of hearing. The Mississippi State University has been doing some groundbreaking research on students who have learning disabilities, or or physical disabilities. And the hard of hearing one is one of the ones that they have been researching the most. So we have been looking at their studies to find out what is the best way to reach those students. We know students that fall into learning disabilities or into the special ed. We know how VR can reach them and how it can help tremendously, particularly students with autism. It changes the game for them completely because it eliminates outside distractions. So when they go inside of VR, they're focused. So when they start to interact with students and with teachers that are there in real time, because the outside distractions are eliminated, they actually can engage. And we have seen that in our students with autism, which is remarkable. I think those are some of those unintended consequences that VR didn't expect to be able to solve, and they're doing it. But on some of those things that you're talking about, we're looking at those very closely. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
And can I add another thing? To your point about being in VR all day, we are really conscientious about that. Some of it will be in Zoom, some of it will be on their own study. We will be really cognizant of how long is healthy and how long is optimal for kids of each age to be in virtual reality, to your point.
I love that because part of the innovation is we have to break free of the 6.5-hour day.
Yes.
That's it. That's
Agreed.
part of innovating is, and so that's all.
It's good to hear that enthusiasm from Member
We could go
Spiker,
on
right?
all day, right?
Yeah. Additional questions from others? Vice Chair Phillips, yeah, go ahead.
I just have a couple follow-up questions, and I'm very excited too about the innovative nature of the model, and would like to hear more. There are those caveats of the technology, making sure it's ready, because it maybe this is a plan for now, and maybe it's a plan for a little while later. I don't know. But as far as the housing, I wondered. You're looking for quite an enormous number of students for the numbers that we're authorizing these days. How many of those, and again, I know you'd flesh this out in a greater, longer submission, but what percentage of your students do you think would qualify for the housing versus is this 10% versus the number of students that I guess it's a two-part question. First of all, what would you do? Are you able to accommodate with your partnerships the number of students who would qualify? In other words, if there are 25 to 30% qualifying, or 40 or 50 versus 10 or 5 or 1, are you able to accommodate? And what about the students who necessarily around the state, they're not part of communities, they're just in virtual reality, and you're not able to create through your partnerships with housing that connection in that community? Do you have alternative ways for doing that you've contemplated so that all of your students are getting what is considered? And then I just have a very different question after that as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to let other board members answer if they'd like to chime in, but we assume that most of our students will be a part of our affordable housing. We want it to be a statewide charter so there is opportunity for other students. But our focus on marketing and our focus on the affordable housing piece is that the majority of our students will be a part of our affordable housing. If that isn't how it actually plays out, then we have other ideas. We'd like to do some things in real life, like field trips and adventure. I have a friend who does adventure camps for kids. We'd love to do some things like that, get them outside and do things together. So there's other ways to do that, but by and large, our marketing and our focus will be in specific areas and for kids who would qualify for affordable housing. So we definitely want to have the option to open it up to other students, but by and large, that will be our focus.
Let me also add that the qualification of the student is not the relevant inquiry. The relevant inquiry is whether the parents qualify to live in the facility. If they qualify to live in this facility, the kids automatically get in. So it's a qualification income test at the parents' level.
I think to add to that, you had mentioned earlier about the epidemic of loneliness, and while our focus is obviously on the underserved and the affordable kids who would need the affordable housing, I think it's also a good way to connect kids in other more remote parts of the state with other children and other families they would normally have no other interaction with.
And can I, add one more thing to that as well? Because of our ability to do virtual reality, ironically enough, virtual reality and augmented reality use the same, they develop the same way. So when we can go to augmented reality, we can actually take, like if you want to do a field trip outside of your own house, in augmented reality, you can see what they can see. So if somebody's on a hike, then I can, if let's say they're in St. George and I'm here in Salt Lake City, in augmented reality, I can see the hike that they're on and they can tell me what they're seeing or trying to accomplish. So with this technology, it opens up the ability to communicate and connect in communities like we haven't seen before, which is what we're really excited about.
And just another point, if you've been in virtual reality, and we're using gaming technology, obviously that's what virtual reality is created for, which is nice because it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, so they've created a lot of great graphics. It is changing quickly. But now to use it in education, we're taking that same technology, and interestingly enough, it is more interactive and more social than, let's say, Zoom. Because when you're in virtual reality, I could walk up to each of you individually and have an individual conversation. So unlike Zoom where you're all on a screen together, in virtual reality, you could walk up and have a conversation with the person one-on-one. And so kids can get to know each other in a different way, even though it's virtual, in virtual reality than they could in another distance learning like Zoom.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as a follow-up question to that, and then I'll let it go to other board members. I have some other questions too, but as a follow-up to this question, or two follow-ups even, with charters, of course, if you're being authorized down the line for a sort of a specific group of underserved students, they can be preferenced, but others can't be excluded if there's room. So it's very probable that you would have a number of families whose children did not qualify for the housing, so you would have to actually see how you were going to do those communities, right? That's just probably something that ought to be very fleshed out in a full submission. I'm also concerned, and I know that there are some allusions to some conflicts of interest, which maybe we need to get into, but I'm trying to see what it looks like. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable, and maybe you could explain to me how this would work so that it's comfortable. But if the school is partnering closely, and I see that the funding is separate from the housing, but you have a preference for students in your charter whose families qualify for affordable housing, and it's leased, the school is leasing the community center from the housing. We have a comfort zone with the public monies that there isn't too much of a closeness with developers and the school, and how that affects zoning, and who's is there profit being made, and who is making that profit. I'd be interested to know, at least in a full submission, that's a little early for this proposal, but I would be interested on the full submission to see that very clearly delineated so that I'm certain that this isn't, as we've seen at times with charters, it's not, this isn't hypothetical, that there isn't a sort of something being pushed by developers for the purpose of profit making for developers, and potentially at the expense. It could also be to the advantage of, but still maybe not ethically, but potentially to the disadvantage of public school children.
Just a brief overview for you. The Affordable Housing Project has to adhere to the HUD regulations for the development and operation of the facility. Those regulations are very stringent, and during the development period, there can be no identity of interest with the members of the or of the company that owns the property and develops the property. So there is a division between HUD sitting over here, and the way HUD looks at it is they're just providing an affordable housing project, period. The financing of that project, the operation of that project, and all the identity of interest rules apply to that project. There's no variance because you're also offering another service. The way HUD looks at it is the virtual reality is another service to the community provided at the affordable housing project. The least profitable development in the whole scheme of real estate, going from multi-billion-dollar commercial projects in New York City down through low-income projects in the hood. The least profitable of all those is affordable housing. That's because the rents are dropped so low so that the people can afford it, that there's minimum, if any, cash flow coming from that project. The cash flow does go to the benefit of the owners of the company, but they don't see a payoff for 30 years. The average cash flow coming out of an affordable project is on the low side from 3% to a high side of 6%. The average cash flow coming from a market project with no subsidies may be in the range of 10 to 15%. So that there is not a real bonanza, if you will, to develop affordable housing. And that, folks, is why there is a scarcity of affordable housing. If you look at every city, every municipality in this country, all of them need affordable housing. The reason it hasn't been developed is there's no real economic incentive to do it. And so it goes in, you're putting something in place that is going to benefit the community, and it's isolated from the virtual reality. The virtual reality stands as an organization, and I'm not equipped to tell you whether it's profitable or not profitable. I'm merely here to tell you that there is a division between that virtual reality and the HUD project. If you want to know how you can develop a project that doesn't make much money, it's because the federal government has identified affordable housing as a critical component of the housing stack. And so what they do is they give the affordable housing folks access to private activity bonds, which are collateralized and underwritten by the HUD insurance, and they give them access to tax credits. So the tax credits act as an equity component into the project. So if you buy a tax credit, let's say you buy $10 worth of tax credits, that the sale of that tax credit goes into the housing to meet the equity components to build the building. You don't have to pay interest on that. The interest is actually provided to the purchaser via a tax credit. So if the owner of that tax credit made $10 that year, and he had a $5 tax, if he had a tax credit of $1, his tax now goes down to $5. So what they are doing is they are buying a tax credit. The proceeds from that sale go into the project and serve as the equity into the project. Because of the requirements that the project be maintained as affordable, and they're 30 years into the future, the probability of making a windfall profit during the period of operation on an affordable project is non-existent. The cash flows doesn't meet it, because as you go through the operation period, the restrictions on income stay with the project. You can't duck it. So if you're 25 years into it, you are still leasing to people who meet the affordable housing criteria. And that's why you have that constraint on affordability.
Affordable Housing 101.
That's good. You'd like to learn that. Please.
The question then becomes.
You're still unread.
Yep, I sure am. The
Yeah.
question then becomes, how is the school able to guarantee with such a low profitability for people entering into that kind of a partnership that there will be partners to build affordable housing for the vision that you have?
The virtual reality does not guarantee the housing. The housing stands alone. It has as its cornerstone a mortgage insured by HUD. Were there to be a default, the mortgage claims against the insurance that HUD provides, the building stays in place, and the affordable housing actually goes forward and passes through a foreclosure. So what you have is that housing project is a standalone silo. There is no guarantee coming from the virtual housing, there except for a lease, and we can structure the lease anywhere from $1 to whatever the cash flow will present. But as I told you, there's not much cash flow into these, so you're leasing the space for maybe $100 a month.
I probably didn't ask my question properly. My question is, based on your information, sir, how can the school ensure that, because this is a standalone project and it's independent, how can the school come to us with this proposal that its students whose families qualify for affordable housing will have available affordable housing when we're not able to make that available in our society generally? And we've just gotten a very specific description of how unprofitable it is for anyone to engage in this, right?
The lease that the resident signs gives them access to the virtual reality. So it's a contractual agreement between the resident and the company that owns the property, and that lease gives the parent the right to put that child into the virtual reality.
Are you asking? Can I?
No.
Yeah, I get what you're asking.
We're
Go
trying.
ahead, Co-Chair.
Sorry. Everybody's trying to talk over each other. Sorry about that. Are you asking if there's not enough affordable housing units, how do we maintain that number of students because we don't have enough affordable housing? That's not what you're asking.
Asking who will develop it, right?
I'm
if it's
saying
not
you're coming to
profitable.
us with kind of a proposal that says this is the model that we want, but I fail to see how the school is able to ensure that its students will have that option when it's not an option for the general society. And in the explanation that's been given, I'm also feeling a little bit fuzzy about this contractual agreement between the housing project and the virtual reality company, which also seems to bypass the school in some way.
There are three components to answer your question. The first component is the owner of the project, the bricks and sticks. The second component is the virtual reality company that provides the education. The third component is the resident in the affordable housing project. That resident, the virtual housing people and the organization that owns the bricks and sticks will have a long-term agreement whereby the virtual housing people agree that the qualified students whose parents are qualified can have access to the virtual reality. The economics of this thing are more important than a contractual agreement. You're giving a person reduced rent in an area where they have no rental options. You're giving them access to safe, secure education. So the fact that they're going to want to put their kids in that education is you can never predict the future, but that seems to be a compatible relationship. But between the virtual reality and the owner of the bricks and sticks, the owner of the virtual reality actually guarantees the occupancy of the bricks and sticks. Because if you can get if you can get better education for your kids in a safer environment, you're going to want to move into the facility that provides housing at a discounted rate.
To your point, Member Phillips, we definitely we will work hard to identify developers, to be able to afford the affordable housing. Most cities and counties and states have mandates for affordable housing. So we do feel like it will be easier to secure property, and we'll have the support of communities because it's affordable housing. And the virtual reality piece, we're going to partner with one of the best developers in the country. Victory XR is their name. And they are partnered with Meta. So there's a lot of money being poured into the development of the virtual reality. So we definitely want to vet this all out. And I get your point. But we do feel like we definitely would want to be a part of what that design looks like and how that is developed. And we want to make sure that kids are safe. So during school hours, that community center would act like a school. You'd have to have, some kind of a way to keep kids safe, some kind of a way to make sure who's in that space while kids are in that space. And like I said, a paraprofessional or a teacher. But again, this is an innovative idea, and we know at the level of innovation, and we're hoping that you give us a chance to write a whole charter so we can vet out some of these ideas and make sure that any of your concerns are addressed in that full charter. Because I do understand what you're saying. Who wants to develop affordable housing? How do we ensure that the kids are safe? And to back something that was said, we will give priority at the affordable housing we'll make sure that's part of the lease, that the kids who are in the virtual school will have access to they'll have priority in the affordable housing, not vice versa. We'll do whatever the lottery laws are as far as who can get into our school, but our marketing will be focused on the kids in a certain area that we will be building the affordable housing.
Thank you. Thanks. Additional questions? Member Smith.
Yeah, Member Cisneros and I are just commenting that within the lottery preferences, neighborhood preferences are permitted as are income.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, though it's not our purview where affordable housing will go, because that's something you'll do separately. Since the school is attached to it, that makes my curiosity about kind of have you started to explore areas where you think that might be placed, that might be better?
We have 4 sites that are under consideration.
Okay. Well, I know you'll be able to tell us more if you move to a full application, and you may
We
not
will,
want to
and we-
disclose all of that right now. But
And a lot of it's going to have to come down to where can we find land, where can we, get, but we definitely will focus on areas where we think that students will need affordable housing and focus on those students. So yes.
Of course. And that application, I only say that partially because that full application would be, really a relatively short time. Once if you move forward, that still comes quickly. So
Yeah, it'll be
I'm curious
fast.
about that.
Yeah.
And admitting that I'm the oldest person around this table, I preface with that. And I also preface that we talk, as Kristen talked about gaming, VR comes from that gaming world. My son finishing his master's degree right now in USC in interactive media. So we talk gaming all the time. So I'm very intrigued to know all of the educational applications and that that the industry has moved forward that much, that you're feeling very comfortable. So kind of this is a little question to say, you're feeling comfortable that you have enough kind of VR sorts of educational products that you'll be able to use.
Yes, and they're developing every day. So it will keep getting better. The reason that we're asking for K through 12 is because we eventually would like to do a K through 12 school. At this point, the headsets are too big for students under 4th grade. So that's why we're going to start out 4th through 12th, because we know technology is going to keep getting better, and eventually it'll just be a pair of glasses. And the development it's happening at rapid speed.
Yeah.
So there is a lot out there already in the education space. A lot of higher ed is using virtual reality right now, and so we can take from a lot of the higher ed. They're building metaverses, they're called, which is basically the campus in virtual reality. So it's amazing. And it's going to be, this is what's so exciting about it. The virtual reality piece is so exciting because we're going to be able to take kids to do things that you could never do. If any of your kids watched the Magic School Bus, this is kind of the Magic School Bus. You know, we're going to be able to go inside parts of the human body. We're going to be able to go into the ocean. We're going to be able to go into space. Not only that, we're going to be able to take kids all over the world and see the very best museums and see, you know, the 7 wonders of the world. Take them to the pyramids in Egypt. Take them to the Louvre in Paris. You know, we're going to be able to really revolutionize education for kids and take them all over the world. And it's going to get better every day. And by the time we open, fingers crossed, in 18 months, it'll even be different than it looks today. There'll be so much out there.
And don't tell a child younger than 4th grade that those headsets don't fit, because they'll find a way. They will find a way to make it work.
Yeah, we've had kids want to be in them. We just know that they can get a little heavy.
Yeah. But they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. We're probably out of time, so we need to wrap up. But I've got just a host of questions and concerns, and I guess it'll all be on the record. And assuming this goes forward to full application, these are things I hope that you would take the time to address. My questions and concerns are really in the 2 camps, the two areas of focus of the school. 1, the VR-based education, and 2, the affordable housing. Assuming this goes forward, I saw the statement in the application that says that, or in the proposal that says the following model has never been attempted, and I don't know if you mean by that a purely VR education model has never been attempted, or if you're just simply suggesting this concept of combining the VR-based education with the affordable housing has never been attempted before. But certainly on the VR side of things, I'd love to see some data on whether 100% VR-based education is happening. And going to some of the comments you made, which I thought are important things to think about, how long is optimal, how long is healthy with VR, and exploring some of that data. My more significant concerns go to the issues with the affordable housing. One, and Vice Chair Phillips alluded to the potential conflicts. I mean, both of the O'Briens on the board, you're affordable housing developers. I'd like to see fleshed out in any final application how you're going to deal with that. What exactly is your role and involvement in the affordable housing? I would presume as board members you would have no involvement whatsoever other than acting as board members. You would have no ownership, no involvement going forward in the development itself. So I'd like to see that explored. And then on, I don't know that Vice Chair Phillips' question was ever really answered regarding how the school can ensure that students who make it in on the lottery will actually have a place for their family in the affordable housing. I don't think that was answered. You Mr. O'Brien, gave us a good analysis of Affordable Housing 101, but it was not an analysis of affordable housing meets Charter School 101. I think that's what's lacking here. I think you indicated that the owner of the VR company guarantees occupancy of the bricks and sticks, and I don't know how that could ever be possible. It seems to me that in your first year, the goal would be to try to, and collaborating with the developer, fill the affordable housing. And so that then leads to a host of questions. What happens after year 1? I presume that a place in the affordable housing is going to depend on vacancy rates, and I imagine you'll be looking into vacancy rates and when those spots would come available. It just seems that maybe the first batch of students coming in year 1 will have a home in affordable housing, but beyond that, it seems that that opportunity is probably going to dwindle. So I hope you can just look forward, look ahead to what happens in the future. And then I'd be curious to see information about what kind of lease you're going to have. I presume that would be dictated by HUD, but I'm not certain exactly what HUD requirements would be in affordable housing leasing. And is there going to be something in the lease that deals with the possibility of the students dropping out of the school, graduating from the school, or no longer being involved in the school? Does that impact the family's ability to stay in the housing? Anyway, I could go on, but I think if this were to go forward to a full application, all of these issues related to the affordable housing, the conflicts, the ongoing opportunity to be in affordable housing, all of that is going to need to be looked at. And I'm sorry, I'm not giving you time to answer this unless the chair is going to allot that. We've already taken a lot of time, but hopefully these are things that can be considered.
Can I just ask a really quick question? And it's not to answer your question, it's just to ask a question. If we were to be able to go forward, could we put something in terms like a sample lease in front of you? Would that be helpful? That's just a question.
I would recommend something like
Great.
that. I think all the different contractual relationships would need to be fleshed out in your application.
Sure.
If indeed, as you suggest, this is unprecedented, it's never been done before, that certainly increases your burden in being able to persuade the board that this is a viable school. So I would hope that you would look at all of those areas very carefully in order to give us the reassurance that while we love innovation, obviously that's one of the purposes of charter schools, we can't approve an innovative school if it's not viable. So,
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to echo what Member Olson has said and say that what I would want to be convinced of in the full submission, if you're so invited, is, and again, very excited about the innovation, but I would want to be convinced that, as I'm thinking sort of cui bono, who benefits, that there's not 2 private or 3 private or developers and of housing and developers of virtual reality making an agreement from which they benefit and using the attachment of a school to that as something that accrues a benefit and is kind of in a triangle of concern in terms of conflict of interest. The other thing I would want to be convinced of is that we should take a chance on virtual reality. You talked about the brain and its reaction to it, but I would want to be, even if it's new data that hasn't, it's not a long-term study, it can't be, that it's not just that the brain is stimulated more, but that actual learning of reading, math, and of course these are almost like virtual project experiential learning and project-based learning. But I would want to have some preliminary data, at least wherever it's available, even if it's higher ed, that the actual learning is better as opposed to just the stimulation of the brain and whatever else, because it is so new that there's an inherent risk involved. But innovation does have inherent risk involved. That in and of itself would not deter me from authorizing a school like this. But I definitely want to some data, whatever's available, and I definitely want to be assured that the conflicts of interest, which even our staff recognized as they presented initially before all of our questions, this questioning and answer period has actually elevated my concern about the conflict of interest, and the answers that have been given have elevated that concern. They have not resolved it, but I think you could resolve that in a full submission.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending so much time with us and generously answering our questions. We appreciate you coming and spending time, and we'll hear another proposal, and then we'll be making a decision relative to whether folks move forward or not and who moves forward, and we'll stay in touch.
Okay, thank you.
So good to see all of you. Thank you so much. Now, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Chair Bowles has allowed me at this time to say that for the next proposal, I am conflicted, and I will recuse myself, and I will leave the room until the proposal has been presented and discussion has finished, and then I will return for the vote.
Thanks. We'll be calling your name. All right. So, Ms. Stephenson, do you want to go ahead with Thrive Point?
Absolutely.
Academy?
Thank you, Chair Bowles. So this is our fifth and final proposal that we will be looking at today, and it is for Thrive Point Academy of Utah. Their model is a blended learning that's aimed at non-traditional students. Right now, they are seeking to develop a location somewhere within the Jordan School District. They have a few different sites in mind within the Jordan School District. So that's on that southwest end of the Salt Lake County. This would be serving grades 7 through 12. The max enrollment that they're seeking over time would be 620. There are no waiver requests, and there are 5 board members on this board. Again, as we went through their application or their proposal and started looking at strengths and potential support needs, we found the following. The first one would be that this group is seeking to serve underserved student populations. And that's always a group that can use different innovations and ways to meet their needs. And so that could definitely be a strength of this proposal, is finding ways to better serve our underserved students. Another potential strength that we found was that this model has been successfully running in other states. And so it has connections and a track record of success. The third potential strength that we saw was that this is attempting to meet community needs. And with that underserved student population, they are hoping to be able to work with both alternative students, but then also they've collaborated with Jordan School District and finding out that there was areas within the district that have needs for an alternative type of high school and do not have plans to develop something in the near future. And so they found that this could meet some additional community needs. Also, they've been talking with Jordan School District about, phasing out some of the online learning or how else they can help in meeting those community needs. And an additional potential strength was the board member backgrounds. This is a very diverse group who come from all different backgrounds and bring a lot of strength to their board and seem to meet all the different areas that we generally recommend for a board to have experience in. As far as potential support needs that we are prepared to work on with them if they move forward. The first one is that the vice chair owns the CMO, or the charter management organization, that the school is looking at. And so that was something that we'd want to be able to address. And the second one, just as far as that potential support need, alternative designation, this took a little bit of research on our part. We found out that Utah currently does not have an alternative designation as recognized by the federal government, and that our definition that was given from the state of Utah was not accepted. And it's something that I believe the Utah State Board of Education is going to work on, but there was no anticipated timeline or when that would be occurring. And so for that potential support need, they are still asking to have an alternative designation, and that's certainly something that we could put into a charter, but it would not be a federally recognized alternative designation. And because we don't have that state or federal designation at this time, it would not come with any additional financing or student ability to continue on, past graduation age. So that would be something that we would consider, and how else we can support this school while they are seeking to help those alternative students. So the two summary sentences that we came up with is that Thrive Point Academy adds a blended learning, credit recovery, and graduation-focused high school option for non-traditional students. So again, getting to that alternative there with credit recovery and focus on graduation. We felt that this would be an innovative, student-centered school that's designed as an alternative program, and it would be unique to our portfolio. However, it would lack the support available from a federally recognized alternative designation. I do have their video ready as well, and then it looks like they've all come in and gotten a seat.
Good.
My name is Timothy Andrew Smith. I am the CEO of Learning Matters Educational Group, and our school is Thrive Point Academy of Utah. I grew up in a family of educators. My father was a professor, and my mother was a school teacher, and so education has always been an important part of my life. But I had always been interested in going into business, and so didn't think about going into education when I first went to college until I went on a LDS mission to Korea, and that's when I noticed the value that Asian people place on education and on learning English, and that what sparked my interest in getting into the education field. A lot of students come to us struggling in traditional school, and they're not enjoying school, they don't like it, and school is a stressful environment for them. But when they come to our school, they're connecting with their teachers, with their coaches, with their fellow classmates, and they not only enjoy learning, but they're able to thrive in our environment. So they reach the point of thriving at our school.
I'm interested in serving on the board of Thrive Point because I really fiercely believe that each human, young, old, all learn differently, and they learn at a different pace and need different accommodations. And whether you're a visual learner or a academic and need to read things, I love the idea of the flexibility in being able to learn and bring in information and marinate in information however that specific person needs. I have worked as an educational consultant for SPEDCO and currently for the state of Utah in special ed compliance, program improvement, and mentoring and coaching special ed directors in their inclusive practices. I've worked with more than 20 charter schools throughout the state of Utah, coaching and mentoring special ed directors in their program improvement plans as well as special ed compliance.
My interest with Thrive Point relates to my education background. I have a finance degree here from the University of Utah, a Master of Public Administration from Brigham Young University. I also earned, in my employment, the Institute of Organization Management with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and last year received membership in the National Association of Parliamentarians, which deals with Robert's Rules and motions and those kind of things. And so that's my background, and that's what I think I can bring with my chamber experience.
I was approached as one of the board members because of my background in education. I come with experience as a high school principal, a director of education, both from K through 8 in elementary school and a high school district. And I was asked to be as a board member with my educational background. From my knowledge, I think that as far as forming a board was trying to find members of a board that have a strong educational background, whether it be business, finance, ed services, and then parent and community support.
When kids come to Thrive Point, their coaches work with them to help them determine what their next big step is. If we only helped them get through high school, they would leave with a diploma, which ultimately just becomes a piece of paper that goes in a drawer next to their bed. We want them to have their foot firmly on a path to their next big step, whether that's skilled workforce or military or trade school or college. We're going to help them determine what they're interested in doing after high school. We're going to help them with research and take them on field trips and put them in front of people that can help them get their foot on the path to their next big step. At Thrive Point, we make sure that our curriculum is accessible to all students. We do that by having a team of special education teachers that are certified in the state, and also specialists that come in to do speech therapy and occupational therapy.
We host our annual canned food drive, so we set it up here in the lobby. We get the kids involved. We have them bring in any canned food, and they can exchange it for like a Thrive Point t-shirt or a free snack.
And we also have a community service course, so they can earn credit by doing volunteer hours outside of school. They can help out at a local church, maybe an animal place or another school, and get credit for that. So we've had a few reach out that way. We have really tight partnerships with local colleges here that come in and speak to our kids, and we also have a lot of job industries that'll come in. I've had students from campus, I've had their parents reach out to me personally and ask, hey, I'm really interested in this. Do you know anyone in the community that can help? So we'll do research for them. We also have a school counselor who is a really big part of that, and he will do meetings with the students and parents and get a feel for their interest.
I think overall, the small class size allows us to personalize their learning path, and it just lets us engage with them one-on-one. My classroom is a little bit different because we had a lot of quiet space, so a lot of the kids, they liked having the quiet environment. We usually would play like quiet music, and then a lot of times we would sit next to them and help them with their classes. Some kids would come up to us and say, hey, I just need more quiet of a space or need a break in the hall, and then we would sit with them or just sort of keep an eye out for them, ask them if they need the help or reassuring or the guidance. And then a lot of times it was learning the math with them. I did better with like the science type things, but yeah, it's just sort of keeping that open door for the kids just to always know and understand that they can come to us with anything and ask for help.
The kids, they are so unique. This group is just the funniest and most kind kids that I've had the experience of working with. And the kids and the staff here really cares about their kids, and it's nice being with other people who want to help kids grow and succeed. Oh, I love working here because I get to work with so many different types of kids. I feel like a lot of the kids that we get here have been failed by the more traditional school system, and we get to fill in the gaps here. I especially love that I get to work individually with them to see where they're struggling and where they're really strong at, so I can kind of bridge that weaknesses and match it up with their strength. I feel this amazing opportunity to work with young people and help them find the next big step.
Kids are amazing creatures. They have so much hope, and they have the ability to dream. We have to help them with that piece.
Like how honest and how kind they are, like helping and caring they are.
I feel very encouraged by what I'm doing now in my class, but also just my future and where I want to be at and where everyone else wants me to be. I feel like, yes, I want it for me, like positive things in my future, but the fact that they also want it for me really encourages me. And I appreciate all the support I get by everybody, not just my coach, but everybody. And, my teacher, if I can email her a question about something and she's going to give me an answer and help me however she can. So I appreciate everybody in that way.
Thank you for that video, too. Your application, we're happy to have you here. Welcome. So board members, wouldn't you mind introducing yourself so we have it for the minutes, if you wouldn't mind? Could you please start and then just go across and introduce yourselves for me, please?
I'm Dr. Amy Schlesman, and I'm not a board member. I am an advisor. So I will.
Advisor. We're glad to have you here, too.
Yeah, I will sit back unless there is something, because I know you want to hear from the board members.
Thank you. Thank you.
Timothy Smith, co-founder of Learning Matters Educational Group and Thrive Point Academy, but I'm not on the board, so I will defer to the other board members.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Shannon Smith. I am the board chair and very grateful for the opportunity to be here and share with you what we are hoping to accomplish in Utah and how we are hoping to be able to serve kids here. Do you want me to say something about my experience or just...
Nope, that's enough, just so we know who you are right now. We may ask again later, but right now that's good.
It's in the bio, but I didn't know.
She's got a lot of experience.
I have to do. My name is Stephanie Christensen, and I'm also a board member. Grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, and I'm Dr. Jody Radford, and I'm serving as the vice chair of the board, and thank you for having me.
And I'm Aaron Ritter, and similar to Dr. Amy Schlesman and Dr. Tim Smith, I'm here in more of a advisory capacity working with Thrive Point and Learning Matters.
Great. We have someone joining us online too.
Hello,
Yes.
my name's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I'm Alan Anderson, a member of the board. I'm actually camping, but I appreciate this this opportunity to be able to introduce myself to you.
Good. I hope you're enjoying yourself. It's not too hot. Is it cool? You up in the mountains? Perfect. Good. All right. And our other member
thank you.
online.
Hello, my name's Jamie Plott. I am also excited to be here. I am a board member and treasurer, and excited for how this school can serve kids.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And our process is we may ask you some clarifying questions. We've had a chance to look at your application, but just some questions from the board members here. And that'll take us to our time, I think. So let me turn to the board and ask if there are any of you who would like to if you have any questions, things you'd like to know, things you want to talk about. Thank you, Member Spiker.
I'm curious why Utah?
That is a great question. Well, I'll tell you, we have a son who attends the University of Utah. We have lots of family in Utah. We love Utah. We've always wanted to come and have a school in Utah. Now was a great time. Our son, I'm not supposed to make this public, and Jamie knows I'm not supposed to, but he's one of the swoops up at the University of Utah. So we really love the community here. But with that, I will tell you that that's not enough of a reason to come to Utah. So we, in wanting to come here and serve the students here, we also felt that it was important that we first conduct do a market analysis. So we did a market analysis, and with that market analysis, we were seeking to answer a few questions. One, does Utah have a need for more options for kids? 2, is there a need for alternative schools? And 3, are there already schools that offer a blended flex model? So we wanted to answer those questions before we decided to come here. And I will say too, on a personal note, I really want to retire here. So I come here often, and I love particularly Midway. So fingers crossed I can retire there someday. So with those 3 questions that we had as our guiding questions for our market analysis, we looked at the population in Utah to see if there were areas of growth that may need or have use for more options for their students. And I will just tell you, I've been in the charter school market for 27 years, founding and operating charter schools. I am very passionate about schools and about communities having choice. We've always had choice in America because wealthy people can do research and find which public schools have great test scores, great activities for their kids, and they can go and move into those public districts. Or they can find a great private school and put their kids there. Where I'm passionate about making sure that there's options are in areas where people don't have the resources to be able to move their family into a district that might have better test scores. So those were some of the things that were important to us to find out before we decided to apply. We identified that West Jordan is one of the fastest growing cities in America. I don't know if you all know that, but it's listed as one of the fastest growing cities in the nation. Next, it is the 3rd largest city in the state of Utah. Then we looked to see, are there pressure points in the districts in the West Jordan area? It's important to us when we come into a community that, one, the community needs and wants us to be there. We want to make sure that there are pressure points in the district traditional schools so that we don't upset the ecosystem. We know we've been doing this for a long time. In Arizona, if that's not considered, it really hurts schools because everybody's trying to make sure they have enough students then. Three, in our proposal, you probably saw that our three pillars or priorities are enrollment, engagement, and achievement. All schools need to have enough students. They need to enroll enough students to be able to function and have the resources they need to take care of kids and staff. So we wanted to make sure there were pressure points. So in doing that, we worked with a gentleman named Scott Feston in the Jordan Planning and Enrollment Office for the district. Scott shared with us that, one, their schools are all over their enrollment capacity. They are bursting at the seams. They have a virtual program. However, that virtual program is completely at capacity. The board has not approved any expansion to their virtual program for the next 5 years, and they have no room to accept more students than they're currently serving. So we found those to be very compelling pressure points and an opportunity for us to meet a need. We also identified that Utah has a great rate for graduating students. It's 88%. But that means that there's 12% of students in the state that don't graduate. And that's a lot of kids that if we were able to help them graduate and more than graduate, move on to their next big step, which means our goal is to make sure that kids have a plan for earning a livable wage so they can have the hopes and dreams that we all have, which is to be able to have a family and support themselves. So those were the things that we asked. The questions that were answered for us led us to believe that yes, there is a need, there is growth in that area, and we wouldn't be upsetting the education ecosystem out there by bringing a new option there to meet students' needs. Did that answer your question?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Other board members, questions? Member Cisneros, please.
So I appreciate the desire to continue with alternative designation, even though Utah doesn't have that official federal stamp. I think it's a good starting point to help them prioritize getting that designation. But will you give me an idea of what your marketing in Arizona looks like so that you are, I'm working off the assumption you're an alternative designation in Arizona. Okay. So what that marketing looks like so that families understand that they are choosing an alternatively designated school and what that means, and so that the right students are making the right choices.
Okay,
Does my question make sense?
Yeah, it totally does. I'm going to let I'll make a couple comments and then let any of my team members who want to pitch in on that also do that. One of the ways that we attract students, like the number one way, is we work with the school counselors in the schools near that particular location. We have very good alliances with the counselors, and we go in and we tell them, we're not trying to take the students that are doing well here. If they're succeeding here, they're in the right place. Please refer students to us that are struggling, that are at risk of not graduating, that have some challenges that make it difficult for them to be able to come to school from 7:30 to 3:30. They're parenting, they're working, they have health issues, they have, they're in sports. There's a lot of kids that do travel sports, and that makes it hard for them. That's the number one way we get our students, is they're referred to us by the district. And then, Tim, do you want to add anything about marketing?
Well, certainly we have a comprehensive marketing plan, and we have a marketing agency that works with us. We have a website. We have a whole digital marketing team of folks, and we also have enrollment specialists. And certainly for us, we don't think that marketing is a seasonal thing. You know, if we're going to be a successful charter school, we need to be marketing all the time. And so this morning we were at a golf tournament, and we had sponsored a hole for the University of Utah cheer and spirit team thing, because we want to get the word out about this school, and we want everyone to know that Thrive Point is a potential option for them. But we do that in Arizona, and we have a great marketing approach to how we let everyone know about our program. But mostly it's about the personalized learning and the fact that we have these student success coaches that are acting as mentors for each of our young people, and we have a smaller school environment. We have all the opportunities for them to be successful with us. And additionally, we have experts in the field of alternative education. Dr. Amy Schlesman, who's sitting right next to me, essentially created the alternative framework in Arizona. She's a national leader in the National Alternative Education Association. We're very fortunate to have her on our team, but she pretty much has spearheaded and led the alternative movement in Arizona, and so I'll let her speak to more of that.
Before I do you want to talk about it a little bit, Jody? Because you talked about need and...
Well, I just was going to... if there's something more specific, let me know. But there's a common misconception that for a student to need an alternative setting, oftentimes there's a misconception that the school has failed that student. And we just really understand that that's not the case at all. And we really want to form a partnership with Jordan District as far as being able to meet the students at their needs and be able to support the public school system in here. And I just wanted to reiterate with that. So developing personalized learning plans for the student is to work with any credit recovery issues, keep them on track, be able to be available for them for every, any of their needs 24 hours a day for the most part, but be able to really touch base with them on a regular basis and keep them involved with their goals, a commitment to their families, and everything that would come in with that alternative to support. But
I think we've kind of sidestepped. I'm saying if I were a parent, what branding message would I hear on the radio, in the mailer, on a flyer, when the counselor called me in the office and said your kid might go to Thrive Point? What's that one tagline branding message I would hear?
Probably credit recovery. Are you credit deficient? So that would be the number one way we let people know who we are and what we do. We are going to help you recover credits.
And the other thing too is in Arizona, so you were specifically talking about that, schools are open enrollment. So any student can go to any school, any public school, and charters are public schools. Part of having an alternative school designation, which is annual in Arizona, is that you need 70% to be in a certain set of categories. And Utah, I was looking up some research that some colleagues of mine, both at the National Charter School Institute and Momentum Strategy and Research, they had a federal grant to do a publication called Minding the Gap, which does a state-by-state analysis. And for Utah, they found documents that say there is a loose definition of alternative education in Utah. So, but their publication is a couple of years old, so we'll work on that if we go forward with the full application for what that exactly means in Utah. And back to marketing, it's like families are interested in, you heard the students in the video, they're interested in a school that cares about them. And I have never seen a family in Arizona that asks about the letter grade, because that's how schools are designated as certain quality in the state. They usually don't come in saying, what's your letter grade? We happen to have B alts, really close to A alts. The letter grades will be issued again in Arizona in late October, November. I do estimates, and I think we're really close to some A's. But so there might be an occasional parent. I've still had yet to meet them. What they want to hear is what you heard in the video, is this school cares about students. I'm a person, not a number. There is a coach who mentors me, which is a high method of dropout prevention done in a national study. I won't take all your time with it right now. The other thing is career development, and that's what they care about. And so if a family would say, oh, but they can go to college. And we often say to students, to meet the college entrance requirements, which are slightly different than the State Board of Ed requirements for graduation, you need to take these classes. This is not an option for you. So, yeah.
To kind of bring it together for you, mostly they're looking for a school, they're going to go look for a school that will help them with credit recovery, or they're going to look for a school, like Amy said, that's going to be a different environment because they weren't successful in the environment they were. Is it a smaller learning environment? Are there people that care about me? Are there going to be, not very many people have heard of a student success coach. It is newer. We're not the only ones that use it, and there's research that says it works. But once they hear that, they're going to look because they have a need. And typically that's credit recovery. And that's a big thing that's on our website and in our flyers, and hopefully we gave you lots of information to answer that question.
Well, and one more thing I would say credit recovery plus, I would say, because, credit recovery just has certain, meanings associated with it. And we feel like, we're allowing students to take control of their learning. A lot of kids are coming not in control. They feel like it's being given to them by other folks. We allow them to become self-directed learners through the smaller environment, working with their peers, working with their coaches. And so they feel like they can take that next big step because they've gained that self-confidence. So self-confidence and control of their learning in addition to through the means of credit recovery. So anyway, we can go on, but I'll stop.
Thank you so much. Other questions anyone has? Then I'm going to say thank you so much for coming to Salt Lake City, for coming to this building and this meeting so that we could talk to you and learn of your application and for your preparation for today. And we'll have a little break and we're going to come back and talk about if schools move forward or not. So thank you so very much for being here today.
Can I add one more point to the board, just so
Absolutely.
you're all, just because it's brought up as a potential issue? Sure. We have 2 members of the management company that are on the board, but we have 3 non-management company members that are on the board. So there would be a majority of members that are non-conflicted when it comes to certain things. So we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. All right. Board, if you want to take just 5 minutes, if you want to get up and stretch and move for 5 minutes, the sooner we get started on the next portion, the sooner we conclude our day's work. So thank you.
One time I stuck it on and I took it right off. Yeah. It's interesting. The technology is really, I keep hearing you. It's so sick to your stomach. Last fall. Yeah, that's what
in the first place. All right, we're back in session. It's 3:40, and I'm going because it's T-Mobile time 3:40. So let's go on this agenda. We have listened to proposals from 5 groups interested in developing charter schools, and our task is now to decide whether or not to move them forward to a full application process, or if we are not in a mind that they're quite ready for that that next step at this point. So, should we just start with the first one we listened to and just move through them, board? Does that work for you? All right. So let's start with American Principals Academy. If you pull out your notes or the ways you've kept track of your discussion with American Principals Academy for each of these, and how what discussion do you have? Questions? Continued discussion? Unless someone's ready for a motion relative to that school. Any reminders? You're set? Okay.
A motion, if that's okay, Chair.
That would be great.
Okay, so I would like to motion that we do invite American Principals Academy to submit a full application, including the approval of their waiver request for September, ensuring that the concerns that were expressed in the last year and the concerns that were expressed again today are thoroughly addressed, particularly market analysis, community engagement, et cetera.
May I just, in that, shorten just a little bit with all of that as instructions for staff to help them to move forward, because at this point, if we do vote for them to move forward, they would, Ms. Stephenson can use that as help and direction in working with them to the motion that your motion is to approve them for the next step, including an approval of their waiver request. All right. A second to that motion with those other instructions connected.
So I would like to offer a friendly amendment. Can I do that before or after?
We need to establish this first motion, and then we can amend that motion.
Okay.
So let's establish
I will second the motion.
Second to the motion from Member Smith. So we have a motion and a second. Now, is there...
I think that the verbiage on the waiver should be we recommend approval since we do not have authority to approve it.
All right. That's an easy thing. I don't think we even need to have a formal amendment. So let's just say that the motion says that we'll move them, the motion to move forward to the next step with potentially the recommendation we'll examine the potential recommendation for the waiver request, right?
I think we have to have, I think for the USBE to consider that waiver request, they prefer that we have given our sort of with a positive forward to their committees.
But would that not be
But
done
we
at
would
the next
probably do
meeting?
that in
That
that
would be
next
the next
step.
meeting, not
we
in this
just
step.
are saying for them not to eliminate that waiver in their presentation next time.
Right.
Right? Move them forward
We
to the
want
next
to consider both at the same time. We would like to consider a full application. We'd like to see that. And we would also like to
will
take a look at
entertain-
the notion of recommending for or against a waiver at the same time.
I'd like to suggest that maybe we have this motion fail and have a new motion for the sake of order.
I was just meaning clarification, so they came in September, not January. That was the only reason I addressed that waiver piece. But then in the discussion to the motion, I have a question.
Right. So I can, as a chair, clarify the motion. Let me clarify what I believe our motion is, and then let's see how we go from there. Shall we do that? All right. So the motion, as I understand it, is to invite American Principals Academy to prepare a full application, and including information for us to consider relative to their waiver request. Does that make sense? Does that work? And then when they come back then we will consider the whole piece, whether or not we'd recommend or not. But we're inviting them to bring that and to the, within our next.
Would you like me to address that?
Yes, please. I'm looking right at you and pausing. That's why.
I didn't want to presume. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it would have to come back to us in September so that we could be in compliance with that October 1 requirement to notify
Just the
USBE.
recommendation piece of it, or for the whole application?
It would be the full approval. And I think that would be another consideration the board may want to make in this motion would be if you were to approve them, that would be under your jurisdiction to approve that, yes, they are now chartered, and that would be as of September if that's what you chose to do. But then that waiver would still have to move to the USBE, as Member Smith pointed out, that falls under their jurisdiction. And so if for some reason that waiver was not approved by USBE, does that then, do they move to the regular timeline? Does it void their approval that they received from you in September? So there are some pieces you may want to look at in that motion as well.
All right.
I'm taking the staring and pausing. I don't want to amend my motion only because we can tackle all of that with their full application in September, right? Okay.
Yeah. So this is the alternative, then, that we would invite them to move forward the full application, knowing that they've requested a waiver, so they'll need to present to us in September for our consideration. The others would follow the regular timeline, but this particular school, we would have to look at that in September. All right, that's the motion I'm hearing. All right.
Can we just vote on the previous motion, vote it down, and get a new one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do that.
All right. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. So let's start again.
I'm all paranoid. What did you just say, Chair Bowles? I would like to make a motion that we invite American Principals Academy to do their full application in September per their waiver request.
All right. So there's a motion to invite them to go to the next step, knowing that they have a waiver request. It would have to shorten the timeline. They would have to come back to us in September. A second to that motion.
I will second that motion.
And a second from Member Smith. So initial motion from Member Cisneros, second from Member Smith. Further discussion. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
I abstain, just so the record's clear.
That's right.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. So Member Olson abstains, but I'm hearing unanimous vote from Members Spiker, Phillips, Smith, and Cisneros. So we'll invite them to come back in September with a full application so that we can acknowledge potentially that waiver request. All right. Let's move to the next one. This is Co-Learn Academy, Utah. Is anyone ready for a motion, or do you have some additional discussion first? Everyone reviewing their notes carefully. All right, that would be great.
I'd like to make a motion to not invite Co-Learn Academy to return to us for full application, for their full application.
All right.
I'll happily second that.
So motion from Member Spiker to not invite Co-Learn to continue to the next step, the full application, and I'm hearing a second from Member Smith. Is there any discussion to that motion? Member Cisneros?
I feel like I'm going to have my double negatives and be wrong here. I ain't no dummy. That's what I'm going to start off with. I actually really like the idea of Co-Learn, and I would have supported a motion to bring them back, so I won't support the motion to not bring them back. That's the double negative I'm trying to avoid. Although I feel like we have some schools that meet this, I would have been interested to see how they could complement the portfolio based upon our own vision of making sure that students are successful in their own environment. And this supports the families that have disengaged from public, and publicly funded as not necessarily have to be publicly provided. And so I would like to be on the cutting edge of helping to redefine some of the very traditional narratives we have in our country around K-12 education.
Thank you. Thank you for that discussion.
I would like to say that I am concerned with a couple things about this particular applicant. Having the same name and the same logo as a service provider you intend to contract with, to me, does not speak of independence and decision-making that is autonomous. So that concerns me. I am also, as I look at what they claim to be trying to do, it's an interesting concept, and I have no doubt that they're doing it successfully in Arizona, but Utah's a very different animal. And one of the things that I wonder about is they have a very small number of students. And so I wonder if they would have the critical mass that they would need to be successful, or, it just seems like their goals are enormous. They're trying to provide this broad statewide option for what sounds like lots of students, but if you look at the details, they don't line up with the vision. So those things are what concern me, there among other things, and so that's why I am not interested in inviting them to apply this cycle, although I could be persuaded if they were to come back to us another year.
Thank you. Additional comments? Co-Chair Phillips.
I appreciate Member Smith's comments, and I'm very intrigued as well by this model, particularly if the board can satisfy my concerns related to the teachers instructing students and the different moving parts of the different coaches and the conflicts of interest as well. So I just want to say on the record that while I will support the motion not to invite this school to submit a full application, I would love to see them come back in the next round with a very fleshed out plan so that we can invite them forward, because I do think that we do need educators who are willing at that cutting edge that you suggested, Member Cisneros, to combine homeschooling with compliant public education in such a way as to ensure that there's that choice within our portfolio and for our students.
Thank you. Additional comments? Member Olson.
Yeah, I share all the concerns that have been expressed. At the same time, though, I struggle just a little bit with ambiguity is not the right word, but I suppose the ambiguity of our process. And today is a vetting opportunity, I suppose, to scrap some applications that we don't think should advance, but it's also an opportunity for us to identify deficiencies that could potentially be addressed and resolved. So all the concerns that have been addressed so far, I share all of them, but I don't know that just kicking it down the road till next year solves the problem necessarily. I would be in favor of having them move forward because I'm intrigued by the concept and the idea. That said, the school would need to be prepared, if it passes today, to come forward with an application that resolves all of these issues and deficiencies that have been pointed out, especially the conflict of interest issue. That's what really concerns me. So just some quick thoughts.
Thank you.
So
All right.
I will point out that this is not kicking the can down the road, right? We're asking them to demonstrate greater commitment than just we're trying to do this for our own kids, and that you never kill a bad idea soon enough, right? So if these are hard to resolve things and they don't feel that they can be overcome, then we removed the issue right away, which is not kicking the can down the road. And if they do want to resolve them, then we've simply given them a longer timeline and asked for more commitment from them to do so.
Additional discussion? Member Spiker.
I just want to say thank you all for the discussion. This is exactly my thoughts, and I just wanted to get the ball moving. So thanks.
Yes, please.
There we go. Member Spiker, do you still support your motion?
Yes.
All right. There's a motion on the table. I'm not seeing additional discussion. Everyone's had an opportunity. And the motion is that we not ask CoLearn Academy to move to a full application. But certainly we've heard encouragement for them to consider answering our concerns for and returning to us in the next cycle. So that's the motion, is that they would not move forward. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. All right. So the ayes carry 3-2, and so they will not come forward with a full application this cycle. All right. Let's move to virtual.
Chair?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. For Joanne, will she need to note who were the
voted for and
yays and who
against?
were the nays?
The nays were Member Olson and Member Cisneros to that motion. Member Spiker, Member Phillips, and Member Smith voted in favor of that motion. All right. Thank you. And let's now discuss Virtual Preparatory Academy of Utah. Did you look at your notes? Questions, concerns? I'm seeing Member Cisneros ready to speak. Go ahead.
This will actually be a very easy motion for me to make. I would like to make a motion to not invite Virtual Preparatory Academy of Utah to advance.
All right, a motion for them not to advance to full application. Do I have a second to that
I'll
motion?
second that.
And a second from Member Spiker. So now discussion on that motion. Member Cisneros.
I do want to put on the record, not because I think there's anything wrong with what they presented. Certainly they have a very, very competent, compelling board that makes you want to just say yes. There's no issue with that. My issue comes with the proof of saturation in that market is there, but furthermore, an identical model exists just under a different name. I was on staff when they first presented their application. This board chose not to authorize them 2 consecutive cycles. Another authorizer picked them up, and their enrollment, exactly what this board feared, is what their enrollment is, only I actually think worse. So the model exists and parents aren't choosing it. We have in our portfolio an existing school that has a very, very comprehensive online CTE program that has 8 pathways available in the CTE that's already vetted and approved. I feel like it exists. And I think to bring in yet another program just under another name, I don't think is responsible gatekeeping to public funds. But the other thing where, just as a side note for us as a board in our process, for each of these boards that we've had, the conversation of conflict or logoing or who has proprietary rights or who's making money has come up for every other school except for this one. Nobody asked about it. And yet it's the logo, it's the branding, it's RFP that we asked. And so I just want that on the record that we've had that same conversation with each. So either we need to start doing something on the front end so that today all of this is clearly addressed. But it seems to be that there's a trend emerging for me that obviously either businesses, corporations, management companies, or even just replications, because for me, CoLearn is just a state-to-state replication is what I see that as. So I don't see that as having any conflict. But there seems to be, maybe we need to wrap our head around some definitions, determinations ahead of next cycle.
Thank you. Member Smith?
Have we been seconded?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to note, especially for Member Cisneros' benefit, that I felt very uncomfortable with the corporatism, right, in this is not the only school, right? And I didn't really address it because I hadn't formulated in my head what was bothering me. But I'm concerned with, I don't know, like the Walmartization of education, right? Like we're using this provider and this provider and this provider and this provider, and they've checked all these boxes, right? But it seems to be lacking a degree of humanity. So I'm not saying that's a reason to disapprove a school. I'm just saying that is part of my concern. And that tends to go along with some degree of conflict of interest because you've pre-selected vendors and providers, right? But I don't know. I think we need to address that as a board at some point as a separate issue. Like, how do we feel about basically when CMOs come to us as kind of wearing applicants' clothing, right? So, yeah, that's all. And so I will support that motion, and that's what concerns me.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. Additional discussion, Member Olson?
Yeah, quickly, I agree with those comments. I think our issue today is not necessarily with respect to Ms. Stephenson. It's a good comment about whether we're curious. I think the question is whether we can decide today whether the school is viable. If it's just not viable, then there's no reason for us to have it go forward, and I would agree with those comments about this school.
Thank you. Additional discussion? I think everyone's had an opportunity from that. All right, so the motion before us is a motion not to invite Virtual Preparatory Academy of Utah to move to a full application process. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No, I think I saw everyone say aye, so unanimous in that discussion. All right, we now move to Virtual Horizons Charter School. Any question, discussion, or are you ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready to move that we do not allow this school to move forward.
All right, there's a motion not to allow Virtual Horizons Charter to move forward. Is there a second to that motion?
I'm not sure that I'm agreeing with the motion, but I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
All right, there's a motion and
I think I do.
Second, the motion from Member Olson, second from Member Smith. Discussion on that motion.
Yeah, if I can just discuss briefly my thoughts and comments on this. I had a lot of concerns. I think I expressed all of them already. Based on those concerns, I can't conceive of a viable way that these concepts can be packaged together, that it's legal, that meets the law, that it works. I just can't conceive of how they would do it. So I guess on the one hand, you could look at it and say, let's give them a chance to try. We're telling them there's a chance, but this is one of those circumstances where I just don't see how those concerns are ever going to be dealt with in a way that the legislature or USBE would look at us and say, okay, nice job, we can run with that. So I love the idea of innovation, but this just doesn't seem viable to me. Those are my thoughts.
All right, additional discussion. Member Smith?
I have to agree with everything that Member Olson said. And also, I just think, oh my gosh, it's so messy, right? Like, what happens if your housing component becomes unsafe, right? You know, there are a lot of things that often happen in affordable housing that can be really problematic. Not always, but frequently, right? And so then do you have safe schools issues? There's a million things, right? How do you handle balancing enrollment priority with housing priority? Like, which one is giving preference? There's so many things that are problematic here that even though, like, conceptually I like the idea and it's very exciting to try to address things in a holistic way, I don't see this as being thought through well enough, or even really at a viable functioning level yet.
Member Cisneros.
I guess that's why, if we all are curious, then we're all questioning. It's not my time that's being wasted writing a full application. So if they want to waste the next 3.5 months trying to flush it out, it's no loss to me. So I have enough questions and I'm curious enough that if they can pull something together. I think staff would be more than willing to go through and help us identify statutes that might be problematic or rules that might be in the way. But if we're truly saying we want to look at innovation and we have an application that is truly innovative, and I was hearing that the VR school is standalone from the housing. So if at the end of the day the housing falls off, that doesn't impact necessarily the schooling. I think they were given really clear expectations about things they need to fix. And I have questions too. I have questions about current or prior affiliations for charter schools of those boards. But those are all the things that can get flushed out in January, right? We're just saying, because there isn't time in this or the space in this to give us all those details. But if the question is, are we curious? Is it intriguing? We all have 100 questions. If they want to tackle and answer the questions, let's let them answer the questions.
So I guess my response to that would be, this is an area that is not really any of our expertise, right? The school portion, that's what we do, right? That's our bread and butter. But trying to integrate it with the housing component and the other things, we don't even know what questions to ask. We don't even know where the potential pitfalls are. I am not confident in my own ability as a board member to ask the questions that will keep us out of trouble in the next board meeting, right? It's such a radical departure that I can't feel like I can be in good conscience voting in favor of something in a future board meeting that I'm not sure that I've vetted properly, and I don't think I can.
So could we just say we would consider the school only, but they need to separate it from the housing component? That also is potential instruction that we could give as well.
I would be interested in considering the school only separated from the housing component. I have a lot of other reservations about the virtual reality component, like a school that's exclusively virtual reality, but that's a separate issue for a separate day. I would be willing to consider school only.
Anyone, additional discussion? Vice Chair Phillips.
I share many of the concerns, that have been voiced here by members, and my questioning of the school demonstrated that, particularly the conflict of interest, I think, and also the messiness in the relationships and not understanding sort of where the school ends and private agreements begin. But I would be interested in seeing this school give a full application outside of the sort of the housing component as well. But I do want to say this, just philosophy, because it's out of my expertise as well. Should innovation in education and charter world be limited just by our expertise? In other words, if we get a school like this, isn't it incumbent upon us to surround ourselves maybe with ad hoc consultants who do have that expertise to help us sort through it, so that we kind of know whether or not this is almost something that is a deal behind doors that we would never condone, or something so innovative that every school ought to start thinking about a component like this. I don't know. But I think, just for the record, I want to say, if we find ourselves out of our expertise because of innovation, that doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to approve a school or deny a school, but let's have as maybe an option acquiring the expertise as advisors for us, rather than having that be the reason we don't proceed. Now, having said that, I still am at the place right now, primarily because of some of the things that came out in discussion, to consider the school with its curriculum, with its innovative idea, and were this school to submit a full application, were we to approve that to happen, and then that school comes forward later after it's up and running and presents an addendum, as it were, that we can see is truly beneficial to its students, or in some other way constructed with an agreement that's perhaps more transparent. It was very hard to get to the bottom of that, and a number of us tried. Then we could always have the school amend its charter. So, I don't think that it's the end of the school for us to approve them in a way that they had not asked to be approved. They can always decline, right?
Yeah. And when we have, I'm just going to add this part. One of our goals is to encourage innovative schools. I hate to put roadblocks because it says then to the public, don't really bring innovative schools because, we're not willing to listen to an idea developed. We've expressed a lot of concerns, which we should. And for a full application to be approved, they would need to respond to those. So, yeah. So I'm hearing right. So anyway, I don't know if there's additional discussion, but the motion on the table currently is that we not invite them to move forward. I'm going to ask us to vote on that motion, and we'll see where we go from there. All right. The motion is for them not to move to a full application. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. So I'm hearing Member Smith and Member Olson voting in favor. Those opposed to that motion say nay. Nay. So Member Spiker, Phillips, and Member Cisneros, did you vote as well? Nay. So that motion fails. Do I have another motion?
Well, as the nay, I'll say I'd like to make a motion to invite them to advance to submit a full proposal.
All right, so there's a motion to invite them to that full proposal. Now, do you want to, in that motion, based on this discussion, ask for them just to bring the school portion of it, or am I jumping ahead?
No, because I think that's a better decision for January. If in January it's just a train wreck, then we can ask them to split it out. But if they can make it work, I don't want to stifle that.
You want to hear it? All right. A second to that motion.
I'll second.
All right, a motion and a second. Now discussion on a motion to ask them to move forward. Absolutely.
I love the idea of increased affordable housing, but I'm not sure that I was convinced by the presentation today that as Member Smith has suggested, as Member Olson has suggested, that those two things were wedded well in this presentation and in this proposal. To your point, Member Cisneros, were they wedded well enough to pique our curiosity that they might be able to done well together? I don't know. I had some deep-seated concerns about potential conflicts and also just the school's responsiveness or lack thereof to those questions. I do think that I'm very supportive of this school bringing us a full application with the virtual reality and the idea of maybe bringing some kind of a component for students' well-being. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to fully support that motion. I'm thinking about it, though. I'm persuadable here.
Let me add this little piece, possibly. I think we all believe that we need more affordable housing in our community. I don't think that's a question, that we believe in that. But that, as Member Smith and others have said, that's not our expertise, nor do I think it's within our purview we're not trying to approve affordable housing or not approve affordable housing because that's not our business. What our business is just to approve a school. This particular school could be housed, have a headquarters in another building other than affordable housing building. It could be in a variety of places, right? It doesn't have to be connected with affordable housing for the school to work potentially or be successful. They were only, I believe, saying they would give priority to those in this affordable housing as for students at the school. They would give priority to them. But the housing piece, in my estimation, is somebody else's purview. It's not ours. We're engaged with the school portion, though that is an intriguing connection. Though we believe in affordable housing. I'm not sure that's anything we can approve or not approve. All we can approve is a school, and we can let them flesh out a full application potentially for a school, and they could offer some ideas about where that school might be located, which is what we would do with any school, right?
Potentially. And this is why I'm not wanting to demand that the school have an either or. If I came under the proposal of a boarding school, that very much would be central to the tenet of my application. So I don't want to say to this school, if housing truly is, to quote Ms. Stephenson, Maslow before Bloom, I don't want to take that away from them if that is central to the tenet of their proposal. If truly community and housing and increased technology options for low-income families is a fundamental tenet, at this point in the juncture, I don't think it's right to sever that off. So I feel like if it's akin to a boarding school kind of relationship, then it needs to be left on, and it's for them to work out how to make it work and jump through the hoops. If it's not, then they've heard all of our feedback and they'll sever it themselves. But I have so many question marks all over this paper. And I mean, I have questions like, has a developer already been determined? And are you going to get a developer who's willing in this market to take a loss, right? I can make $1 billion tomorrow, or I can wait 30 years and make $20. Like, who's going to take that deal, right? But again, that's their problem to solve, not mine. Again, I want to know about prior charter affiliations. I want to know, there's some names affiliated with people tangentially that I want to know how close it is in here. I have still a lot of questions, but I feel like that's a January conversation, not a today conversation.
All right. Thank you for that discussion. Any additional talk? Member Olson.
I'm still on the fence whether I've come around on this, but I would agree with Member Cisneros' comments that if this were to go forward, I just don't know that it's for us to bifurcate their school. That really puts them in a tricky spot. Either they go forward or they don't. That's my position on it, at least.
Okay. Thank you for that. Member Smith.
I don't know if I support this motion or not, but I definitely support the concept of letting them make their own decision about what they want to bring to us. I will say I do not see any way that the extraordinary number of concerns that I have with this application or this applicant, I just don't see how that could possibly all be resolved in a meeting that would fit in anything approaching a time frame that we would have to give it. And so I'm pretty sure that this motion is going to carry and they're going to get invited. But I think in this case, we really are just kicking the can down the road, because I don't think that we'll ever be able to get satisfactory answers to the hundreds of question marks that are all over all of our pages.
But we're certainly intrigued.
We are all certainly intrigued, and we all love the concept of affordable housing and supporting students in lots of ways.
All right. Additional discussion? Yeah, sure.
Legal/technical question on the rewrite a year or two ago that took away evergreen contracts on an initial charter. So is there a way that would satisfy anybody on this board feeling more comfortable supporting this motion, knowing that, or helping me understand how would that law, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, we would approve them in January. They would have that ramp up process, but then it would be a 3-year, is that the way the law is written, a 3-year provisional charter? That's my question.
Marie, go ahead.
So it's up to 3 years. So after year 1, we could choose to move them to the evergreen status, or we can choose to then extend for a year or 2, depending on the outcomes that the board is seeing and if and when the board feels they're ready to make that jump, or if they're not, then there is that ability at the end to terminate that relationship.
And that would be for any schools that we approve in January, potentially, right?
Correct, yep.
So beginning this next 2024.
Yes, that came into effect in 2020. And so some of the schools that we have opening in satellites over the last year or two, those will be some of our first to go through that cycle. So,
Member Smith.
I have to say that that does not resolve my concerns, because what that functionally is saying is if they're not doing well, we can just shut them down. And we've all been through shutting down schools, and it's not an easy process. It's 1,000,000 times worse than denying a charter in the first place.
Good caution. Thank you so much. Additional discussion. Yeah.
I have somewhat been persuaded at this stage to want to hear more, but I'm very cautious in the way that Member Smith is cautious and Member Olson, in that I would want to be entirely convinced if we invite them forward. In January, I would want to be entirely convinced, because what I think I heard from them was that 2 private companies, a developer and a developer of curriculum, and have created conditions in which the 2 can profit by including a charter school and HUD low income housing. I would want to be absolutely 100% convinced that a charter school reached out with an idea to possibilities of partnerships to meet a mission and a vision. And if I am not convinced of that in January, I will not, if in fact this school is invited for a full submission, I will not be voting yes.
Thank you for that. It's good for us to have this discussion so that especially the school can hear what the concerns are. Any further discussion that you'd like to have? Cautions? All right. Whether they move forward or not, they're hearing the concerns. Member Smith.
I'd really like to hear Member Spiker's thoughts, because I don't think she's said much, and I'm interested in what's going through your brain.
So initially, for me, the idea of of innovation, digital innovation, is very exciting. I think of all the proposals that we heard, even as I came in this morning, I was really hoping for something that was beyond my imagination or that I haven't even thought about. So that's exciting to me. It's also exciting to me that we're actually caring about the community. You talk about kicking the can down the road. We just expect all of a sudden, especially in today's economy, that families are going to figure it out. They're going to figure out how to put food on the table. I can barely do it, and I've got a PhD. So this is exciting to me. We continue to talk about community schools, how we're supporting our communities, how we're thinking about the future. And so that is all exciting. And everything that all of my colleagues have raised today are major red flags. One of my strengths, and also I think one of my weaknesses, is I tend to be very Pollyanna. And I'm assuming that all of you have seen Pollyanna. It's an old Disney film. And I say that a lot because it's like this idea that everything's unicorns and rainbows, right? But the reality is there is money to be had. And I really appreciate all of your comments, because I think that allows the murkiness of this to come to the surface, and also why we have to be so cautious. I want to believe that this can happen. I'm also a little nervous about VR for like 4 hours a day. I could barely handle it for 20 minutes, as we were talking about. So again, I think I'm excited about this idea, but I'm also nervous. And and this is for everyone, and for public comment, for anyone out there that's thinking about forming a school. If you are not an educator, it is so hard. This is some of the hardest work that you will ever decide to take on. And that's why we care so deeply. Also, this is about the kids. I've been sitting in this chair, and you asked me, Member Smith, so I'm going to go. I've been sitting in this chair. I think about this is my 3rd time. I entered in August of 2020 in the heart of COVID. And I remember feeling so excited about the opportunity to be in this space. And I was so humbled because I care so deeply about the children in our state, my own children, and our future. And I've seen it in classrooms, that when we care, we get incredible outcomes. Unfortunately, I've also seen in the last 3 years that adults, we get in the way. We are blinded by the money. We're blinded by the opportunity that it presents for us and our personal gain, our professional gain, and we forget that these are children's lives at stake. And we're experimenting with them. And at the end of the day, we're experimenting with our future because they're taking care of me. And so I want a school that is going to thrive. I want a school that's thinking differently because I'm getting ready to send my kid to high school for not my own first high school experience, but my daughter, right? She's going to high school for the first, well, I hope the only time, but the first time. And I am not excited. I feel she's just entering into a system that, I tell you what, if I close my eyes, it would be my senior year of high school. And I don't want that. We have got to do something different. So I guess that's where I come to this. I want this so bad. And I also so value my colleagues to take it down a notch, hey, sometimes we have to be aware of all of the business that is at stake and that is involved in these decisions. And so I'm in favor. I want this, and I'm also feeling trepidation, I guess. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, and thank you for responding. All right. Good discussion, everyone. Are we ready to move forward to a vote? Any additional discussion? All right. The current motion is that we would invite Virtual Horizons Charter School to move to a full application. Those in favor of that, say aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Nay. All right. We heard nay from Member Olson and Member Smith. In favor, Member Spiker, Phillips, and Cisneros. So we will invite Virtual Horizons Charter School to move to a full application process.
Voting on this next one?
With all of the comments that we've made in mind as you do so, and Ms. Stephenson will help you with that process as well. Now, Vice Chair Phillips reminds us that she's recusing herself from the next vote as we consider the fifth school that we listened to today, Thrive Point Academy. Do I have a motion or discussion on Thrive Point? Member Smith.
I would like to move that we not invite Thrive Point Academy to move forward. Yeah, I can talk about that in a moment if others feel
So a
similar.
motion not to invite them to move to a full application process. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second so that we can move forward to discussion.
Member Olson, second to that motion. Now, discussion.
Okay, I'm not 100% certain that I'm actually opposed to them. I may vote against my own proposition here, but I feel like I feel about Co-Learn Academy, and it's not just because they're both Arizona-based. I'm concerned about this idea that we can take something somewhere else and drop it here, and we have that same element of corporatism, right, with a lot of vendors and providers, and again, I gotta say the Walmartization because I don't have a real term, but I think you all know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
That all concerns me, and yeah, and we just haven't. That concerns me. That's where I'm at. But I don't know. I maybe could be convinced.
Thank you, Member Smith. Member Cisneros.
I like Walmart. I totally get and appreciate and I'm so, this is one of those where you hold two opposing comfortably in your head all the time. We do this in our own state. We replicate what we love. We replicate what's working. We keep bringing back schools because they've proven if there was going to be a state and an authorizing environment, the closest to Utah is going to be Arizona. So the fact that in Arizona wants to replicate in Utah, I don't have any heartburn with that at all. I didn't with CoLearn, and in fact, somebody on CoLearn made a good point of there's a very big difference between a founding board and an operational board, and I don't have any problem with the people who know that model inside and out being on that founding board and then being able to establish it enough to hand it off to an operational board. So I feel like that's kind of what happened with CoLearn. That's what's happening with ThrivePoint. I will tell you, living and working and having a high school in Jordan District, there very, very much is the need for a good alternative option for students who are not on track to graduate high school in that district. The options they have right now work, but I'll tell you, a lot of kids are doing packets to graduate and they're just checking boxes. They're not actually maximizing their time. I loved their phrase of getting ready for the next big step. But I feel like, is our concern commercialization of schools? Is our concern replicating good models again, much like we keep talking about this conflict. So I think as a board, we need to have a better conversation about defining what our concern really is before the schools get here, so that the schools are not at the mercy of our indecision and inability to define our concerns.
Thank you.
And I won't support your motion. I guess that's my long try.
Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Member Cisneros' comments. I come out the same way on this motion as I did the CoLearn situation. It just seems very similar. I appreciated the fact that they indicated they'd done a market study. It's early for us to really test how solid that market study was, and time will tell. I think that's something that should be highlighted if they come back with an application. And the comment about working closely with Jordan School District, that may be pie in the sky, but that's something that should be explored very carefully prior to the final application. Contact should be made with the district to see if indeed there's going to be a pipeline that will feed this school. I've got my doubts about whether that's going to happen, but generally I like the concept, and I don't mind taking something successful, moving it from one state to another if it can be replicated, but that would need to be supported by some market study here locally.
Okay,
Additional.
I think I am going to oppose my motion. But one of the things that I really did like about ThrivePoint was their commitment to, oh my gosh, the designation, that the word is now gone from my head. Alternative. Thank you. Their commitment to helping to define alternative in a positive and useful way for Utah. That makes our state better, and I like that. And so, never mind. I'll vote against my own motion.
All right,
Thanks.
but we need to vote on that motion as it is currently stated. So let's go to that vote. The current motion is not to invite them to come to a full application. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Those opposed to the motion say nay. All right, I'm hearing unanimous votes against that motion, so I will be glad to entertain another motion.
I'll move, and the record should reflect the abstention of Vice Chair Phillips. Chair, just so you're clear. I would move that we allow ThrivePoint, based on their proposal, to move forward to a full application.
All right, a motion to invite them to move to a full application. A second to that motion?
I'm going to second that to atone for my earlier motion.
And a second from Member Smith. So Member Olson, motion to approve them moving forward, and Member Smith, a second to that. Any additional discussion? All those in favor of this new motion for them to move to a full application, say aye. And I think I saw Member Olson, Spiker, Smith, and Cisneros all voting in favor, and Member Phillips, who was abstaining, who had recused herself from this discussion and vote. So that motion passes. We invite them to move forward to a full application. All right. This is a tough, long day, everybody. Thank you so much for mostly your open, honest discussion, sharing, and talking about all these issues. We're a better board because you do that, each individually. There isn't a member sitting here who isn't willing to share and for us to come to better decisions. So thank you for that. But that, on our agenda, it notes a potential closed session. We took care of that at middle of the day, so we are being efficient. And so we don't have a need for a second closed session today. Any additional information items, discussion, thoughts? Well, maybe I should say in information items, we know we're in the process of selecting a new executive director for State Charter School Board, and that is in process. We've had the applications at this point have come to kind of a stopping point, and we have 20 plus applications at this point. We're going to move forward as quickly as we can and just acknowledge that, and those who applied, we appreciate their consideration for that, and we'll move as quickly as we can, timely but thoughtfully in making that decision. All right. Anything else? If not, I will entertain one last motion.
I'll move that we adjourn, Chair.
Got to make sure that's on at least one of us. A motion from Member Olson that we adjourn. Any discussion? I don't think I even needed this second. All in favor? Aye. See you in September, if not before. We'll be in communication, I'm sure. Thanks all.